Good morning and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting of September 29th, 2020. Is Father Lenny Anderson in the house by any chance? All right. Fortunately, he wasn't able to make it, so we will call on our own Reggie Bellamy to lead us in the invocation this morning, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand if you're able.
Good morning. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up this morning, giving us life, health, and strength. Thank you for giving us all an opportunity to come out and make strides to impact our community and give our particular positive contribution to society. We ask you to go with each and every one of us today. Watch over us, keep us and our family safe from all hurt, harm, and danger with all the things that's going on in our community, all the things that's going on in our state, all the things that's going on in our country. We ask you for a special blessing, a special covering over us right now, dear Heavenly Father, and continue to lead us, guide us, and protect us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. We've got a couple of time certain items. We have 9 o'clock, which is item 42, the Port Authority meeting, 10 o'clock, which is item 46, approval and execution of partnership agreement with Moat Marine Laboratory, and then, of course, at 11:30, anything pulled from the consent. Madam Administrator, do we have changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Good morning. Happy fall, hopefully. Coming soon, I hear. We do have some changes to the consent agenda this morning, and if you'll follow along, we'll provide them. We have a change to the consent agenda under financial management. It's item number 24, execution of an interlocal agreements regarding the CARES Act funding. The requested action was updated to include an interlocal agreement with the Florida Department of Health, Manatee County Health Department. Our changes to advisory board and committee appointments under neighborhood services. This is item number 41 on the consent agenda. Appointments to the Public Safety Coordinating Council. The county attorney's response to the request for legal services was added to this agenda item. Now, under our changes to the regular meeting and the regular agenda, under administrator, item number 47, Manatee Cares funding update. The execution of amendment number 1 to the CARES Act agreement. This item was updated as follows. The requested action was revised to read, authorization for the chairman to execute Amendment 1 to the CARES Act agreement. The following documents were attached. Number 1, the Manatee CARES Act proposed programs and allocations, Phase 1 funding. Attachment 2, Amendment 1 to agreement with the State of Florida Division of Emergency Management. And Attachment 3, the Manatee CARES Act update presentation. Also, under the regular agenda, Administrator, item 48, the discussion of ongoing COVID issues relative to the coronavirus pandemic, adoption of Resolution R-20-154, amending Resolution R-20-116 to limit its duration, the extension of the local state of emergency, and the extension of the duration of Resolution R-20-116. And the following items were added to this agenda item. The Governor's Executive Order 20-244, which is Phase 3, Right to Work, Business Certainty, Suspension of Fines, issued on Friday, September 25th, 2020. And presentations, number 1, the ongoing response to COVID-19 pandemic, and 2, Week 22, Reopening Strategies Report. And then comments submitted through the online public comment form were also added. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Are there any items that any commissioner want pulled from the consent agenda? Anything we'd like to make staff hang around for? Okay.
That's nice.
Not seeing anything pulled, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the Port Authority to go ahead and conduct the Port Authority meeting.
Thank you, Chairman Benac. Port Authority meeting will now come to order. Does anyone in the public wish to have any public comment on this agenda? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment. I'm assuming Commissioner Johnson is on the Zoom line. Okay, thank you very much. Morning, Steve. Carlos.
Good morning.
Morning, Steve. Carlos, you have some comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We have a short agenda today. I only want to bring to your attention that we pulled item 3 for Del Monte Produce Warehouse 6 agreement. It's gonna be-
Carlos, before you start, Steve, do you realize we pulled one item from the agenda? Have you been told about that?
No.
Steve?
I'm not aware of that. No. Which item did you pull?
It's, good morning. We sent an email to all commissioners yesterday, or late yesterday, advising them of this change. It's item number 3 on the regular agenda. It refers to a contract with Del Monte that's going to be brought back to you at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. No, I must have missed that. I apologize.
No, I think most of us did, but we were told this morning. That's why I wanted to make sure you knew before the meeting started. So, but that is something we're doing. We're just not ready to finalize today. All right, Carlos?
That is
Thank
correct,
you.
Madam Chair. These contracts, as you're well aware, take some time, and we're hopeful that they will be signed for a particular commission meeting. However, this one has been delayed. With your permission, Madam Chair, we'll move to the consent agenda for your consideration.
Any discussion on the consent? If none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Servia, seconded by Commissioner Bellamy. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Carlos,
Thank
number
you
2?
very much. Agenda item number 2 refers to the removal of debris and material from the berths, the part of the berths that the Army Corps does not maintain for us. That's the responsibility of the ports. So we're entering into an agreement to have that part of the port dredged, maintenance dredged by us. So as such, we have you consider agenda item number 2.
All right, any discussion? Carol?
Carlos, is the spill going to go into the landfill? And then are we going to have the fees, the tipping fees waived, or is it going to go somewhere else?
No, the debris,
Washington Harbor?
the debris will go into our dredge maintenance site right on the port.
Okay.
The 90-plus acres we have there, so it
Right.
will not be affecting any other
Okay,
site outside of the port.
thanks.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move approval.
Second.
Having a motion by Commissioner Benac, seconded by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right. Carlos, your comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'd just like to mention that we have started the expansion of our container yard area at the port. That's much needed. The container growth is really going gangbusters. It's really expanding. Our customers can't wait for that expansion to happen. And so the good news is that we've broken ground, and we expect that to have it done in about 12 months or so, which will be a great benefit to the users of the port. Additionally, of course, under these times, we're putting additional jobs in play that then construction can take advantage of, and so we have started the yard.
It's amazing how much construction's been going on and growth, so we're very proud of our port. All right, do we have any public comment about anything? All right. If not, commissioner comments, Carol?
Can you give an update on the racetrack, or it's Transmontane?
Yes.
Can you let us know what the utilization is? Because I know during the height of COVID, our revenues had gone down and.
Correct. Racetrack and Transmontane. Transmontane is the operator and lessee of the farm, of the tank farm, and one of their largest customers is Racetrack, and they supply all the gas essentially in the region all the way south to Naples and east towards Orlando. And so during the time that people were staying home, we saw a drop like would be expected. And we saw a drop similar to what sources were telling us, about 50% of a drop in petroleum usage. That's coming back as we're all driving out. So that has returned. Not everybody then is staying home, not as many. And so we are back essentially to nearly full operations. And that includes, all of the facilities.
And another question, what about the security gates? Since we haven't been out there in ages to have a meeting, how is that progressing? Is it almost done?
Well, we are expanding, as you know, our
Right.
north entrance. It's continuing. Construction takes some time, and so we are planning to finalize it in the not-too-distant future, and that will then alleviate greatly the ability for us to, to have trucks access the port without any delay, both from entering the port and exiting the port.
Thank you.
All right. Let's ask Steve. Steve, do you have any commissioner comments?
No.
Okay.
No, everything looks great out there.
Okay. Vanessa?
Yeah, Carlos, just one question. I know that Secretary Thibault talked about the loss of revenue with the gas tax that's going to be coming up for the state. Have you guys looked to see how that might affect us at all with DOT?
Well, it's not clear yet how it's going to affect us, but it should, something should be announced as to what the outlook is. So that's really, essentially one of the concerns that you're already aware of, that as we drove less, the gas tax has an impact on the revenues collected by FDOT. So it's unclear for us how that's going to affect us directly. We haven't yet been informed fully, but we expect it to have some effect.
Just like everything.
I know that most of us are excited about trying to get back to the port. It's been way too long since we've been out there. So, thank you.
Missy, have anything? Betsy?
Just one thing, I see Air Products is still going great guns. I see they've got some new contracts and stuff from what I've read. Have you noticed any more things happening there, or is it just pretty much standard operating procedure?
No, I think Air Products has been one of the great successes that the county and the port and, and the area, Manatee County, has had. They closed their facility in Scranton, Pennsylvania. They went from maybe, a 50% closure to 100%. They felt that this was the right environment. They've expanded since. And I think it's a great export-related manufacturing facility that most ports would want to, would die to have next to them. And that has attracted other businesses to that area, which complement and use the port as a facility, and then, of course, are creating export-related or import-related jobs that otherwise we wouldn't have.
It's still such a great opportunity. I see that they're hiring sometimes, and what young people, or maybe not so young people, can make out there. Certainly something worth looking into is their welders. I know they pay them very well, and that there's training offered. Manatee Technical College, I know, had done some programs. And so certainly if people are looking for jobs, that is something you should definitely look into. People always think of welding and you think of something in the Rust Belt states, but it's really a very strong opportunity here in Florida as well for a business like Air Products. So just wanted to say that.
No, it is. And in fact, I neglected to mention that at the very beginning, when Commissioner Whitmore started working on that project, that the county, the Port Authority, brought in the school board to make sure that that enterprise had all the welders it needed. And I think the county was instrumental in making sure that the Board of Education, the school board, had all those welders lined up. And that was a big challenge. And I think the Economic Development Group at the county, with Karen Stewart back then and Cheri, did a fantastic job of making sure that the welder showed up when the plant opened. So really, it was a great team effort.
That, and I know Vanessa knows, because she sits on the MPO, as does Misty, that, again, in the long-range plan, we do have what do they call it, Vanessa? Commerce Commerce something, the road that they're calling the, eventual, what we used to call the Port Connector Road, has been called many things. Now it's featured in the long-range plan, but that the MPO's put out, and so that's very exciting. Again, it's a line on a map. We know there's a lot that needs to be filled in, but again, recognizing that that area is primed for growth. So just need to watch that
Indeed.
as we continue forward.
Just need some water and sewage.
Carol?
Just to be, because this is important, we have people, I know a friend that had their 18-year-old son go and MTC, what's it called? Yeah, the vocational school. Anyway, I used to go when it was a vocational school. Anyway, they actually worked with the school board and Air Products, and they came up with a class where they taught. Because if I'm not mistaken, those heat exchangers are aluminum. They're a special kind of welding, correct?
Right.
This 18-year-old did, and within 6 or 7 months, he qualified for a loan without his parents signing to buy a house. So they work 24/7. Do they still do that?
I think there are 2 shifts now, but I'm
Two
not sure. It
shifts,
could be
okay.
back
They were
to
doing
3.
24/7, and, well, they are 12 and 12 probably. But anyway, it's a great opportunity, and I know the port's tenants also have positions open. So, and we have, thanks to Karen and everybody, now we actually have ways that they can get training. So keep that in your mind. I mean, this is a great opportunity because for a 19-year-old to qualify to buy a house with his parents not signing, I've never heard of that. So congratulations to Air Products and for everybody that made it happen.
All right. See more? No more? I know that one of our goals here as chair is and as a commission is to make sure that the port and the county work well together, that we're making jobs. That's one of the goals for the port, and you're doing a great job, Carlos. Seeing nothing further, meeting is adjourned.
All right.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go to our awards, presentations, and proclamations. We have 2 proclamations that are on the agenda. Can I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Who made the motion?
The motion was made by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Trace. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. All opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Our first proclamation is adoption of proclamation designating October 2020 as American Pharmacists Month in Manatee County. I do not believe there's anyone here to accept the proclamation. All right. So, Commissioner, you can read the proclamation wherever you would like.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to know how many here have never had a prescription? Okay, that just says it right there. All right. Whereas pharmacy is one of the oldest of the health professions concerned with the health and well-being of all people, and whereas pharmacists are specifically educated with a focus and level of expertise on medication therapy and are ideally suited to work collaboratively with other healthcare providers and patients to improve medication use and outcomes for providing services through medication therapy management. And whereas it is important to promote the profession of pharmacy as an essential healthcare provider. And whereas pharmacists provide both expertise and accessibility, which is crucial to patients fully optimizing access to medications that are not self-administered, such as, but not limited to, immunizations. And whereas the American Pharmacists Association has proclaimed October as American Pharmacists Month with the theme Easy to Reach, Ready to Help. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners that October 2020 shall be known, designated, and set aside as American Pharmacists Month in Manatee County, Florida, adopted with a quorum present and voted this 29th day of September 2020. And in the healthcare field, where and I work in home health, and one of our biggest duties when we go see our elderly are medication management, because they may go to 3 or 4 doctors and they usually come out with a prescription from every one of them. And a lot of these medications interact with one another. So it's very important that, that we educate our elderly and that we let our doctors know, because the way, as you all know, medicine is now, a lot of things get lost, and the poor patient is giving up paying their electric bill because they're having to pay for all these medications. So this is our pharmacists do a great job, and I don't know who we're going to present this to, so I'll leave it here, and then staff can send it to somebody. Thank you.
Yes, and we're very blessed to have a college of pharmacy right here, if
At
that's the
LECOM.
proper term.
Yeah.
That at LECOM, they do a great job of training folks and hopefully keeping them local, because we certainly do have a need for good pharmacists. So thank you, Carol. All right, Manufacturing Awareness Month.
Thank you. It is my honor to read this proclamation for Manufacturing Awareness Month. Whereas October 2nd, 2020 is National Manufacturing Day, an effective way to highlight the importance of the manufacturing sector in our nation's economy and to draw attention to the many rewarding, high-skilled manufacturing careers available within our local community. And whereas the Sarasota-Manatee Area Manufacturers Association, representing nearly 800 manufacturing facilities in our area who produce a diverse array of products and provide employment for approximately 10,000 citizens, works with our educators to increase awareness of these career opportunities and to support school programs that provide the educational pathways to obtain them. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners commends and supports this important cause and the organizations involved, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that October 2020 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Manufacturing Awareness Month in Manatee County, Florida, and the Board urges all citizens to join in recognizing the value of our manufacturers and the importance they serve in our county, state, and the nation. Adopted with a quorum present and voting this 29th day of September 2020. Signed by our chairman. And I don't believe we have anyone here to accept this proclamation either, but we will make sure that it gets to the appropriate people. Thank you.
All right. And as we were talking about Air Products, again, a great example of manufacturing, clean manufacturing jobs, which is what we want. We don't have a proclamation, but I just want to say congratulations to our own Tampa Bay Lightning for winning the Cup last night.
Yeah.
I know many of us probably stayed up late. I see Misty's wearing the colors. Good job. Reggie is also. But, I was thinking about it. I think that hockey was one of the first sports to come back
Yeah.
that we were able to watch
They
and
worked in a
participate
bubble.
in. And, some of us get a little addicted to that kind of stuff, but it was very exciting. So I'm sure hopefully they'll have some way to celebrate. I got a kick out of watching last night, the people in the street screaming, "Let's pray for them all." No one had a mask, and they were screaming very loudly. So that was my thought. All right, well, at this point, we're going to go to citizens' comments on future agenda items. This is something that's not on today's agenda, but is something you would like to perhaps see on a future agenda. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the board on a future agenda item, something that's not on today's agenda? All right. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close comments on future agenda items. And we'll move.
Point of order, do we have call-ins, or did that stop, or
Do we have anybody on the phone?
We do not, Madam Chair.
Okay.
do we have the number listed where people are being able to look?
I don't know if we did that. Are we doing that today? Do we know?
Yes, all the call-in information is on our website, mymanatee.org.
Okay, imanatee.org. And I assume that will be something that will continue into the future.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chairman.
I wasn't sure about that as well. So, okay, thank you. All right, now we're going to move to the consent agenda. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address any item that's on the consent agenda? Anyone on the phone?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, we have a motion.
Second.
Second.
A second, Steve, you jumped in. I appreciate that, but I heard Misty first, so we have a motion by Commissioner Trace, second by Commissioner Servia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, we're moving right along. Okay, at this point, we're going to go to our regular agenda. Not the 10 o'clock time certain. We're going to go to
Advisory boards?
41?
41.
item number 41. Okay. 41 is, well,
That's the public safety thing.
appointments to the
have-
Public Safety Coordinating Council.
Dr.
Please.
Remy's there to address the board.
Who? Oh, okay.
Staff, go ahead. Hello?
Yes, this is just a request to confirm the 4 positions. We have probation, we have our local director of substance abuse from Centerstone, we have Bradenton Police Department. These, according to statute, serve for a 4-year term, so every 4 years we come back before you to get those renewed. And that's it. All the other positions are by statute, so they're just an automatic based on who's ever serving the position. So the state attorney, the public defender, circuit judge, county judge, our chief correctional officer, our sheriff, our state probation administrator, and the chair of the Board of County Commissioners or another county commissioner, and who also serves as chair of the board. So all of those are just an automatic renewal every year, with the exception of the 4 that I'm asking to be approved from those agencies.
Okay. Questions? Carol?
We didn't get it till, during this meeting, so I skimmed through it real quick, but the attorney had brought up a comment that actually made sense and never even thought about it before, but he said, some of the 4-year seats have been rolling in nature without the Board of County Commissioners taking a formal action to appoint the members. I'm not concerned with this practice. However, since as a practical matter, there is no possibility of appointing someone other than the persons presently occupying the described positions. So I didn't know if there wanted to be any kind of discussion or, I never heard of a concern, but actually, if you think about it, it has always been the same people for years, since the 13 years I've been here. It's on the second page of his memo. I just looked under, he highlighted it.
Well, Carol, I guess I have to question. So you're saying it's always been the same people, but the people are different?
Positions, no.
Same
Doesn't say that.
positions?
Yeah.
Okay,
But what
so-
he's saying, there's no opportunity as a practical matter to appoint someone other than the persons presently occupying the described positions. Because usually we just appoint the people, reappoint them, which is fine with me. It was, Bill Clague's here. Maybe he can clarify it since the attorney's the one that made the opinion.
Well, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I have to be honest with you, I thought Mr. Palmer was going to be here to cover this one. I don't see his
I can
memo.
clarify if you want help, Mr. Clague.
I'm sorry,
If
that's
you
fine.
need- If you need assistance, I can help you with that.
Yeah, I don't see this memo in the agenda item.
It's just got added. It's on the agenda, the electronic agenda.
So what the memo
not
did was
bring it.
clarify for the Public Safety Coordinating Council. So the Public Safety Coordinating Council decides on the additional members. The seats that you see is for additional members that the Public Safety has approved. So the Public Safety Coordinating Council took a vote to add those additional members in Section K of the statute. So if you, Section K of the statute lists those agencies. So it asks for representatives from county and state jobs programs and other community groups who work with offenders and victims. So the Public Safety Coordinating Council, yes, for many years, these positions have been on a rolling basis. They've been from the same agencies because those are the agencies that the Public Safety Coordinating Council has requested be added as additional members. And then you don't see names, you say agencies, because sometimes we had people that would leave or retire, so we wanted the agency to still have the seat and not the person. So when the person left, every year we would have to come back before you and ask you to approve the person because, the person left. So the public safety decided to begin appointing the agencies to the board to fill that Section K of the statute.
Okay, so what we have is a resolution, R12.212, which lays out, implementing the statutes, it says, lays out who's in the Public Safety Coordinating Council. The last K says representatives from county and state jobs program and other community groups who work with offenders and victims appointed by the chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners to 4-year terms. And the matrix lists all of them, and then those individuals appointed are also listed. So theoretically, since the board, the Board of County Commissioners could do a new resolution at any time to appoint these people? They're not locked in? I'm not sure what the concern is.
I am not either, to be quite honest. I think it's okay for it to proceed.
Should we continue it until you?
Well, I can't imagine it would be on the agenda if Mr. Palmer felt that there was something illegal about this, but if you would rather continue it, you're welcome to do that.
No, I just wanted it clarified, because that doesn't really clarify what his comment was highlighted. Do you have the highlighted copy, Bill?
I do not. I do not have
it's
a
on our
copy.
agenda.
I am not able to get to it, and I've not received one. So why don't you, I'm sorry.
I just sent you a copy.
Cheri just sent it.
All right, well, why don't we hold off?
We
We
can
can-
on the fly. I'll need to look at it.
Yeah.
I can't do that in the middle of this discussion.
Right, that doesn't make
I'm
any sense.
okay with the board proceeding with it if you want to, but if you would rather wait to get clarification on that, I'll take a look at it. We can talk about it this afternoon.
Right.
Perhaps I can call Mr. Palmer.
As the chair, I'm just.
I was going to defer to you, Reggie, and ask you how things are going with the Public
Things are
Safety
going
Coordinating
well.
Council.
I don't want to create, an uproar from the Public Safety Council. I think this is just for clarification purposes, not necessarily to alter or deter anything from what we're doing within the Public Safety Council. There are no issues. There are no issues. I think this is format, to be honest with you, at max. Do we have any issues, Commissioner Whitmore, or concerns?
I just read the memo from the attorney that just brought something up, so at least Bill asked if we could bring it up later, and then he could at least read what Cheri just sent him. I don't have any problems, never have had, but something was raised by our attorney, highlighted for us to look at, and there's probably no issues at all. I'm not saying there is at all, Reggie. I think we should just let Bill look at it.
All right, well, I would suggest if we want our attorney to look at it, he's the only attorney here, and so we have to give him time to do that. I would suggest we bring this up after a lunch break.
Right, today.
And again,
I would sit there and say, if it ain't broke, why are we trying to fix it?
I don't know. I would bet, I'm going to ask, I don't have to bet. How many of you read this memo from the county attorney?
Just now.
Well,
Just
just now,
now.
okay.
No, it came this morning. It came this morning.
No, it came in the updates yesterday.
I did not read it. I will
Well, then
admit, I
let's
did not
wait
read it,
till
so
after
I don't know
lunch.
what the concern is. I don't know if there is a concern. I've not looked at it. So I would suggest that we defer this item until after the lunch break so that our attorney that is here will have a time to look at this. Does anyone have a problem with that?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you, staff. You've done your job. Don't worry.
You've done your job.
Don't worry. We'll get back to it. We don't know exactly.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. We just want to
Okay.
make sure.
All righty. Okay, next we're going to go to advertised public hearings. The first advertised public hearing is item number 43, approval and execution of LDA 1302 R3, amended and restated local development agreement for the villages of Amazon South. This is quasi-judicial. So I'll ask, has there been any ex parte communication on this quasi-judicial item? All right, this is the second hearing, I believe, on this item. Are we going to have a presentation from staff? Oh, hey, Clark, come on forward to the microphone.
We need to swear them in.
Oh, and we actually need to swear everybody in too, don't we? Because it is quasi-judicial. Thank you. Anyone who thinks they may speak on any of the quasi-judicial, and I think we only have 2 today, items, please stand so that you could be sworn in if you think you may speak. Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations you're about to make to the County Commission are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name and if you have been sworn.
Good morning. Thank you. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director, Traffic Management at Public Works, and I have been sworn. This is the second of 2 public hearings on the Villages of Amazon South Local Development Agreement. We have held the first hearing about a month ago, and In that time, we've made some small changes to its companion LDA, but there have been no changes to the Villages of Amazon South agreement. But as a procedural matter, we are to present the matter to the board twice. I don't have anything to add to the record on the Villages of Amazon South agreement, but if there are questions that the county commission has, I'm available, and the applicant's representative is here as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll hear from the applicant. We're in a land use hearing mode, so we're supposed to hear from the applicant first. So we'll go to the applicant, and then we'll have questions. Mr. Vogler?
Sworn. I would echo what Clark said. There have been no changes from the last time. The next one had a couple of changes. I recall the discussion last time was on the other document, which is a companion largely. And so this, just to remind the board, this is an agreement that was negotiated between us and adopted in 2014. Our project has changed a little bit, the legal definitions of the land and so forth, but the agreement itself is fundamentally the same. So there have been no real substantive changes. We've collapsed the agreement to take the things, to show the things that we have done that we had promised to do. And so the staff and us are in agreement on this. And I would remind the board that there didn't seem to be any substantive questions about this one, but I could give more detail if you wished.
Okay, thank you. Does board have any questions for the applicant? Carol?
Ed, when I was looking at this Sunday, I was having deja vu. Wasn't this a pretty rough meeting about a month ago? And I think the main person that had concerns was Commissioner Baugh. No, it was Commissioner Benac.
Well,
Now,
I never really remember who personally had the concerns.
I do. I just remember sitting here for hours. I remember sitting here for hours listening back and forth.
Yeah, it's a great philosophical question, because the question really is, when should the county in advance make credit agreements with developers?
I couldn't remember.
And it's a policy question,
Right.
and it's reflected in these agreements. And as it relates to this particular one, I don't think those policy questions are presented because it's so old and it's been in place. And so when we get to the next public hearing, we'll see, if any of the unnamed commissioners have any further questions.
Well, since my name was named, I don't believe I was unnamed. I did not have questions. There are two applications. I don't believe it was ours, Carol, but yes, I did have questions, and I will have questions on the next application. But I do not have questions on this application, in case you needed clarity for that.
So get ready, I guess.
Okay, are there any questions for staff? I think staff, your report is complete, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any questions for staff? All right. Seeing no one come forward, please, I'm going to open it up for public comment. If there's anyone who'd like to make comments on item number 43, which is an LDA for the Villages of Amazon South. Is there anyone who'd like to address the board on this application?
Motion to approve as recommended by staff.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to close public comment. Steve, any questions before we go to the vote?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right. 44 is approval and execution of LDA 1802, Local Development Agreement for Haval Farms. This is also quasi-judicial. If you'd like to just introduce the item, then we'll go to the applicant. Clark?
Good morning. Thank you again. Clark Davis, Public Works. This item is the second of two required public hearings for the Haval Farms Local Development Agreement. This is a new local development agreement for a development located adjacent to the Villages of Amazon South, the site for which you just heard a local development agreement. There's some overlap between the two projects. One of the things between these two developments, they will account for a little over 2 miles of Fort Hammer Road right-of-way and construction. So one of the things that we found as we were reviewing the LDA between hearings was an error related to the length of the portion of Fort Hammer right-of-way that is to be dedicated within the Haval Farms development. So before you today, you have substantially the same agreement that you saw at the beginning of September, but with a couple of corrections and one addition. The corrections are to indicate that the first hearing was held before the board. There is a recital that incorrectly identified that first hearing as being before the Planning Commission. It corrects the length of Fort Hammer right-of-way to be dedicated within the property, a corresponding area calculation and dollar amount associated with that. And it has some provisions related to the timing of potable water lines within the project. The potable water system is to ultimately be looped through the Haval Farms development, and we introduced a provision that lets the timing be better coordinated with county activities in the same area. So it basically makes it, a mutually agreed upon loop rather than on the developer's schedule only. But that is the extent of the revisions to the Haval Farms agreement.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the applicant. Was there any ex parte communication on this one? Okay, thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ed Vogler. I have been sworn. I represent the applicant of this matter. And I'll take my cues from you, but I would like to summarize a few of the important things about this agreement. The Haval Farms is an approved project with a general development plan for 82,000 square feet of commercial and approximately 3,800 residential units. This document implements a regional connection strategy for the Manatee County Thoroughfare Plan that we have negotiated with your staff. And there are two major roadways on the functional transportation map, Fort Hamer Road, which is a north-south connection. And I'd like to remind the board that under other agreements, we are extending and constructing Fort Hamer Road from US 301, which of course goes south across the bridge and connects to Lakewood Ranch Boulevard, and north now through past the new high school, past what will be State College of Florida's facility, through our project, and plan to go even further north. And so December of 2017, there is an agreement between Anil Communities entity and Manatee County to proceed with the design and construction of 3 segments, A, B, and C. And all of those are under development now, except for C, which is awaiting some additional right-of-way. The only reason I mention that is it has nothing directly to do with the Haval Farms LDA. However, it informs all of us about the North County Regional Transportation Policy, of which this agreement is part. Now, as to the east-west road, which is through our site, Road FF, but it extends on the thoroughfare plan to the east through several properties that have received development approval on the east side of the property and connects to State Road 62. It extends to the west through property generally known as the McClure property and will provide a connection to Sawgrass, which is also on the regional transportation thoroughfare map. And so we're familiar with all of these because our Summerwoods project donated right-of-way for Sawgrass. And I've also had the pleasure of working on the Parish Holdings DRI, where we also committed right-of-way for that roadway. So every one of the projects that surrounds us is benefited by these roadway networks, and that's why even after a complete re-review following the last meeting, we're here today with very few changes and a recommendation that you proceed. We believe this is the right policy consideration. It's an integrated and negotiated agreement. I'd like to make just a brief comment on the changes from last time. Clark Davis mentioned that there was an error, and he's correct, and I want to describe the effect of this error. The agreements actually overlap because they cover the same roadway and the GDPs connect to each other. And so there was a double count of credit. And it was a $422,000 double count in the developer's favor, right? So let's first credit your staff because they found that, they saw it, and fixed it. And that's very, very important. But there's also something else I'd like to explain about that. is if you read the language of the agreement itself, the developer was entitled to that. It's not an error in the agreement. It's an error in, it's not an error in the definitions of the agreement. It's an error in the calculation of the credit. And so, of course, as soon as we observed the overlap, we immediately said, of course, let's correct it. And that's a credit to the developer as well. So the staff gets credit, the developer gets credit, and these are important matters. We're not legally, but we're relationship-wise partners in these things. We're contracting parties together. We have to work together, our staffs, your staff, and our principals, and we believe that that's very important. John Neal is the principal, and he's here with me today, and if he wants to add something or answer any questions, he'll be available to do that as well. But at this point, I will pause and await your further inquiry.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Okay, I just have a question. How long have you been in negotiations on this local development agreement?
I'd say probably 2 years.
2 years. And of course, this is a project that has, it's Haval Farms and Villages of Amazon are all being built by the same group, I guess to say, right? So the creation of these local development agreements has been kind of a trade-off back and forth between them a little bit. Is that correct? I just say that because I know the road changed from being in one to going to the other, right? I mean,
The reason I'm stuttering with the answer is because the primary developer, the primary originator is the Neal Communities entity. But the Amazon land is a different partner than the Haval Farms land. Okay, different partners. And so when you say that there are trade-offs between the two partnerships, that's not really right. Because we, on the Neal side, we have to treat each of our partners properly under their agreements. And so I don't think there have been those types of trade-offs. There's clearly been the ability for us to coordinate. And what I think is probably the most descriptive answer is that in our Amazon project, we had what was called a phase 4. And it was north of the power lines, and it was in a difficult place to develop as part of Amazon. When we acquired Haval, we decided to integrate phase 4 into Haval, thereby removing it from Amazon. But the ownership didn't change. So the GDP lines changed, right? But the ownership of the right-of-way never changed. So what you had is the same entity, it's called North Manatee Investment, LLC, owned phase 4, owned the adjacent right-of-way. It was originally in Amazon, now it's in Haval, but nothing has changed about the road. But I think you can see how the agreements have to work. But it's not trade-off between the properties.
Thank you. And it is complex, and I get it that this is not everybody's thing to deal with land use issues, but this is a very, very large agreement for the county when we talk about building out the thoroughfare network and the costs, how the costs are going to be allocated to who, what the credits are going to be. So where I understand that not everybody likes to talk about this stuff, I do find it very important. So thank you. I think you've clarified what the application is. Now I'm going to go to staff. Staff, if you would like to comment, and I'd like you to comment. I really do appreciate you taking another look at this and finding this error, if you will. If you might just talk a little bit about that since the applicant talked about it. If you have a question for the applicant?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Excuse me. Carol had a question for the applicant.
Yeah. During this recent silly season, I just want to ask you a question. Can we sit here today and not approve any of this that's come before us? Stop your project, say we have too much building in your area, we're not going to do it.
Well,
As the attorney to the applicant.
I would say that the Board of County Commissioners has lots of power to enter into agreements, and you haven't signed it yet. But it would be inconsistent with the traditions and the collaboration that we've had. And anybody that wants to suggest that, I would say to them that we can show you example after example after example of public-private partnership collaborations that are in the best interest of the community. And what always bothers me, frankly, all right, short soapbox, I'm running for nothing, but what bothers me is when people say, well, it benefits the developer, Well, my gosh, yes, of course, we have to have a road, but we're not doing this for the benefit of the developer. We're doing this for the benefit of our comprehensive plan. Right. And for all those people that want to say, well, how come you don't plan? Well, my goodness, we are. So
Thank you.
That's the short soapbox.
And of course, this is a local development agreement, not a rezone. I mean,
right.
Bill, you wanted to comment on that?
I do. Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is not like a land use application to entitle property. So the board does exercise its contractual discretion with local development agreements, and the board can say no to them. That is within your legal rights. I think that Mr. Vogler's points are well made. I've been involved in every significant transaction with developers by Manatee County for 17 years. And we take the responsibilities very seriously of looking out for the county's interests in those transactions. And I'll be quite frank with you, there are some developers with whom we have a greater comfort level than others in taking on the big responsibilities of building large infrastructure components like utilities and roads. And this is one of them whose track record with us has been very good. When they say they're going to build something, it gets built. We haven't always had that experience. There is risk involved in these transactions, but we look at that carefully, staff and the attorneys, so it doesn't come to you without that scrutiny and that very, we have a high level, high sense of responsibility to make sure we're bringing deals to you that are reliable and that do not put the county at inappropriate risk for what goes on with developers.
Thank you.
Thank you, and it is a deal. I mean, it's a local development agreement. That's why I asked, how long have you been negotiating this deal? And I think that's important, and I have no doubt that you're negotiating it in good faith. I'm going to go to staff if they have something they want to add presentation-wise. And again, I appreciate the double look at this. I'll take a teeny bit of credit, maybe because I raised so many questions at the last one, they took another look at it. So I'm thankful for that. So Clark, go ahead.
I'll put the GDP for Haval Farms on the document camera if that should help. And it's open. So you had asked where the changes had come about between the hearings, and as Mr. Vogler explained, there's a portion of the property that's of Haval Farms that's owned by North Manatee Investment. It will be hard to pick up here, but there is a line with a step in it. And the corresponding Fort Hammer Road right-of-way, which is the darker gray portion shown there, where none of Fort Hammer has been built to date, but all of that is now North Manatee Investment property within Haval Farms. Previously, the portion of Fort Hammer south of there had been constructed, and as we go back and forth on terms in an agreement, I think somewhere the right-of-way with nothing built in it got conflated with the right-of-way that still needed to be dedicated or something along those lines. But regardless, it's that portion of the right-of-way shown in dark gray below FF Road that had effectively been double counted. It's still a responsibility under the terms of the Amazon LDA. And so the Haval agreement was amended so that it only included the portion of FF Road to the north of that connection point to their north boundary. And that is the extent of it, because now Haval will not dedicate that right-of-way because Amazon's doing it, but they will construct within that right-of-way because they need it for access from where it ends now at the Bella Lago entrance up to approximately FF Road.
Thank you. And, I think as long as we're talking kind of big picture items, there is a perception that the county builds all the infrastructure and when development comes along, right? I mean, we hear it all the time. Why is a county putting money into building, all this infrastructure for development? Well, the reality, as shown in this agreement, it is the development group that is building the infrastructure. But it's a question, is the infrastructure serving only the development or is it serving others, right? Is it serving the county? And so generally, right, Clark, when a developer comes forward, they get credit for what they build beyond what they need. And that's why I raised the question, because in the last hearing that I had not seen prior, where the county gives full credit for the dedication of all the right-of-way. That was my question. And I'd not seen that in an agreement. And I had a discussion with Clark. Maybe you could just kind of update what you told me most recently.
So part of what we were discussing as sort of a conversation during land use briefings yesterday, but this is a land use matter on a regular day, so it made some sense, was those provisions in our land development code that require developers, when their properties are traversed by a portion of a thoroughfare, to construct that thoroughfare. That's paraphrasing, but the plain language of the code, that gets tempered a bit by how much we can exact from developers. And I offer this testimony to you as a lay person. If legal needs to correct me, we should allow that. But when we enter into these agreements, we're balancing those things and deciding what portion of it should be given credit, which portion of it's considered site-related. The terms in our code are site-related and system improvement, where a system improvement is adding capacity to our major roads. For two-lane roads, we have some provisions in our impact fee procedures that you could call, say, the default provisions. When we enter into these negotiations, we sometimes vary from that just because there's not sort of a one-size-fits-all solution for these things. And in this particular case, for FF Road, the major road running east-west through the property, we ended up with language that called for the county to reimburse for 100% of the right-of-way costs, but rather than using the default formula, if you will, for splitting the construction costs, the developer proposed to pay 100% of the cost for the two-lane local road that would serve a development like this, and only anything over and above that would qualify for credits. From staff's perspective, this moves the, say, big half of the road construction cost onto the developer side of the ledger, while putting all of the right-of-way cost onto the county side of the ledger. And from calculations, we don't know exactly what construction costs are today, but we do have the right-of-way cost baked into the agreement. We think that we, as the county, either breaks even or comes out ahead in that arrangement, and therefore we support the language that's in the agreement and have it in the agreement that's still before you today.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Clague.
Well, I'll just add to that, if I may.
Please speak
Yes,
directly to the
ma'am.
microphone. I know you have a soft voice and so.
If I may, this is a tough one to understand for people who don't have expertise in planning and infrastructure. We're talking about the distinctions between site-related and non-site-related with respect to both right-of-way and construction. From a legal standpoint, when you're in an LDA context, the board has discretion to work out a transaction that is, what the staff and the board feel is the best deal for the county, or a good deal for the county. And I think that's what Clark is saying, basically, that it's a wash in terms of, having some stuff on the right-of-way side of the ledger that maybe historically we haven't given credit for. And I think that's what you meant, Clark, right? It was credit, not reimbursement.
Right.
We're not actually paying. We're giving them impact fee credits. And then putting on the developer side all of the construction cost, which is not always what you see, but it is within the board's discretion in an LDA.
Thank you. And I think we had a very good discussion at the last hearing about the need to plan for roads, to buy roads up front, that you're buying them over time. I think it was all a very good discussion, but I'm not going to apologize for taking a position that I thought was protecting the county's best interest in something that I have negotiated before development agreements. I've never seen one where the developer gets full credit. I had to be convinced why this was the best deal for the county. I represent the county, so I believe I was doing my job. John, you are standing there holding a laptop. Did you have something that you wanted to add to this discussion? I didn't want to leave you out since you look prepared, and I know you're very involved in long-range planning for our roads. So.
Nothing specific, Madam Chair. John Osborne, and I have been sworn. I was going to provide some background information of why we typically do LDAs. That conversation, I believe, came up last time, and it's really to the goal for us is to have a fair deal, to public-private partnership, but to get the infrastructure built right the first time. If you rewind back to before the Community Planning Act of 2011. Developers used to be required to do multiple off-site improvements. If you live out areas that are developing, like in Parish and Lakewood Ranch, you may experience one construction project at an intersection near you, and then 3 or 4 years later, it's all torn up and replaced with something different. Then fast forward another 3 or 4 years, and there's another improvement that goes on. Because multiple developers are required to do multiple improvements for projects off-site. With the LDA, though, that's our only tool really these days to get things built right the first time, to get the roads built, get the right-of-way established, and for most importantly, to get our utilities infrastructure, the pipe sizing, consistent with our master plans. Otherwise, the developer will build a little 2-lane road when it's envisioned to be a future 4-lane. We'll get a little pipe in there to serve just them, but when the future plan is to serve an entire area with a bigger pipe, you need to get it the right place underground in the full width right-of-way the first time. Otherwise, you're tearing up stuff, and it's just wasteful and expensive. And as somebody who lives out in those areas, it's sort of frustrating to see sometimes the multiple construction projects like they used to happen over and over again, constantly removing something that was still fairly new and an investment, then tearing it up and replacing it with something. So the LDAs are one of our few tools left remaining in the toolbox that gives us an advantage and get things built right the first time. Yeah, it does cost us some impact fee credits in the get-go, but it's sort of like a today's value thing. Otherwise, if you fast forward in the future, you're going to be trying to buy that right away, probably from that HOA. And that can be much more expensive, much more challenging, just for that community as well. So we try to get stuff ahead of the curve if we can. And you only can really do these things with bigger projects. You can't do it with a little 200-unit subdivision kind of thing. The scalability of these big infrastructure improvements and agreements only really happen with the bigger projects.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I would just make one additional comment, just following up on John's remarks, because he referenced impact fee credits. And I understand, the dialogue about, are we spending money to build infrastructure that's serving new development? I've been hearing that my entire career. What the public needs to understand with these transactions is we're really talking about advanced spending of the impact fees that the developer is going to pay when the project builds out, which takes a long time, quite honestly. And that money can be used perhaps in other areas, but it has to be used to benefit new growth. Because you're talking about impact fees. We're not talking about sales tax dollars or general fund dollars. It's not readily apparent, I think, to the average person when you look at these rather complex agreements that that's what they're about, but they're really an advanced spending of the impact fees that they're going to pay, which have to be used for growth-related infrastructure by law.
Right, and I think this has been a good discussion. Carol?
John, you're the one I was going to call up. Clark said today's cost. We're doing an impact fee study now by law. We have to have a study every 10 years or 5 years, whatever it is. 5, okay. So we're doing one now, and we know that the costs are killing us to buy right away. I think the King Ranch to do 44th was $5 million that we had to pay of taxpayers' money to get that, to be able to build this road to go all the way out to, from Anna Maria Island almost, or Cortez 75th Street West to Lorraine Road. Right. Today's costs, to build a road right now, how much is it a mile? I've been saying $2 million, but I'm not sure anymore.
Yes, cost does increase, and Chad's approaching the microphone
Chad might have
and give us a more accurate
answer.
description of what a lane mile costs these days. One of the things we have to do in the impact fee study, though, is look back the past 5 years and what we've spent cost per lane mile. And we use those projections moving forward for the next impact fee study and update that we do. So that's why the impact fee study also takes some time put together. It's hugely data intensive. We have to go back and look through all the projects and figure out how much we did spend on right of way and how much it costs. And it's different in different areas of the county as well. But that's one of the things that we do consistently every 3 to 5 years. We update the impact fee study. And Chad may have a more accurate description of a per lane mile cost, but typically anywhere from 2 to 4 million, Chad, is that what we're seeing these days? Higher?
Higher?
Okay.
Oh, my gosh. How much?
Yeah, I mean, no two things are identical. Chad Butso, I have been sworn. Anywhere from 5 to 10 million can be your good base outside lanes, sometimes a 4-lane, but I mean, it all depends on your site. Some places require lots of fill, some places require a lot of extra off-site work if it's a difficult place for stormwater pondage. So anywhere from $1,000 to getting close to $1,800 a linear foot for building your road can
that's
be
obscene.
and it can vary. It's
Yeah.
site by site, it's a little different. Those are great bulk averages.
And the advantage of LDAs too, you also get to cooperate on the stormwater ponds and things
Right.
like that, which is a savings and efficiency for us and the developer.
And the
of that property.
developer can go out for bid, and he can get it, he has to comply with our standards, but he can
Right.
get it so much cheaper than government, and
Right.
that's another way to save. Again, we're doing this study, and costs are, as we see, are ridiculously, absurdly high. But we also know we're projecting in 21, 22, things to crash again. So, but unfortunately, that study will be done and we'll be at those high rates again. And I remember this happened before, since I've been in office, when we had the recession and we had to do another study and our rates actually went down. So it seems like they're always catching up because it's not the true picture of what's going on. I just can't believe it's that much money a mile. Thanks for at least telling us that. But when you're doing this study, and this is important, it's part of this project and many other projects, but what are your thoughts on that? I mean, how much longer is this study going to be done? And this goes to public hearing, and then we're looking at the future.
We'll be wrapping it up and we'll be bringing it forward to the board into this year.
Okay.
And so then we'll be looking at a public workshop, and then it'll go before the Board of County Commissioners for consideration of that new fee. And then there's a little bit of a time lag by statute when it becomes, when it gets to adoption. I believe it's like 3 months or so. So at the end of the year, we'll be bringing it forward to you, and it covers not just transportation, it covers public safety, its impact fees also cover the sheriff's office, parks, libraries, those kinds of things that are growth related.
So new growth pays for itself, for sure. Because our taxpayers, the 90-year-old at home that is homesteaded, that's been in her house forever, doesn't pay for Moccasin Wallow Road.
The impact fees are designed to pay for that capacity adding infrastructure. You have the choice as a board to use gas taxes or IST if you wanted to. But however, impact fees can only be spent on adding capacity for growth. We're not allowed to use them on resurfacing a road, fixing a pothole, doing any type of maintenance operation. They are only to be spent for growth and capacity adding infrastructure that are very specific and identified in this study.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I do think you've done a good job of clarifying this. One of the things that I struggled with was, yes, we're paying for a road FF, which traverses from US 301 to the west to where there's no planned road, no planned development right now. Is that a better use than putting the impact fees to Buckeye Road, for example, or perhaps to Erie Road? I mean, just because we know these other roads are very substandard, and but that does not appear to be something that we could do at this time, because it would really not. We couldn't get anything. Is that correct? I don't know who I'm looking at. We really couldn't get anything for Buckeye Road or even 301. And I will say I brought it up to DOT when they were here. Look, when are we going to get our share of improvements on US 301? We know what's going on in Hillsborough County. I mean, you drive Hillsborough County, 301 almost to the county line, it's being 4-lane. When is our time? But that was the other reason I brought it up, because it just seemed like, okay, FF Road is going to be a great road, but what about these roads that we already have?
Yes, Commissioner, it is a bit of a trade-off when you do an LDA sometimes, because you're going to be funneling your impact fees and the impact fee credits toward a certain project to get something done. And that's sort of our recommendation that we make to the board and any of these LDAs. And of course, you have the discretion. Oops, I keep hitting the microphone. You have that discretion to, of course, make a recommendation otherwise.
Yeah.
But it is a trade-off. Anytime you have a project that has an impact fee credit, that's where your money's sort of going to that and focusing on that thing to get that done. And Fort Hamer, and just like FF will be a someday road, Fort Hamer is the critical road for these two LDAs and getting that north-south connection done and getting another one in the county.
Okay. All right. And I agree 100% with what Carol said, that the developer can build the road much cheaper than the county can. That's just a given. And we need to continue that. And I know most of you all are in agreement with that. So I know you will continue to look at options to have public-private partnerships. All right. Any other questions for staff? Okay. I'll go ahead and go to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the board on this local development agreement? Please come forward, state your name for the record, and whether or not you've been sworn. You actually have to be sworn for this testimony.
My name's Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I was not sworn.
I didn't think so. Please, anyone who thinks they might speak under quasi-judicial, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and factual representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my only problem is, I wasn't coming here to talk to this, as you know. But my only problem is
Could you please state your name again? I'm
Andrew
sorry.
Griffin, Manatee County.
Thank you.
Okay, is that you're talking about Fort Hammer Bridge, and I'm sitting here thinking about the problems we already still have at Rye Road and Upper Manatee River Road. You've got all that construction back there, and you sit in traffic for 45 minutes to get down one lane of road, and you guys are still constructing there. Now you're going to go to the other side of the bridge to be constructing. I don't know the project or anything, but when you started saying Fort Hammer, I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute, we've got construction going Upper Manatee River Road, Rye Road. Everything is so congested back there. That hasn't even been resolved yet. And now we're going to add more construction, more roads to funnel in that way. I realize it's on the Palmetto side, but everybody's going to be using those two roads on Fort Hammer Bridge. I just think something needs to be discussed about that. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to address the board on this local development agreement? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. Carol?
Could somebody please clarify how far north Fort Hamer Road goes? Because Andrea has a good point, but it goes way north.
Yes, good morning. The portion of Fort Hammer Road that's the subject of this agreement lies north of Moccasin Wallow Road, so it's in the parish area. It does ultimately connect to Fort Hammer that goes across 301 and down and crosses the bridge and connects to Upper Manatee River Road. The key thing there is, though, that it does have to cross the bridge. The river is a dividing line between our northeast and our southeast impact fee districts. And so development that does work in the northeast district, the contributions that they make that are ultimately credit eligible, with very few exceptions, have to remain within that district. And the Rye Road area is far enough outside that district, it wouldn't be eligible for expenditure or contribution from these developments for that area. So we're trying to spend the money where we're limited on doing it and entering the agreement related to roads that have some bearing on the impacts generated by it.
Okay. And this development agreement, what is the term of this development agreement? Do you know how long this provides for? Generally, they provide for a longer term, right, of concurrency. Is that part of this development agreement?
The certificate of level of service compliance for Haval is not extended immediately. It is something that there's a provision where they have the option of extending it later. The overall term of the agreement, I believe, is for 30 years, but most of the operative provisions would kick into effect long before then.
Yeah. And I think that, yes, there's a lot of development happening in North Manatee County, no doubt. You know, Manatee County remains a very popular place to live for people to move from all over the country, maybe even all over the world. I don't really know. But that is, so when we enter into these kind of agreements, we do so with the plan of getting these roads built that are needed. Will we ever catch up with all of the roads? You have to understand that that is the goal, to be able to get all of these roads built up to standard. That's why we require development to build the roads to standards, because so much of the existing infrastructure wasn't built that way. So I guess what Clark explained, and I don't think it probably answers the question by Andrea at all, but the reality is that we have to deal with this developer in this location only by the laws that are in place in the state of Florida. That's all we can do. And we have to live with a lot of the existing, prior to us even having impact fees, prior to the 1980s when impact fees went in, we have to live with the deficiencies that were in existence at that time. Vanessa, maybe you can say it better.
Well, the sad part is, Andrea's right with what she said, and the key is for this board to figure out how to best get the roads built and improvements made that need to be done. I was just going to say that, again, and we've talked about this in the past, we look at the county as a whole, the needs in the county and what we need in our budget, et cetera, et cetera. But again, I've said it, I think 5 years now in a row, we're really past the point where we need to say the most important issue that we need to look at it as a county is infrastructure needs. And not just roads, water and sewer lines too. So, that's really where our focus, I think. I know that the county administrator had said infrastructure was going to be the main project this coming year. I realize that that's kind of been stopped a little bit because of COVID, but we just need to keep the eye on keep our eye on the prize. Infrastructure. Thank you. Carol?
And that's totally correct. Maybe a month ago, or a little month and a half ago, we just did a budget amendment because we have our reserves for our CIP plan that's long range, where we released $147 million for sewer and repairs throughout the county. We gave it to like 4 or 5 people for the bidding. So we've released that money to go out for bid to start working on these old aging pipes, et cetera. And unless you watch the meetings every week and look at the consent agenda, you kind of don't see that we are heavily working on infrastructure. Unfortunately, sometimes it breaks before we can get there, but we do have a plan, except when something happens and that kind of gives a hiccup. But yeah, we just released $147 million like a month and a half ago just for sewer.
Right, and that's why I asked the question about the length of the development agreement. It is done over time. The homes will be built over time, and over time we will get improvements. But, I couldn't sit here and say that that's going to fix all the problems in Manatee County. We're adopting the long-range transportation plan for funding by through the MPO. And sure, additional lanes on Fort Hamer are part of it. Certainly the bridges all have to be part of it. If we had had the money, we would have 4-laned Fort Hamer Bridge. Everybody says, why did the county only build 2 lanes? It was the lack of money. Mm-hmm. It wasn't the lack of planning. It was the lack of funding. We don't have, unlimited funds. But, Commissioner Baugh is saying that that's the #1 priority, and that'll be interesting to see how.
I said it should be. It takes a vote of 7 commissioners.
Well, I just can't help but think that I always hear the #1 priority is public safety. So, you got to have trade-offs. And I look forward to seeing how the board does fund everything that has been proposed to be funded. It's wonderful to hear that everything is going to be proposed to be funded in the future, and I look forward to watching to see how those checks are written.
I love it when you put words in my mouth.
Commissioner Trace.
Move to approve the recommended motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll give the applicant an opportunity to rebut because that is part of the procedure if they would like. I see hands up saying no, thank you. Okay, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think I've already closed public comment. We have a motion and a second. I'll give the motion to Commissioner Trace, second to Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right.
A little more excitement, Steve.
Thank you, Steve.
10 o'clock.
All right, we're going to go to, good. Thank you, Priscilla, for watching the clock for me. We're going to go to our 10 o'clock time certain. which is item number 46, approval and execution of partnership agreement with Moat Marine Laboratory. Should have taken a break.
Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Morning.
One moment.
What number? 40? Where are we?
46.
46, okay.
Morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board, Cheri, Coryea County Administrator, and I think we're joined by Dr. Michael Crosby in the back part of the room, and possibly also Kevin Cooper with Moat Marine. Dr. Crosby's the president and CEO of Moat Marine, and we're here to ask permission for the board to approve and authorize the county administrator to execute the partnership agreement with Moat Marine Laboratory. As you recall, back in February of this year, the county commission met and discussed a proposal from Moat Marine for a $5 million commitment from Manatee County with $1 million annually for over a 5-year period to help support promotions and tourism for the City Island Moat Marine Aquarium, and then also for future consideration of the Moat Science Education Aquarium that is proposed to be built near the property in the UTC Mall area. And the board had asked that the county administrator work with Moat Marine to bring this back. We're here today. We've had a successful negotiations with this agreement, and we'd like to thank Moat Marine. I wanted to mention Dan Beback, who started off with us and who is the vice president of Aquarium and Education with Moat, to help coordinate the beginnings of the discussion. Based on the request, we're bringing this back today. I'd like to mention that because also this item goes in front of our Tourist Development Council, that the Tourist Development Council has met and reviewed this in August. Now, the Tourist Development Council also had to be watching our tourist development tax proceeds, and I want to give the board and the public an update on this and talk just slightly about what this agreement does. This agreement assists with promotions for the current City Island site. It's marketing and promotion. It's a Convention and Visitor Bureau branded venue marketing, and it's visibility for Manatee County. And we have agreed together to review and accept the promotions and pre-sponsorship scheduling package of Moat Marine, which will allow Manatee County to have more visibility in Moat Marine's current project at City Island, and then also their new project with the Sea Aquarium. When the Tourist Development Council reviewed this project in August, I just want to bring to the attention of the board and on their behalf, part of the issue, as you know, everything's been affected by COVID-19. And at that time, as we were watching the proceeds collections for the tourist development tax, we were in the months of June and July were the deepest negative months that the county had seen. So with the projections of those months now being in August, the Tourist Development Council was still looking at about a 32% negative in that regard when they were reviewing this. And so their concerns was about future proceeds. Let me just mention that in April of this year, we were actually running at a plus 24.05% in collections. In May, we took a huge dive, of course, and we were in the negative at negative 46%. In June, negative 73%. In July, negative 32%. Then in August, negative 21%, and our most recent numbers for September are negative 14%. So as you can see, we're making a rebound. Currently, year to date, we're at negative 13%, and so as we're projecting forward, we foresee that we will be able to recover. And certainly we'll be coming back to the board with updates on this. This is part of the responsibility of the Tourist Development Council to follow these and to consider those within all the projects that they are considering in their realm, as well as our staff and Elliot Falcione, who is in charge of our Conventioners Visitors Bureau and manages all of your projects. So here today, we feel on behalf of the board and carrying forth with the board's recommendation that we're in a good position to continue. We feel that we can continue with this project, and you have in front of you the agreement for an October 1 this year through September 30th. One of the important aspects of this is we'll be working directly with Moat Marine to bring back quarterly reports to the board in memos by the administration for trends that we're seeing in the return of tourism, especially associated with this area. Any questions for myself or for Moat Marine?
Carol? Thank you. For being on the TDC for many years, and Misty's at the helm now. Their job is to look at the budget and make recommendations, and they're a recommending board only. And as Misty knows, our staff, the county administrators in the past, and you, have been given direction by this board, but also you've had to take the recommendations by the TDC and bring it up to us. So I appreciate it. I have no problems with Marine. What I do have issue with is Manatee County has other projects, so we're taking money out of our county to Moat, which I still think, and I've said this from day one because I was on the chair of the TDC when this first came to us, and it was at the Sarasota Airport when we had our meeting there. That was the first one. I have no problems, and I did say this is a regional destination, and this is good for everybody. All of us have gotten calls. This has gotten very political, which is unfortunate, but that's how the world is. And I've told quite a few that have called me even recently that I have no problem supporting this, but I want a commitment from this board. The TDC chair, Misty, I went to her first meeting, and she had her goals, and I think it was Moat Marine, this convention center, and Premier Sports. Those were her top 3 issues that she brought to the TDC. That's what I support. So in order for me to support this, I want, and I have no problems, I will vote for it, I want a commitment from this board that we will also move forward with the Convention Center project and Premier Sports. And I have a feeling if we approve just this, some other things won't get approved. And my citizens in Manatee County want our tourist tax to stay in Manatee County. This you can justify because it's regional, I think. But it's very important that we do this convention center because of this hotel that's going next door, this 4-star hotel, and also Premier Sports, which we desperately need to keep maintained. So I'm asking the board somehow, maybe after we vote for this, that we also have a vote that we present to the TDC, however you want to do it, that our plan is to move forward with the convention center and Premier Sports. Because those are the top 3 issues from the TDC chair and from me. So I can't just vote for this today and say, oh, we'll talk about Manatee County issues later. I made a commitment to the citizens and the people that called me that I was going to bring this up.
Okay. I'll go to Misty next.
Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you, Cheri, for the great presentation, and I appreciate your comments too, Commissioner Whitmore. And of course, the challenge that our board has is we always have more needs than we have money, right? We were just talking about it in terms of infrastructure. It's always going to be the case. But I strongly believe that this is a wise investment of our TDT dollars. We're accomplishing a lot by agreeing to this investment, and maybe the most important thing we're accomplishing is visibility for Manatee County. We have a regional economy. We do. Manatee and Sarasota are becoming one and very dependent on one another. What I love about this agreement and this sponsorship of Moat is that we are not only putting our attention towards the TDT, the tourist development, but at the same time that we're doing that, we're promoting water quality improvements. And so I really feel that that's a great way to leverage our dollars. I'm always looking for that. I'm also very excited that Moat is currently and will become such a great educational partner for Manatee County. And that is just something that I can't even put a price tag on. So when we can promote tourism and we can accomplish these other things at the same time, I think that it is just really in our best interest to do so. And so I will be supporting this. I would like to make the motion for this for approval, since I have been behind this for so long. And so when you're ready, Madam Chairman, please let me know.
Okay, I think we're going to hear hopefully from Dr. Crosby. That's my plan, because I would like an update on where they are with their plans for the new aquarium. I haven't heard in a while, and I know things have been a little bit rocky with the economy. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, a couple of things. Cheri, when the TDC, I never saw the meeting, I apologize, and I can't discuss it with their chair on this board. I know that they wanted us to reconsider Moat, but were there any other projects that they wanted us to reconsider, or was that strictly about Moat?
That was the agenda item they were discussing. So there was a individual agenda item. So at that time,
I'm sorry. Can you tell me what that
it was the actual request on the Moat.
Okay.
And looking at, there may also be a need to amend the plan, the tourist development plan, and so they were addressing the current project, and it was directed just towards Moat at that particular time. But let me add, we have talked to the board on numerous occasions. We've done briefings with the board on the other two projects that were named, the expansion of the hotel and its impacts of an expansion here with the convention center. And I think we would all agree that during these past 6 months, we haven't found a more valuable asset across the county than this convention center. It's allowed us to carry on our meetings. It's allowed the public to participate and join, but it is also part of our economy, and soon it will need to open back up and be available for the community. And so the partnership that we would have with the hotel next door is driven based on whether or not the hotel, how quickly the hotel can move forward. And so I appreciate that being brought up. We will be bringing that back to the board when we have new information. It is a project underway. The Premier Sports project as well is another asset, and we've briefed the board on that as well. So those two projects are additionally of great importance under the local economy. And I think there will be more projects coming along. Those will be taken as they come forward to Commissioner Servia, who is the TDC chair in that board, and we will communicate as we normally do with the board as bringing those back.
Okay, and on that note, that was going to be my next question, Cheri. You knew that. That's why. And as I recall, I mean, with what Commissioner Whitmore said, with all due respect, we're going to have 3 new commissioners on this board. And the other thing is that when Premier and the Convention Center were both brought up initially, there were questions that still remained. So I'm glad to hear you bring that up, Cheri, because I do think that these projects are very important to Manatee County, absolutely, but I don't think it should be tied to Moat because it is a separate situation. So, and it does not reflect in any way, shape, or form on Premier, and the Convention Center. Those are 2 separate entities. So that was my thought. Thank you.
I would say, as I've heard you all mention before, money's the actual answer. Right. As money becomes available, as the projects move forward in sequence, when they're ready, we'll bring them back.
Okay, Priscilla, and I've got a question.
Okay, I will not be supporting this as it is. I might consider $1 million over 5 years. I think I was the one that talked whenever the last meeting. I do not like spending money we do not have. We were projecting this on the growth. Obviously, we're not growing. We're going backwards. And yes, I understand what it is, but I've always had problems spending this much money on money that technically is not in the bank. I understand it's a great project, but I think we have great projects right now too. The economy, it's all construction prices and everything you have are gone up. cost of roads, what it was, 2 to 3 million. Right now, it's between 5 and 10. You can project something out 2 weeks ago, and I know lumber companies and stuff, they're only holding prices for 7 days because they're not just going up a little bit, they're going up huge. And with Premier Sports and this building, and then to just spend that money, that's money you're going to need here today because we already have those projects, so to speak, kind of in the pipeline. And I don't like throwing this one into the front. So unless we change the dollar signs, I will not be voting for it.
Yeah, and I guess that's a question. I mean, obviously, it is a money deal. So do we have, we have a capital improvement plan, 5 years, and it estimates the revenues that are going to be available. I assume we have, and I've seen it. I haven't seen it recently, but that includes these other priority projects. Because I agree, where Moat is certainly a very exciting project, certainly is an incredible resource that we have in our region. We have, limited funds. So how is this laid out? Has the Tourist Development Council approved a budget which would, and obviously they haven't included this because they voted against it, but do we have staff bringing us this in a total picture with a budget that includes these other projects that are so important? I guess I didn't hear that.
The other two projects are not on the table yet for actual funding. You have not addressed those for actual funding. Those are projections. We did a presentation at this February meeting. At the time, if you think about when February was, those two projects were, moving forward. Right. They were at a more rapid pace than this particular project. That's completely changed at this point. The hotel project, we will be coming back very soon with you on a status update of it. But this particular project does take some funding out of the reserve if needed. The projections for the TDC funds are about 45 days in arrears. So when you look at these numbers here, this is not a closeout at negative 13% of this year yet. This is actuals year to date, and we'll be coming back to you with that. So this project is funded this year. This project is projected in your overall 5-year plan. It will also, though, be an annual review. And, it is part of a bigger picture for the Moat project, obviously. This commitment for City Island currently, though, is to promote the local area. And in the future, for the aquarium, it allows for the Manatee Habitat Project to be front and center with Manatee County's branding with it, and it's a part of that new Sea Aquarium. Their project, and I'm sure Dr. Crosby will address this, is much bigger than just Manatee County's commitment. And so I can't speak on how well they're doing from an overall project standpoint.
Yeah, and I we've been in a position where we're looking at long-range projects, again, the long-range transportation plan, we're looking at revenues, what the hit is being taken. We have a pretty good feel that things are coming back in Florida. Our tourism is bouncing back. But again, we don't know. It's hard to project. I guess I might be with Commissioner Ball. Maybe we should just wait for the new commissioners to come in and we have a better idea of what the revenues are at that point. I think this is a longer range issue. I want to hear from Dr. Crosby what the timing is. And I know that it's very, very important on such an important regional project like what's being proposed at Moat. I know that they want support of Manatee County, and I want to give them that support. But it is a question of resources. What we're going to
make a couple comments when you have a chance.
Sure. I'll go ahead and go to you, Steve. You have not had an opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
I just really have kind of I think maybe 3 questions. One is, the reserves in the TDC. Do we know what the reserves are in the TDC right now? Is question 1. Question 2 is the $5 million is $1 million a year over 5 years. At what time would that start having to be funded? I would think it would be a year or 2 out from now. before we would have to start writing those checks. And, third, I think I agree that those other items, the Civic Center, I think is a wild card. We have no idea, whether that hotel, I know they're over there working on it, but I see that again is something that's 2 to 3 years down the road. So yes, looking at today's economic situation, obviously is tourist tax dollars are down, but in the next 2 to 3, 4, 5 years, with our continued growth, I've got to believe those numbers are going to come back. So it's not like we're giving the $5 million check to them today. It's a 5-year commitment at $1 million a year. I think we have more than enough adequate reserves that if things didn't get better, we could continue to honor that obligation to moat. And it is a regional project. And I think it's just something that would be very advantageous to the tax dollars, or tax dollars, if you will, coming in as far as filling up all those hotels and restaurants on the north side of University Parkway over time. So that I think this is a single item vote as to whether we want to continue funding the moat thing, which I'm in favor of. But I think the other 2 items are something that the next board will need to look at over time, and then look at where our revenues come in. Has it increased, which I'm going to guess it will, just because of the economy and our location and the people moving in here like crazy. It's talking to home builders, they can't build things fast enough. It's one of the industries that is truly just blowing the doors off, no pun intended, on bringing people in that are going to increase tax dollars and tax revenue in all sorts of different areas. So, I'm in favor of it, like I say, but I'm curious as to when, and maybe Dr. Crosby, when he comes up, can explain when he thinks the first time we're going to be writing that check for the first $1 million is going to be. And then I'm also curious as to what the amount of the reserves are in the TDC that we currently have in place. Thank you.
All right. Cheri, did you want to respond?
Yes. While Director Brewer's coming forward to give you the reserve amount, I didn't bring my documents up with me on that. She'll answer that. But let me answer the timing for the actual funding. Commissioner Johnson, it's $1 million annually. We will be distributing that upon execution of this agreement, and then we will be working with them on receiving the documents for their promotions. It is annual, though, so there will be $1 million put out here if this agreement is executed, and it'll be addressed on an annual basis at this time each year for the next 5 years.
Right.
Okay, so it'll be an immediate funding in the next 30 to 60 days if we sign this agreement, is what you're
Yes,
Right.
telling
next
me.
30 days or less.
Okay.
And Jan's going to answer the question about
Yes,
reserves.
Director Brewer's going to give the current reserve amount.
Commissioners, good morning. Jan Brewer, Director of Financial Management. Sorry.
I'm looking up there.
Currently, we're projected, and it's pretty much on path to end this year with $3.9 million beyond your 20%. So there's your savings account is the 3.9. Next
Right.
year, as it plays out, that actually goes down to 2.9. But at the current time, it's on path for about 3.9. But all the
So
numbers
you-
have not finished for this year.
All right. So we have the money in the reserves that we can fund this $1 million commitment at this point, in your opinion?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And just to close out on the third question that Commissioner Johnson had about the Convention and Visitors Bureau expansion, we actually think that is going to come sooner rather than later. However, as you have mentioned, and as Commissioner Johnson brought up, that's driven by the hotel deal. and where that stands. And so I would definitely say to you in the next 30 to 60 days, and if it needs to wait until the new board is seated, we will come back and do an update on the status of that project and on the Premier status.
Yeah, well, I'll just clarify. I don't see any need to wait on anything. I'm just saying if this question, if there wasn't the money there, then I don't want to be obligating future boards to say that they've got to spend money that we don't have. I certainly would not. I don't think that would be a wise move
Yes.
on this board's behalf.
Right. We would not have brought it forward, Madam Chairman, if the money, that we did not feel we had the ability to provide it without hindering other already approved projects.
Right. Okay, and county attorney, assistant county attorney, wanted to clarify.
I do. Like all of the agreements that we bring forward where we don't have money on hand, this agreement includes a provision that says it is subject to the annual budgetary discretion of the board to budget the funds to fund the payments each year. If it didn't, it would violate Florida statutes. So it does not bind future boards. They're going to have to each year budget the money. But that is true with virtually every agreement we sign, with very few exceptions.
Okay. I pushed back the time for the break, and I just want to make sure the clerk is okay continuing for a little while. I know we probably need a break. I'm sorry. I should have taken it before we took this item up. Do you want a break? I hate to do this in the middle of a discussion, but I should have taken it before we came up. I'll go back around when we get back up. I see y'all want to speak again. I promise you I'll go back around, but we're going to take a 5-minute quick break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, short break, we're back.
It was 5 minutes.
We'll go ahead and go to Misty. I'm going to go back around the room with comments.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say, and I think it's already been said, but just to emphasize that a very conservative approach to this agreement was taken by staff. You know, staff waited until after the budget was approved to ensure that, conservatively speaking, there was going to be enough money. They do a very good job of that. And so, you know, that money is available. And just like we were talking about the roadway improvements with the last item, you know, we've got to stay focused on what the topic is before us today. We could talk about all these other things going on, just like we talked about the Fort Hamer Bridge isn't wide enough, and there's other roads that are substandard. But we had to stay focused on what was before us, and I'm asking the board to do the same thing today. We have an item before us to an agreement to fund Moat Marine with tourist dollars. None of this is from our citizens. This money came from tourism and will be used to promote tourism. And in my mind, it's one of the best ways we can promote tourism and accomplish so many other things at the same time. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
All right, Carol?
Tourism, I think somebody said, is down 14%. It was much higher. In my city, it's down 3%. I have a next door neighbor who had about 15 people in his house this week. And I looked online, and he charges $900 a night. And the island is pretty darn full. So tourism hasn't really slowed. In my city, I heard Bradenton Beach had drastically dropped, but I think it's moving up again. So, but what we're seeing is the rest of the county is suffering because Premier's not doing what they were doing before. We diversified, and we had our tourism sports events, IMG, et cetera. So that's where everybody's hurting. And fortunately for my city, or unfortunately for others, is that the islands seem to be doing better. My commitment is I am going to vote for this, but here's the rub for the citizens of Manatee County. Last time we brought this up, they said, what are you spending money outside the county for and nothing here? And so my commitment on a separate vote is to just ask the board to bring up at one of the next work sessions the plans so far, or the process of the convention center and Premier. And if it goes on to the next board, like Betsy said, fine. But I don't think we need to stop. I mean, you guys have been here for 4 years. You deserve to vote whenever, if something is ready. We're not pushing anything. So I am going to vote for Moat, but to me, to justify to all the citizens in Manatee County who I represent, is I'm spending $1 million a year in Sarasota County, and what am I committing to in Manatee? So that's why after this, I am going to make a motion that we move forward with the other two projects. We have had one or two commissioners that are very vocal not to do anything with the convention center, and I just think that we need to show the citizens that we're spending our tourist tax in Manatee County also. And this, and I've told every person that called me this, that I have no problems as long as we commit to that we are spending money in Manatee County. And I think that's about it, down 14%. Again, it's going to be a separate vote. I'm not going to separate it, but I am going to ask and respectfully ask the board to at least consider moving this forward. So when our citizens call and give us heck because we just voted on a project for Sarasota County, even though we know regionally it's going to be a good project, but nothing, and this board won't commit to spending something locally that's a very much needed project that the city of Palmetto has asked us to support, as well as every other, a lot of the other governments. I think we need to commit to that today too. That's all.
All right, we're going to go to Vanessa, and then I'm going to go to Dr. Crosby if he wants to come and just tell us kind of where things are at Moat. So go ahead, Vanessa.
Yeah, interesting conversation, good conversation. I would never want to approve anything if I felt we didn't have the money to do so. But obviously, we have the money with a 20% reserve on top of it, more than 20% reserves. So
I think the citizens of Manatee, at least in my area, I can't speak for the whole district, but in my area, the majority of people are very excited about this because it's good for all of the kids in school. They'll be going there. It's good for the adults to have a new place to go and spend the day. So Manatee will benefit from this tremendously. Plus, with what I gather, the deal that's been made, county administrator, on how Manatee County will be promoted. It's good for everybody. And what makes this even better is that, people know that this is not their tax money. This is bed tax. It has nothing to do with our residents, with any of the taxes that each of us pay. So that makes it even better. So for this to be, and I've had this conversation with a couple of the commissioners in Sarasota who are very much excited about this project as well. But one thing that we are talking about is it would be great for Sarasota and Manatee to do more regional items together because we are a region. And so it just gives us an opportunity to make Manatee and Sarasota better than it is today. And one thing I'm not sure about, I agree with Commissioner Trace. Lumber prices are going up, no doubt. Building is, it's never slowed down. It's still very hot in this area. I know she has more growth in her district, I think, than I do, but between the two of us, we see the majority of the growth in Manatee County. But thank goodness, like I said, this has nothing to do with impact fees, for that. I mean, this is all bed tax, but I think it's a good thing for Manatee County as a whole. My residents, the majority, I really haven't had any from my district that have complained. Everyone is looking forward to it, but I'm a district commissioner, not at large, so I do realize that that is a difference. But I'm looking forward to it. I will definitely be supporting it, and I want the building to start now. I want it done.
Okay. Well, let's hear from Dr. Crosby. Let's hear where they're at, what the plans are. I do know many people have gone out to moat because it's tough to find fun things to do, but that's one that I know people have enjoyed going out. And maybe a little grandchild of mine had a great time there not too long ago.
Awesome. Moat boat.
So go ahead and tell us what's going on out there.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. It's an honor to speak with you all again. And I do want to begin by sincerely thanking the entire commission for their unanimous leadership and support earlier this year of this very request. And I'm looking forward to hopefully having that same level of leadership and unanimous support for what is a significant investment for the citizens of Manatee County. When you start talking about jobs, we've just received nearly 40 bids for the first part of this project, and I can tell you that over 50%, the overwhelming majority of those bidding companies are located in Manatee County. And so when you look during just the 2-year construction period alone, a $280 million economic impact, you can do the math in your head. I don't think I want to say that publicly, but do the math in your head about who's getting the greatest benefit and where the jobs are coming from in the construction industry. After the new Science Education Aquarium opens, it's a $28 million a year annual economic impact. And basically, we're at a nexus location between the two counties on I-75, 3 million residents, and I'll bet you a heck of a lot of those 3 million, like the majority, are living in Manatee County. So, and you talk about 70,000 students, K-12 students, every single year are going to get STEM education experiences in these teaching labs that we're building at absolutely no expense to the school system. We're working with Manatee County school system right now to ensure that when those classes come in there, they are being the core curriculum criteria that the state of Florida requires, that the county requires, will be met. So we're helping the school systems, we're helping that next generation, we're helping the economy with Moat C, and we're helping the environment. There is no county line that red tide respects when it's coming to that. There is no county line that the snook and all the other fish respect. So this is for the school system, this is for the economy, this is for the quality of life of Manatee, and I applaud you all for making that wise investment for the citizens that you represent. Where we are, next month, we're breaking ground. And I'd like to have each and every one of you there for that. Next month. Blue-handled shovels, gold shovel head on it. This is the beginning of the future for Manatee County, for our entire region. I honestly think this is going to be one of the wiser investments that the county will have made for the long term. I love to see the economic expansion with hotels, but everybody coming here needs something to come to. And I think this is a strong message from this commission, from Manatee County, that we're back open for business. Okay, we're beating COVID. We want people to come back here again. And I think this sends that very, very strong message. So I look forward to having each and every one of you with us at the groundbreaking next month. You do have to wear a hard hat. And we'll see about the masks, about how far apart from each other we can be, since we'll be outside under God's sunshine at that time. But is there anything else I can provide?
No, I just think it's important because Misty is focused on the water quality aspect, and certainly you're renowned for the work, and the state has supported Moat's efforts. And you mentioned red tide, and it, sometimes you get a little out of sight, out of mind, but every one of us goes to the beach at some point and sees the wonderful fish. I have been out quite a bit lately on the waters and have seen, the fish have rebounded, have read a lot about this, but it is imperative that we stay on top of this. Mm-hmm. Perhaps you can explain what will happen at City Island once the new aquarium is built. What exactly is the plan? I think, people focus on the new, is the new improved, right? And that's very exciting. But what are the plans for?
I'm so glad you asked that question, because for me that's the even more exciting piece of this broader vision that we have for the role that Moat can play in this community, in this region, in the state, is as we transition and give the rebirth of our aquarium as the new Moat Science Education Aquarium out at this Nexus location at Nathan Benderson Park. That is going to free up space for us to expand the research enterprise. We are hiring more scientists, more educators every single year, and we are getting more and more requests from scientists around the world that want to come here to our facilities to do research on their own dollar, on sabbaticals, bringing their own grant money, and I have to turn them down because we don't have the room on our City Island campus. What moving the aquarium does is it allows us to add an additional 60,000 square feet of state-of-the-art 21st century research infrastructure, dealing with derived products from the sea, new sensor development, robotics, ocean technology, fisheries. We're about to cut the ribbon at a brand new red tide research facility that is out at the Moat Aquaculture Research Park. But our vision beyond 2020 is that we will pivot and begin the evolution of the current campus to become an international marine science, technology, and innovation park. And again, this is going to be a catalyst for so many great things here in this region that will benefit the citizens of Manatee County.
Yeah, very exciting. Carol.
Thank you. It's good to hear that. I served on this first board for START, Solutions to Avoid Red Tide. Mm-hmm. General Patterson and Ed Childs were on that board to start out. And our board members, one of their husbands worked for you and invented that tube that, I forgot what it's called, to detect red tide. His last name was Fitzpatrick, maybe?
Oh, the Brev Buster.
Yes, yes. So kudos to you. But what
We're now on to the next generation. It's called Fizz now, but that's okay.
What I always heard about was Woods Hole. Everybody compares to marine research all over the nation, maybe the world, to Woods Hole. Are we reaching towards that caliber? And could you explain what Woods Hole is?
Yes, ma'am. We're not reaching toward that caliber. We're already there.
And explain what Woods
This
Hole is.
community, right in your own backyard, has supported the growth, the evolution of what started out as a one-room shack of a laboratory with one scientist, Dr. Jeannie Clarke. We have now 225 staff. I have 36 PhD scientists, just interviewed another senior scientist that we're going to steal away from a university yesterday. We're continuing to grow 24 research programs. If you look at scientific productivity, now I'll get all wonky on you. If you look at scientific productivity in terms of grantsmanship, the number of competitive peer-reviewed grants, dollars and numbers, as well as peer-reviewed scientific publications in journals that come out on a standardized per PhD level, I'll go toe-to-toe with anybody from Woods Hole. And the director there, the president there, is a good friend of mine, Mark Abbott, and I've told him that as well. But you have basically a peer organization to Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute. What we want to do is take it to the next level, and we're not competing with Woods Hole. They're not competing with us. We do different kinds of things. There is some overlap. They do more blue water oceanography. We focus a little bit more on the coastal side. They do a lot of climatology, weather. We don't do that either. So I think we've got niches that we each fill, but we need to grow that. The threats to our coastal and ocean environment here in Southwest Florida and all around the world are only getting greater. Demand for use is only getting greater. And if we want to be able to pass on the ability to go out and fish, like Commissioner Benac was just talking, and see the fish out there, you want to pass that on to your grandchildren, to your great-grandchildren, we need to be investing in the science so that we can make well-informed decisions about the long-term conservation and sustainable use of our ocean and coastal resources. And that's what MOTE is all about. It's a local homegrown institution that you all built. You should feel a righteous sense of pride, of ownership of Mote Marine Laboratory, and now feel a righteous sense of pride in the new Mote Science Education Aquarium.
And my grandkids probably go there once a month. Even my daughter took them even during the COVID. But you did everything right. But I mean, that they have a yearly membership that they go all the time. And if you remember that meeting that we did have at the airport years ago, when all this came about, this is what I was excited about, because we needed to separate it, because we are far and above what we were 20, 30 years ago. And so we don't have the space. We can't do it where it is now. You're constrained. So that's good that we're going to expand there. So again, I support this, as you know, and I'm just also going to look out for Manatee County's projects also. But I've said this from day one. When you were at that first meeting, I think we all voted to proceed at that meeting, the TDC, and things had changed because of budget. But yeah, so congratulations on all the hard work, and I'm glad you stuck in there. So probably you'll be getting a check if this passes October 1st. It's up to the clerk of the court, not us.
Thank you. Madam Chair, am I excused, or would you like to?
Does anyone have more questions for Dr. Crosby? Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very nice presentation. All right. So we have an action requested. Then I'm going to open it up to public comment. Would anyone like to address the board on the action? Misty, did you want to go ahead and make the motion so people know what we're...
Yes, I move to approve the recommended motion by staff.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and second by Commissioner Ball, I think I heard first, Commissioner Servia. Let's open it up for public comment. Is there anyone who would like to address the board on the funding agreement for Mote Marine? All right. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. Misty?
Yeah, just a few closing comments. I want to thank the board today, and I want to say this is a Manatee County project. As much as I hear you, Carol, and your concerns, because it's just a few feet over the boundary, this is the Manatee County project, and this is going to benefit Manatee County. I have spent my life on the water. I was born and raised in Florida. I have been scuba diving and seen the beautiful coral reefs, which are now dying or dead. And I think that Dr. Crosby said it best when he said, how do you want to leave Florida to the next generation. That is how we should all be focused on every decision we make up here, is the next generation, long-term thinking. And so I think there's nothing more important than protecting our coastlines and our water quality, and we can do it at the same time while promoting tourism. So I'm very, very proud to make this motion. Thank you.
I'm going to support the motion. I think that where we have concerns, we always will have concerns. We just approved on the consent agenda funding quite a bit of money for our consultant that helps to promote Manatee County. We haven't cut back there. It still is a significant part of our tourist development plan. I think I so appreciate the participation of our Tourist Development Council, and I appreciate them being very conservative and being focused, and they are focused on Manatee County. But we've seen what happens at Benderson Park. We've seen what kind of a regional priority that is. That's why we put a lot of money into it, guys, to go after and help develop Benderson Park, and that's where this is going to be located.
Yeah.
And it's just, it is such an exciting regional project, and it's, kind of interesting that we hadn't been asked before to help participate in it. Well, because they were more focused on the research. Now they're expanding a little bit, and it is getting into more tourist development than it was. But I think that, I think it's important for us to be part of this, and it's really an exciting project for the region, and we need to continue going forward. Commissioner Ball?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think sometimes we sit back and we draw boundaries of Manatee County, and the thing of it is that I myself included, there's nothing better that I love to do than to go to the beach. I love the beach. I love to be down on the islands. But at the same time, it does rain here on occasion, and it's also a good way to it gets cold, yeah. And didn't even think of that.
Very hot.
Very
Too
hot.
hot, yeah.
So this is just another way, when you think about tourism, this is just another way for the people that come to Manatee County to be able to enjoy, another aspect of our county. Also, we have a lot of restaurants out that way. Many of our businesses will have a lot to gain by Moat, putting the aquarium there. Do I wish that it was on the Manatee side? Oh, yeah, you bet. But at the same time, I can't change the fact that it's not. And I can't change the fact that the county really didn't own property close by that they could put it on. So, it is what it is, but it is close enough. And we've seen with World Rowing and so forth at Benderson that it does benefit Manatee County greatly. It's a win for Manatee and Sarasota. And it's not, I think the main thing that we need to understand is that with it being bed tax, the Florida statute is very strict about what we can spend bed tax on. And this is a project that will benefit not only our tourists coming to Manatee, but also our citizens. So from that standpoint alone, this is a win-win. And I got to tell you, sitting on the Water Committee for FAC, I'm very excited about Moat with Red Tide, with the studies that they're doing, and I think it will make a huge difference. And you know what? The bottom line is they need more room where they are today. So it's just a great advantage for everybody. Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Steve Johnson?
Oh, aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes 6-1. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to have staff present future plans for the Bradenton Convention Center expansion and Premier Sports Campus.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This is to have staff bring back the plan for the funding for those two items. All right, any questions? All right, I'll open up for public comment. Anyone would like to comment on this motion? All right, I'll close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Steve Johnson?
No.
All those opposed, nay. Steve votes nay. Chair votes aye.
Nay.
Motion passes 6-1. Okay. All righty. Next up is item number 45. This is adoption of Resolution R 2121, approving fiscal year 2021 Housing and Urban Development Annual Action Plan and fiscal year 2019-20 HUD Annual Action Plan substantial amendment, execution of required documents, and adoption of the budget resolution.
Madam Chair, could I just make a brief
Sure.
statement to the board before you move into this item, which is that for some reason I'm having trouble getting email today, so I just got a bunch of them in the last few minutes. I do have now the highlighted memo for the PSCC appointment, but I also have an email, and I think some of you do as well, from Mr. Palmer saying he would prefer to handle that this afternoon as planned. So that,
Sure.
I just
Great.
wanted to let you all know.
He wrote it. He can talk about it.
Yes,
That
ma'am.
makes sense to me.
All right. Sorry to interrupt.
Nope. Makes sense. Go ahead. Hi, Jerry.
Good morning. Cheri Lopez, Director of Redevelopment and Economic Opportunities. It's good to see all you commissioners. I haven't been up here in a while. The item before you today is for the approval of our HUD Annual Action Plan. As you can see, normally we come before you in July to present this item. So given all of the activities that have gone on with COVID, HUD has given us some waivers in order to be able to give us some additional time to be able to put together the plan for the county, and that's also to be able to, since we received some specific CARES Act funding that we brought to you in May, to give us time to be able to work on that and take a look at that. So the plan that is before you today, and I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Yost, our Community Development Project Manager, to present our allocation and all of our activities. But I just wanted to say just a couple items about how this plan is a bit different than prior years. The first one is I'm glad we were able to have some additional time to be able to put the plan together, because that allowed us to see what were some of the additional needs that were identified given COVID, given some of the additional CDBG CV, as we call it. If you recall, we held some of those in reserves, so we're able to allocate that now. And then as we identified additional needs, we have put that in this plan. In addition, that also gave us some time to look at prior year's funds to be able to allocate that. And in addition, one of the things that you will see that is a change in this year is that we have allocated CDBG for down payment and our rehab program. As you know, usually we use our state funding from SHIP to be able to do those programs. Since that funding has not been allocated to us, we were able to be flexible and pivot and move some of those CDBG funding to be able to continue those programs until hopefully, fingers crossed, we get some news from the state to be able to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer, but since I was talking a little bit about affordable housing, once she finishes, I did want to give you just a real quick update on just where we are with some of those projects, since we haven't had a chance just to update you. So if you'll allow me just the liberty of just like a couple minutes just to give you a quick update on that, I'll be happy to do that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Okay.
Good morning. As Cheri was saying, this is the 2020-21 HUD Annual Action Plan. This is to allocate our regular funding that we receive from HUD on an annual basis. That would be the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, the Home Investment Partnership, which is just called HOME, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, which is our ESG funding. So we have over $3.1 million to allocate this year. 1.9 is our regular CDBG funding. We have $60,000 of carry forward from prior years. This is funding from projects that have come in completed under budget. So it's just a combination of a lot of different under budget projects. We have $175,000 of CDBG CV. This is the CARES funding that we set aside in May to hold back until we determined what was the potential ongoing needs for addressing the coronavirus. We have $660,000 of home, which is our regular allocation for this year, and $150,000 of home funding from prior year to be allocated this year, and then $164,000 of ESG funding for this regular year. In the CDBG funding, we did hold a grant workshop in March with the applications being due in April. As that was at the beginning of the coronavirus, most of the projects did not come in addressing how they would do with and deal with the coronavirus. So we took that into consideration when we were looking at what the funding should be. So we have $22,500 for financial coaching and housing stabilization counseling. This would be all for all of Manatee County. Our senior meals program. This is our program that we have funded in the past, and this is to keep it going. So this would be our traditional program. We have the COVID-19 food assistance. This is specifically to provide meals to people that have to self-isolate as a result of COVID. So they may not qualify for our regular food assistance program with the senior meals program. We have the dentures and prosthetics for homeless persons, which is $65,000, $80,000 for senior companion and homemaker services. Most people know it as Aileen's Loving Care. $251,000 in construction for adult training center facility improvements. $224,000 for barber training facility. So this is a workforce project. $300,000 for down payment assistance. $512,000 for our housing rehab and replacement program, and then the $380,000 in administration for the CDBG funding. Of this CDBG CARES Act activities, we are proposing $53,000 to do homeless outreach. This is to take the prior homeless outreach that was funded in May and extend it for more months. $99,000 in food assistance. This is the one service that just seems to be a constant need as people are still having to stay home and isolate as being vulnerable populations. And then $22,500 of financial coaching for those that have been impacted by COVID-19. This is going to be really important as the eviction moratorium is lifted and people are going to be impacted and having to deal with all the repercussions of that. Then with our home funding, all the funding going into homeowner rehabilitation replacement, $165,000 of that funding to be used for the administration of the program, so that's the staff to run the home rehab program, and $152,000 to go to the homeless prevention program. This is our traditional homeless prevention program, and $12,000 of that to be used for the administration of that program to do all the planning, the reporting that is necessary. I stand for any questions.
Questions? Carol?
Just a comment. And this has happened, I've seen this happen many times when I worked at Turning Points and I volunteered. It's very hard to get a job when you don't have any front teeth or you have an infection in your mouth and you can't eat. So people always have questioned why we do this. And this is one of the main reasons. If you don't have a healthy mouth, you tend to get heart disease, et cetera. But it's mainly to be able to go out in the workforce. People, unfortunately, just it isn't going to happen. So I think we do this through MCR?
The dentures and prosthetics
Yes.
is actually with Turning Points.
Turning Points, okay. Oh, yeah, Dr. Clark? I forgot his name. Okay, good. So we're doing it through them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is very important for those that are still trying to get in the workforce.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, for people that are here might not understand that this funding is funding that we receive from the federal government
Right.
under the block grant program that we're entitled to because of our population. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our population is over 50,000, and as such, we are an automatic grantee if we so choose to be. And so this money comes on an annual basis. There's a national formula, and we get this as an entitlement program.
The entitlement program. And our job is to work with the community, find out what their needs are, listen to the community, and then we come up with this annual action plan.
Correct. So every 5 years, we do a strategic plan. It's called the Consolidated Plan, and we do an update on an annual basis called the Annual Action Plan, which we decide what we're going to do with the funding that we're allocated that year to meet the needs, the goals, and the priorities set out in that 5-year plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ball.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the presentation, but I do have a couple of questions, really just one. In sitting here looking at the administration cost, it's over $611,000 total. So I'm just curious, can you kind of give me an idea what that's for? That's a lot of money for administration.
Where do you?
I'm sure it's got a good purpose, I just don't know what it is.
So that actually helps to pay for the staff to run the programs, including our down payment assistance, our housing rehab program, doing all of the community planning efforts, monitoring each of the projects, making sure that they're in compliance with the federal regulations and our local rules. It is federal funding, so we have to track every single dollar, so it covers even some of our financial staff to do all of the auditing and reporting on the financial side as well as the programmatic side.
So now then, that brings me to another question. I do have two questions, sorry. So this is for staff for running these projects. And I guess there's no other way to put this. Do we put money in the budget every year for those staff members anyway? I mean, what are we looking at there? Help me with that, because I don't understand.
Commissioner, this is what HELP pays for the staff so that it does not have an impact on the general fund. So as much as we can to have the grants pay for the staff, that's what it goes to pay for us to be able to manage and implement and administer all of the programs.
And how many staff members are we talking about?
We have
that work on these projects?
8 or 9.
Somewhere in that nature. And it's a 15%. Am I correct on that? Up to 15% based on the federal guidelines for the funds? Am I right on that? Is it 12%?
So it's different percentages for each of the grant programs.
Okay.
For the CDBG, it's 20%.
Okay.
And for the home funding, this year, it's 25% because of the additional requirements that are necessary for responding to COVID-19. It's normally 10%. As you know, we are using some of the funding for our Manatee Cares HAP program, round 1. So it has additional requirements when you're using it for rental assistance. And then the ESG funding is 7.5%.
Okay.
And I just would add, it's utilized in that manner, Commissioner, because these are federal guidelines that are additional requirements, as was mentioned by Jennifer, about requirements for monitoring, auditing, managing. And so many, many years ago, and in all of our grant programs, we've tried to make sure the grants cover themselves and not are required to dip into the other general funds, so that they don't fluctuate based on your general fund, but they would fluctuate based on your grant.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So I guess my last comment then would be, as far as the different percentages that, Cheri, that you were talking about, did I understand you that this is a requirement regarding the grant, that we have to take that amount, those percentages for administration?
It's not a requirement, it is an eligible cost, and I would say each and every recipient of those funds uses every single bit of that money to cover those requirements across the country. Wouldn't you say, Cheri?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Carol?
Is this the fund too, regarding Cheri? I don't know if you were here when I brought this before. The elderly, is that Aleen's where they were only getting 1 bath a week? Is this the fund, and now I raised heck, and now we get 2 baths a week?
I believe Aleen's is funded both out of your Senior Connections, which used to be the AAA program, and then this is a different program. It may complement that. I'm not sure if it is, and I'm seeing Jennifer nod her head that it is.
These are for elderly that have not any money. Nobody pays for anything. Medicare won't pay for somebody to help you. Home health doesn't pay for it. These are people that are actually laying in their bed, some family members turning them, and this is at least help get them a bath. Yeah, okay, that has been my bugaboo, because it's $15 to $25 an hour if you want to hire somebody, and that's just, these people can't afford that.
I
So
think
thank
one follow-up to all the questions, which is good because you're talking about long-range planning. You earlier were, is that the consolidated plan that was mentioned earlier is your 5-year plan. And I'm not sure what year we're in. Did you already mention that? Did you say year 4? So it's coming up, and what happens is the community, and this is the greatest thing about this program is the staff go around and they go to various areas in the community and get input from community members about what kinds of services are on the front burner. And as Commissioner Whitmore mentioned, that health, elderly care was one of those. And so then those are brought forward in the consolidated plan, and Cheri and her staff bring those back to the board in a plan on how to fund those kinds of things throughout the 5 years of the plan.
One thing I also would like to mention on that is on the administrative costs, if that is that we don't spend it all, those are sometimes, we reprogram those. So exactly as you saw here, like prior years reprogrammed, we bring that forward and use that to projects if they're not used on the administration side. And our county administrator is absolutely right. We are already starting to talk about our communication and outreach plan for the coming year. We were actually just talking to Xavier about seeing if we can try to help use an intern to help thinking of creative outreach ways given COVID to be able to reach the community to identify the needs as we develop our new 5-year plan.
Okay, Misty, and then I'll go back to Vanessa.
One more question.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation, and I love the discussion as well, because all of the things that we do with this money, whether it's the housing stabilization or the senior meals or the senior care in the home, all of those things are so needed, and there's always a long waiting list, correct, Cheri? And I know that from personal experience with friends and family who have utilized several of these services. And so not only is it federal money that is helping our older citizens primarily to get the help that they need, but there's also a financial part to it that, by doing so, we're keeping a lot of these elderly people out of the nursing homes, which are federally funded, which is a more expensive way to manage it. So if you want to look at it from dollars and cents, there's that argument as well. But it is such a good program, and there's never enough money. So thank you for always redirecting and using what we can and being able to pivot and be so flexible. At the bottom line is helping our people in this community. So
Thank you, Commissioner. And one other thing to say is that this is why our census is so important, because as we were talking about, that this is based on that national formula. This is how these numbers have come up with, is through the census. So one last plug for everyone to help, please, and fill out the census, because this does impact us directly, our programs, and our citizens directly.
Tomorrow's the last day.
Oh, it is?
I thought
it was extended.
Oh, was
It's
it?
been extended.
Again?
Yeah.
The word's still out on whether it's extended in our service delivery area.
That's what I thought.
So
I thought it was
get
a
your
federal-
census in. It was not federal across the board. There's still review of whether or not each service delivery area is included in that.
Somebody will let us know.
We're waiting for some more word on that.
Vanessa.
Yeah, thank you. And Cheri, the reason I'm asking, when you sit here and you hear Commissioner Whitmore talk about elderly needing baths, and then you hear from Commissioner Servia, about all the people that do need help. And then I was also looking, when you were giving your presentation, I saw homeless outreach, $53,158. And ironically, Ava and I were just talking about the homeless the other day, and so I think that's why I'm just, asking. We do have more than $53,000 for homeless outreach, though, right, that we're doing. This is just over and above. Is that correct?
It's just one.
So at the May board meeting, we did the substantial amendment to allocate the CDBG CARES Act funding.
Right.
We did 6 months' worth of services of homeless outreach. They are doing other homeless outreach with other funding. This is with one of our community partners. This is to extend that contract to to do a full year of homeless outreach, specifically as we're reopening and with coronavirus and the different programs that are out, is to engage with the unsheltered population so that they know the traditional programs that are available as well as all the new programs that have become available in response to COVID-19. So it is above and beyond what we already have with them.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think this is, it always comes up about administrative costs, but these are very hands-on programs, very hands-on. And it also is important that we have to cross every T and dot every I to be able to continue to get these funds. I mean, they're looked at very closely. So many different programs, the rules change. I remember being up in Washington and advocating to make sure that we continued some of these programs, because they aren't necessarily going to continue. They change all the time. The rules change. So it isn't easy, but it is important that we continue to bring our fair share of the federal dollar back to Manatee County. We pay it all as taxpayers. We want to make sure we get our fair share, and that's why it is so important to complete your census. I happened to have a conversation with a certain millennial who knew nothing about the census. And I said, you gotta fill it out. Well, what a ridiculous thing that you have to do it by mail or you have to have somebody come to your door. And I said, ridiculous or not,
She didn't do it.
that is what you have to do.
right.
And please tell all your friends to do it as well. I know that it looks like government intrusion, but if you don't fill out the census, Manatee County will not get their fair share of the federal tax dollar. Is that really what we want? I don't think so. So I know we have a lot of ministers here. Perhaps you could encourage your flock to fill out their census. It's important. It means a lot for Manatee County, especially people that benefit under community development block grant programs, which by law have to be lower incomes. Isn't that true?
That is correct. It's below 80% of the area median income, which changes on a 5-year period as a result of the census and the American Community Survey that's done every year.
Okay. Well, I know it's not, people don't like to give their information to the government. I get that, but this is a little bit different. It's needs to be there so that just, the census is as old as Jesus, right? That's what he had. That's how he got born. You're going to do the census.
That's
So
right.
this is not something new. But I would really encourage people to in fact fill out their census. And I hope I did not offend anyone by my comment. I did not mean to offend anyone. All right, we have I'm going to ask if there's anybody in the public that would like to address the board on this. Do we have a motion yet? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the recommended motion to adopt the
Second.
proclamation.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore.
There are 3 motions.
3, thank you for clarifying. Okay. Can we do them all at once, or do we need to do them one at a time?
That's up to,
All at once is fine.
all at one time is fine.
All right,
I
the
was gonna-
recommended
yeah.
motions,
With an S.
all right, I'm gonna look at them
It's
just to
right
make
here.
sure.
I move to adopt Resolution R-20-121. And I authorize the chairman to sign all required HUD documents necessary to implement the program. And I authorize the chairman to execute the HUD grant agreements upon receipt from HUD. And to adopt the budget resolution B-20-101, amending the annual budget for Manatee County for fiscal year 2020. Did I include it all?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, there are 4.
All right, we have a motion, a second,
Second.
and we have a second. Anyone from the public would like to address the board on this action? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All righty, so, okay, next is the CARES Act funding.
Deputy Administrator Karen Stewart's at the podium.
Okay. All righty.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. County Administrator. I'm happy to be here today to talk to you about the CARES Act funding and the results to date of the funding in our community. It's very exciting in a lot of ways, but it's also a lot of hard work. And so you'll hear a little bit more about that this morning. So what we're going to talk about today is I'm going to give you a review of the CARES Act in the county. I'm going to discuss the process, the funds dispersed, and the estimated eligible expenses for Phase 1. I'll also review our dashboard for you that's on our website, and I'll explain the requirements for the Phase 2 disbursement. And then finally, I'll ask you for a motion for the chair to adopt the amendment for the CARES Act. Right, so this you've heard before, so I'll just kind of gloss over it. As you know, the CARES Act is the federal stimulus bill, around $2 trillion. The county executed a funding agreement with the Florida Division of Emergency Management back in June. And for Phase 1, the county received a $17.5 million disbursement. And we are eligible for additional funding up to $70 million for reimbursement after the first phase. And we'll talk a little more about that. The CARES Act has a lot of requirements, federal, state, and local. And this is what makes approving applications a little bit tricky sometimes. So for the federal requirements, payments from the fund may only be used to cover costs that are necessary due to COVID-19. Were not accounted for in the most recently approved budget as of March 27th, 2020, and were incurred during the period between March 1, 2020, and that ends on December 30th, 2020. On June 23rd, the board, let's see what happened here. Federal. Should be on Phase 1 of the plan. There we go. There we go. Technical difficulties. On June 23rd, the board approved the Manatee Care's proposed programs and allocations for Phase 1 funding, again, of the $17.5 million. That included 30% for the public health and safety category, 30% for economic recovery, 30% for community health and well-being, and 10% for the government and community facilities. These programs are listed in the proposed programs and allocations document that's attached to your agenda item, so you don't have to carry around your cheat sheet all the time. So for the approval process, the approval processes are conducted by staff and supported by temps. Due diligence for each application is done to ensure adherence to the federal, state, and local guidelines. And then there's a review of expenses by our financial management department and also the Manatee Clerk's office. An internal audit for the CARES programs is already scheduled. So we want to make sure that we have all due diligence, that we exercise all controls, and that we use the money as it was meant. The redevelopment and economic opportunity staff are reviewing the housing assistance and small business grant programs, and they are writing the associated agreements for these programs with the assistance of 10 temporary staff. The Neighborhood Services Department are reviewing the community health and well-being applications and writing associated agreements with 3 temporary staff. After approval, a detailed packet of the information and the required documents from each application are put into a single PDF and forwarded to the clerk's office for payment. And as I mentioned, this can be a time-consuming process. So for the public health and safety area, this is for public health and safety officials who promote and improve the citizens' health. This category is primarily designed for the Public Safety Department and the Department of Health. To date, $4.6 million in reimbursements have been approved in this category, and there are additional expenditures in the pipeline totaling another $3.7 million. Some of the items that have been purchased in this category are listed before you. I won't read them all, but PPE and equipment is very important. Electrostatic sprayers for the ambulances and buildings, hygiene kits, Also, personnel, 50 personnel and office setups and computers and phones for contact tracers in our community, which is a very important aspect. Also, COVID public safety messages, 21,000 face masks, and UV lights for the Department of Health and the WIC program, and some others, as you see listed here. For economic recovery, I mentioned that this is where our redevelopment and economic opportunity team are working to approve these applications, and I will talk to you about 3 different sections of the economic recovery
Way to go.
bucket.
We hear Steve.
Thanks, Steve, but
Way to go, Steve.
Not time to comment yet.
All right, so here is a little piece of the dashboard. I'm going to show you the entire dashboard in a few minutes, but this is a piece of the dashboard for business recovery. So currently, you can see that there are 427 applications either under review or to be assigned. And these are all pending review and approval. And our staff is working diligently to get those done. 80 applications have been approved, and an estimated $1.4 million has also been approved. We expect, once all these applications roll through the system and are approved and put out into the community, it could be around $11.9 million to businesses. The review process for the business grants was streamlined after round 1, and the process is designed to move faster in this round. Then we'll move on to economic recovery for individuals. These programs are carried out by nonprofits in the community, and their applications were processed through the Community Health and Wellbeing section, but funded through the economic recovery section. All applications have been reviewed for these programs in round 1 and 2, and of the $5.67 million that have been approved, you'll notice that only $34,953 has been distributed. This will increase monthly as these nonprofits are being paid on a reimbursement schedule. So after they perform the services, then they seek reimbursement from the county monthly. So you'll see this go up over time, month by month. Some of the programs that have been funded here are rent, mortgage, and utilities payments, legal services to prevent eviction, food distribution that reaches county residents, and we have put out small grants to many, many churches and also the larger food organizations, including Feeding Tampa Bay, clothing and personal hygiene, child care, and tutoring. We've also provided lists for our partners for distribution in the community regarding these programs so that residents and businesses can understand what's available to them through the CARES funding and nonprofit agencies. Now we'll talk about the CARES Housing Assistance Program. Cheri and Jennifer mentioned the CDBG CARES Housing Assistance. This is a different funding stream through Manatee CARES. There are 128 applications under review. 82 additional applications have been assigned to be reviewed, and 167 have been approved. We estimate $2.2 million after we finish the review of these applications. And HAP is available to residents who have delinquent rent or mortgage payments, and these payments are paid either to the leasing agent or to the mortgage holder. And the program is designed to prevent eviction. These payments can be up to $10,000 based on proof of loss of income and delinquent accounts as provided to us by the mortgage companies or by the leasing agents. We recently received a couple of thank you messages just yesterday from residents who've received this assistance, and it was very touching. We had one family send us an email with a picture of their school-age kids saying thank you for saving our home. And the REO staff received a freshly home-baked cake yesterday from another happy resident who had their rent paid. So this is very rewarding work. This is our dashboard. You can find the Economic Recovery Program dashboard on the county's website under CARES. The dashboard shows 4 data points for each program. It shows the applications approved, that's in the top line. It shows the total assistance approved, the second line. It shows the days from the time it's approved until the distribution is made, and that's our clerk's office working really hard to get payments out in 3 or 4 days. And so they're to be commended as one of our partners. And then finally, the bottom line shows the total assistance to be dispersed. Some of this is dispersed directly to residents. Some of this is dispersed, or to businesses, in the business recovery. Some is dispersed to the lenders or the leaseholders. And some of this goes to nonprofits, the third line, economic recovery for individuals. So now we'll talk about the rest of community health and well-being. Designed to protect the health and well-being of residents by ensuring adherence to the federal and state COVID-19 orders and the CDC guidelines. So here you'll see that 177 applications are approved, and all applications for round 1 and 2 have been completed. And the nonprofit agreements, as I mentioned before, require a monthly reimbursement. There's $6.1 million for these 2 programs that is going to be put out into the community based on the work of nonprofits. Some of the program types that have been funded in this area, again, the PPE for nonprofits, distributing PPE to child care programs, additional COVID-19 testing, which is very important in the community, training to help businesses and nonprofits learn how to provide effective sanitation and disinfection. Also counseling to meet social, medical, and educational health needs in the community, online learning, child care, and tutoring. Now, our final bucket is our community and government facilities. This includes our local government, ourselves, the cities, you can go ahead, Diane, the constitutional officers, the Department of Health, and fire districts. And these entities are eligible for reimbursement of COVID-eligible 19 expenses through 12/30/2020. You'll see here that there's $312,000 that's already been approved. And when this dashboard is updated tomorrow morning, it's updated every Wednesday and Friday morning at 10 a.m., you will see this number grow to $516,000.
Whoa.
So here's our 2-page dashboard available on the county's website at mymanatee.org/Manatee Cares. Again, it's updated every Wednesday and Friday, and I already talked to you a little bit about nonprofits and their invoicing. There's a note on the website that talks about that. The top panel shows the community health and well-being section and economic recovery as far as businesses are concerned, I think. And the bottom is government and community facilities and public health and safety. The second page shows the 3 economic recovery programs. So business recovery in the first column, housing assistance program in the second column, and then the nonprofit programs in the third column. Every time I've talked to you, you've asked me how we're getting the word out into the community. And we've recently strengthened our partnerships with chambers, and we're working with chambers to put the word out to businesses, residents, their members, and their non-members, so the whole community. And we're working with these chambers who are putting out information on social media, putting up videos and webinars about CARES, but also about other recovery programs that exist in the community. They are also doing business walks. You might recall this is where a group of people go out and actually visit businesses door to door to provide information, hand sanitizer, masks, and updates on the CARES Act. They're connecting with community human resources executives and the large companies in the area to give them information to these HR execs to put it out through their organizations. They're making presentations at places like Rotary and Kiwanis. And they're also acting as navigators. It's kind of a phone a friend service. The Manatee Chamber has taken over the answering of our helpline and has been trained to answer questions and provide information. When the applications open again, they will actually help anyone walk through the whole application process in real time. And yesterday, I'm told they answered a number of calls all throughout the day, I think more than 50. So if you have any questions about the Manatee Cares, dial this number and someone at the Manatee Chamber will help you. They're also recording all the information so that we can follow up on the businesses and the residents who contact them. We can reach back out to them when the applications reopen. We can follow up with them to see how they're doing, and we can make sure that the economic recovery of our community goes well into 2021 when we leave this year behind. And so we did get an announcement from the governor on September 18th that the Phase 2 disbursements of the CARES money will be coming to counties. This will be 20% of the previously overall identified number, which is just over $14 million for Phase 2. We are required to execute an amendment to the funding agreement with FDEM, and we need to provide a plan for all of the disbursements for Phase 2 and beyond Phase 2 when there will be a reimbursement phase. So we will come back to you on October 13th, and we will provide recommendations for a plan to meet these requirements. We have to report our expenditures, which our financial management office provided our update to the state on last Friday, the 25th, and we'll have an opportunity to amend that information, I think, in the next 30 days. Again, we'll have the plan, and we also have to provide language in our plan that shows how a single audit for the CARES Act will be funded. So I'll be back before you in a couple weeks with that plan, and I look forward to any comments that you might have or questions. That completes my presentation, except for the board action, which we'll get in a few minutes.
Okay, questions? Carol?
I remember Hillsborough got I'm probably off, like $230 or $40 million immediately because they had a census over 500,000. Ours is 411. Now, we have to play the game with the state that we get disbursements every quarter or whatever. And the state probably accrues interest on that versus us. If we had it in our account, we could accrue interest on that. My question is, does the counties 500,000 above, do they have to present the same stuff we do to the state since the federal government went ahead and gave them their money? Or do they just give the plan to the feds?
Right, so the counties that were funded directly and the one city, 11 counties, one city, they respond directly to the feds. For the other counties, the remaining Florida counties, we respond to the state, right, who in turn responds to the feds. So we have the same level of requirements, controls, and scrutiny for the program.
So does Hillsborough and all the other counties in the state of Florida, and the ones that receive the money up front, have to spend the money by December 30th?
Yes.
So if the money is not distributed, then it goes back to the federal government?
Well, that remains to be seen. There could be a lot of ways that the unspent money could be allocated in the future, so that'll be a decision that's...
So we don't know?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Well, it is right now. Those are the terms.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? Misty?
Karen, thank you for an excellent presentation, and I really appreciate your administration of this money. It's so important to our community. I do have a couple of questions. So of the money that is provided for the non-evictions to help people stay in their homes, I know that the landlord has to sign a non-eviction agreement. Is that correct?
Well, if an eviction has been placed upon the person, yes. For the money that we have, that is not required. So, but what is required is an interaction between the lender or the leasing agent and our staff. So once an application is pending approval, then the next step is for our staff to reach out to those organizations, the mortgage holder or the leasing agent. Well, first we have to reach back to the resident and get permission, authorization to contact. Then we have to reach out to the leasing agent or the mortgage company and get them to give us an a current invoice and agree to accept the funds and provide information about either a wire transfer or the mailing of a check. And this is the thing that kind of holds us up. But for this program, that is not required, the statement.
Okay, that's good to know, because I've had a number of landlords ask me about that. All right, and then secondly, I've brought this up before, and I see an opportunity to use some of this money to do the things that you've talked about: childcare, tutoring, training for hygiene and sanitation, and all of those things, which I think are largely covered by our nonprofits. But there may be an opportunity to help those who are unemployed, get over this hump, this very difficult period, by doing some of those things and being paid with the CARES Act money. So therefore, we're accomplishing what we need to accomplish and employing people at the same time. Is there an opportunity for us to do that?
Well, actually, we are doing that through our temps. We have hired OPS staff. I mentioned the 10 temps that are working in Rio. There are temps in NSD. Also, Parks and Natural Resources just hired 10 temporary staff to work in the parks and do cleanup and some restoration and things that are needed there. So we are doing that. I believe Property Management has temps that are funded through the CARES Act as well. So we do have a number of employees who are benefiting from being paid by the CARES Act until 12/30/2020.
That's excellent, because again, we're accomplishing two things instead of just one thing. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
All right, other questions, comments? Go ahead, Cheri, you're up there.
Cheri Lopez, Director of Redevelopment Economic Opportunity. Just given the discussion, we did want to clarify, we do have the landlord sign a non-eviction agreement. Jennifer can speak more specifically about that, please.
Because we are paying the delinquent rent to current, we do have them sign a non-eviction for non-payment for the months in which we provided the assistance. Okay. So if they are breaking the lease in any other way, of course, they can file an eviction or any future non-payments, but for the months that we are providing the assistance.
I appreciate that clarification. So if the assistance is provided for August and September, then the agreement is that the landlord will not evict for August and September.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments?
All right.
Staff? Oh, I think, when I sit here and I listen to you go through all these details and what it has taken and all the coordination with all of the different partners, it's just amazing to me. I mean, this was not on anybody's radar screen how many months ago? Right. And yet it now is such a huge priority for us. And again, crossing those T's, dotting the I's, we're trying to make sure that we're doing it right. And I think we are doing it right. I will say I had a request from an adjacent county to say, have you all distributed any money yet? And I was very proud to say yes. And I was very proud to send them the dashboard report to show them, yep, we're getting the money out. We're getting it done. Mm-hmm. So I just want to say thank you to staff for all the hard work that you continue to put in this. I'm glad that you're getting a cake. You deserve a cake. You deserve more than a cake. But I'm glad that you're getting that kind of positive feedback, because I think that's really important. All right. Do we have a motion?
We do. Motion to approve as staff is recommended.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Servia, seconded by Commissioner Trace. I'm going to open up for public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to comment on the CARES Act funding update and approval of the timeline?
So it looks as this is Michelle Martin. It looks as though you have to spend the money in order to get more money. Is that what's happening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So of course that looks to me as a citizen like you're hemorrhaging cash. And so I just want to ask, do any of the commissioners have oversight on where this money is spent in, for example, if they have to spend the money by the end of the year, December, and one of the places that your $4.61 million is going is towards supplies for vaccine services when there is no vaccine. Where is the oversight on this?
Okay, well, I think that is kind of a requirement. This is federal money that's coming through the federal government, and they're creating these requirements that we have to comply with. And we get frequent reports. That's exactly what we're doing right now, is getting a report of exactly where this money is going. Do you want to comment further, Karen?
Cheri.
Yes, thank you. So all of the eligible expenses are put out to us in the frequently asked questions from the Florida Association of Counties, which goes back to the federal act. All of the expenses that we have deemed appropriate so far are eligible expenses. If they're not, when they get up to the feds, if it's declined, then we will have to pay the money back. So it is a concern, and we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing now, and we believe that we are. The items that are approved, most of them are by reimbursement. So the entity spends the money, they come back to us with their resources and their paid receipt, and then the money is reimbursed to them.
So can we find out what your vaccine services are?
Yes, I can bring that back in October for you.
And then the other thing
Mr. Sauer
is,
to come forward and answer the question.
well, is it available already?
What is
The information?
Yeah. Is
Yes.
that available anywhere already? Okay. I have another question. Do you want me to do that right now?
Sure.
Actually, what I would prefer is public comment. We don't typically have a back and forth. You can make your public comments, you can make your questions, and then we'll ask for everyone to make their comments and questions, and then staff will respond. So it isn't really a back and forth, but I'm probably as guilty of that as you are, so go ahead.
One of the things that you guys spend an extraordinary amount of time and effort on is, the propaganda about the face coverings. So I am wondering if you can equally start putting out messages. It looks as though there's available funds for people who need counseling. Is that accurate?
Please, again, you're just going to
Oh, sorry. Okay, so on page 10, it looks as though counseling to meet social, medical, and health needs, if that's available to the general public, I would request that you make it more public, like alert the public of that resource to them.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? State your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Griffin, Manatee County resident. Just want to piggyback on her and some of the comments made here about we don't do back and forth questions and things like that. Well, I send emails to you, or used to send emails to you and ask you questions about the information that I'm receiving, especially orders. You don't respond. We know for a fact I was on you guys every 2 days. Where's my response? Where's my response? Where's my response? Finally, a month and a half later, I get the email. We're too busy. We're too busy to respond to you. And then not even 2 days later, I see a op-ed in the Observer from many of the people here that I'm asking questions to that can't find time to answer my questions, but have time to attack candidates, one on this board and one that's being voted into this board, hopefully, knock on wood. So where do we ask questions? If we have questions on the information, you guys take an hour, 2 hours up here explaining all this. Us as residents have questions. We can't email you because God knows you're too busy. You can't answer emails. We can't call you because you're too busy, can't return phone calls. So when we come up here and ask questions, we're not allowed to have back and forth. So this doesn't make sense to me. We're Manatee County. You guys work for us. We have questions. We expect to have a timely response, which we're not receiving. And this is dating back to the day before, 2 days before, the mask mandate was approved by this
We're
board.
talking about the CARES. Please address that item on the agenda.
Well, the CARES, piggyback again. Where do we ask questions? When we have questions on all this stuff you're sending to us or speeching up here, where can we send questions where it's responded to in a timely fashion from this board? That's my question, my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to make a comment on the CARES Act that's before us?
I think you have somebody on the phone.
All right, we have someone on the phone who'd like to make a comment?
Yes, Madam Chair. The caller with the last three digits of 445 will allow you to talk. Please unmute yourself with *6. Present your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please. Go ahead, caller, please.
Hello. Good afternoon.
I knew it was him.
Good afternoon. This is Glenn Jablina calling.
I had written the administration and county about, first of all, the program for the back rent is exceptional, and I'm glad you're doing that in a forward, progressive way. That's great for folks that are falling behind. My question that I wrote in, that I've yet to receive an answer, so I will ask it now, is that, okay, a landlord submits a bill and says, okay, this person's 7 months behind, send me a check for whatever, say it's $1,000 a month. Immediately after that is paid, the tenant then goes into default because of the COVID-19. The situation has not changed whatsoever. And even if it did change, it may be 2 weeks or a month before they get their first paycheck. And the landlord can, as soon as the eviction moratorium is lifted, they can go right into an eviction mode. My question to the commissioners are there any reserves set aside for the next 2 or 3 months for these folks that have defaulted on their payments? And if not, why not? Because I just see a catastrophic failure of the program if the reserves are not in. So you've got as an example, hypothetical example, you have 100 people, and there are 1,000. There's $1,000 a month, and they're 3 months behind. You have 100 people. Do you have $300,000 in reserves to accommodate these folks down the road for the next 3 months? I just think it's a little short-sightedness if we don't have the reserves to continue to help these folks that are behind on their rent. And I'd love to get a response from the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone or in the audience who wants to make a comment? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. All right, I guess regarding the first question that I heard was the vaccination services. It's my understanding that we've been asked to be ready when the vaccine is available.
Correct.
But Jake, I don't know if you wanted to come and respond to that, what that is, but certainly we've been told
Yes.
by the federal government, we got to be ready. When this vaccine comes, we got to be ready to disperse it. That's what I've read in the paper, so maybe you could comment on that.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety. We are in conversations with the state daily, Monday through Friday, with COVID-19 planning. They have started for the last 2 months preparing us for a vaccine campaign. Per the governor's office, as well as Florida Department of Emergency Management, they've instructed us that we must use the CARES Act funding that the county has received to prepare for that vaccine.
Kind of what I thought, but okay, thank you. Karen, did you get the other questions that you might want to respond to?
Madam Chair, and while Karen's coming up, I
Okay.
think I could respond to the citizens. While it's not perfectly ideal, 311 is a good place to contact so that their question gets logged in and put in through the system. It may not be the quickest turnaround time, but for a guarantee that it gets response and that it is provided then to the proper department to respond, that may be helpful. There have been emails, I would say right here in public, I have not had an opportunity to respond to in a timely manner because of the volume. But I think multiple ways of doing that. Again, if they're contacting commissioners, we are attempting to turn those around. 311 is our informational call area that has an automated process to help respond, if that helps the citizens here this morning.
Okay, and I have received many very, very long emails for things that say, well, prove to me the science is clear. I don't respond to that because I'm not a scientist. It's not my job to prove the science is clear. The best I can do is rely on what we're told by staff, what we're discussing in every single meeting. I have to admit, I do not respond to every email where they're challenging the discussions that we have at this board level. You know, I agree that people do not agree with the discussions we've had, with the points that have been made. but it isn't going to be a constant debate via email. So that's my response. I admit that that's not what you want. You want to have a debate via email. Well, I do not have time to do that. Misty?
Yes, thank you, Cheri, for announcing the 311 system. And just to add to that, I have learned, because I live in South County, that if you live near the county boundary to Sarasota and you're dialing 311 from your cell phone, it will bounce, at least it has bounced for me 3 or 4 times, to a Sarasota cell tower, and then because 311 is a Manatee County system, you can't get the call through.
Oh.
So that is something that our staff will continue to work on, but it is a rather complex issue. Here's the solution. We have an app. We have a 311 app, and anyone can access that from anywhere and do the same thing. Make a report that will be then distributed to the appropriate staff and will be followed up on. So I would encourage everyone to do that. I make it a point to try, I know I'm not perfect, but I try to respond to every single email that I get, and it may be, let me direct you to 311, or it may be thanking you for the email, or it may be, suggesting that we approach your answers in this way. So I do endeavor to reply to everyone, but I cannot, like Betsy said, engage in a debate on very long emails, which some of these have been, because there's just not enough time to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Carol? 311, but I've always, and I was told about 6 or 7 months, it's the same thing. Tell us at mymanatee.org is 311, correct?
Yes, it's
That's where I've been referring citizens. Tell us at mymanatee.org, and then it gets logged in so they can do the email. I do read every email. When it gets in, like you said, research this thing. We work night and day. I'm answering, people are sending me emails at 10 and 11 o'clock at night. I spent all weekend just on the land use meeting that's coming up Thursday. And then plus this meeting. So it's not that we're not listening. If I don't know how to answer it, I'm not going to respond and give you information that either I may not agree with or that I don't have the answer. But the best way, again, I referred somebody yesterday, 2 people last week, to tell us at mymanatee.com. Org. Tell us at mymanatee.org is the best way. And actually, I do this all the time. If I get something, I'll forward it to tell us at mymanatee.org, and I actually get some electronic message saying the message was received. So that's the only way that I can make sure that it's passed on to Never Never Land. I had 3 code enforcement complaints since Monday, and I copied them on it so that I know it's in a system somewhere to get. And actually, I just got an email from the resident today that it got resolved. So that is the best way to get the information. Some of this other stuff, I just don't have an answer. And, I appreciate all the science and stuff, but, it's not, I go by the information given here and from our professional staff and with all this other stuff, the medical community, of course, and, the other stuff, and I watch all the news too, and I see what everybody's saying. It's just so hard to know what is the facts anymore. Everybody says, you got to watch this person, this is 100%. I don't watch any of them. I'm just trying to make the facts on what's given to me that day, just kind of like what we do land use meetings. So anyway, so it's not like we're sitting around. I don't know about you guys, but I spent all weekend on the land use meeting, or all day Sunday, and then Saturday on this. And I had surgery Friday, so it hasn't been a fun week.
Yeah. Tell us works very well. Tell us at mymanatee.org.
Yeah.
I frequently submit things on behalf of constituents.
Yeah.
I frequently do from myself when I want an answer to something, because I know that's the best way to get it. That is, what we've been taught. That's the way to get the best information from the best person at the county. County has, 2,000 employees, somewhere around there. And, I don't know who the best person is to respond. So when there's an issue that comes up, that's what I do. I send it on.
They forward
and
it
that's
to the
what works.
appropriate departments.
Right,
It's not
right.
like they keep it.
And honestly, I have said before, anyone wants to meet with me, I will meet with you. If anyone wants to talk with me on the phone, call me. I'll call you back. Nobody's called me and I've not called them back that I'm aware of. So that's, and I know other commissioners feel that way as well. Lots of times it's just too darn long to reply to 20 questions in an email. Let's have a conversation. I'll tell you the best I can. I won't have all the answers. I won't probably make you happy with some of my answers, but I will debate with you over the phone for a little bit. So, all right. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment now. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those,
Aye.
thank you, Steve. All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, we have lunch here. We can take a break. Is half hour long enough for you guys?
Yep. Yes.
Half hour long enough for lunch break? Okay. We're going to take a half hour, yes, Reggie?
Oh, 1 o'clock?
I don't know, what time is it?
20 after. That'd be a 40
Yeah.
minute.
1 o'clock?
We'll come back at 10 to 1. We're going to only take a half hour. Sorry, guys.
you can't go.
We'll be back at 10 to 1. All right, we are back in session at this time. We are going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 49, resolution regarding the naming of public facilities. I think, Mr. Palmer, you wanted to come forward and...
On this?
Didn't realize you were jumping to me that quickly.
Oh, sorry, if you're...
What one are we going to?
I was going just down the agenda. Item number 49 is next on our agenda.
That's not Mickey.
Well, it is, resolution regarding the naming of public facilities.
Bill.
On here.
We on
I'm sorry, did I miss something? What?
to coronavirus. That
We're-
was what's
That's
next.
number,
Is that time certain?
No.
No, 48 is next.
Well, I say coronavirus it is.
I think we should do 48 because these people have been here all day.
They've been waiting all day.
If y'all are okay, I'll go to 48. I don't really care.
Sorry,
honestly.
Mickey.
Oh, no, please. Carry away coronavirus.
I don't like the way you put that exactly, but okay. We
Yeah.
Item number 48.
We're
Certainly,
going to
that's
keep you here
fine.
as long as we can.
Cheri.
I'm here for the duration.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the board. Again, Cheri, Coryea County Administrator. I'm going to start off with an update for week 22, day 211, and go through just a very quick on the reopening, turn it over to Director Sauer, and then today we also have Dr. Vega, our medical examiner here. Dr. Vega is right back here to my left, and he's here to answer some questions about reporting of deaths. He offered to come over, and we thought that would be beneficial. So let me go through this very quickly. You've seen a lot of this. Again, week 22, day 211 on our reporting. A slight change as of today for you on the recognition of the governor's executive order on Friday, the 25th. Executive Order 2244 was put out by the governor, which was moving to phase 3. We're going to just review the steps. Next slide. Again, these were the 7 areas, and if everyone's been really paying attention, these are the 7 areas from the governor's task force, and this is what he's been following. So when he says he moves to phase 3, if you have a copy of that report, which is attached to our agenda item on the www.mymanatee.org, when you go to BCC agendas, then you get right to that attachment there. Those 7 items are in the report. The state moved to phase 1 on May 18th. They moved to phase 2 on June 5th. And again, last Friday, 9/25, moved to phase 3. Next slide. These are the areas that I've reported on before, and I'm going to quickly go over these. These are the 3 benchmarks as a county. We're required to assist our community with maintaining. We work collaboratively with the Department of Health, of course, our Department of Public Safety, and the hospitals on. First, the syndromic surveillance. If there's a downward trajectory of influenza-like illnesses, and we have seen that in the last 14 days. These are also on the Department of Health's website. Every night, these reports are there. You can click on the various items for Manatee County and see. You can see the tracking of this, and Director Sauer will probably also be going over that. The downward trajectory of COVID-like illnesses was in the mild range under their report on September 28th, with a trending downward over the last 30 days, ever so slightly since March 2nd, but more quickly in the below the 5% range in the last 14 days. Under the second area, the epidemiology and outbreak decline, we're to watch for a downward trajectory of documented COVID-19 cases, and the daily percent positive for Manatee County documented COVID cases has been below 5% over the last 14 days, and emergency room visits for COVID-like illnesses has also been trending downward. The other area that we are also able to watch for is the downward trajectory of positive tests as a percent total, and Manatee County's total overall daily percent since March 2nd has been leveling off to about 10.8%. Yesterday it was 10.76, so we are slightly moving down. And then the last but most important one right now is your healthcare capability, and the capability to treat all patients without triggering any surge capacity. And all 3 of the hospitals have been seeing a downward trend. Now, I get an update from Blake Hospital every day, and I just wanted to say I looked before I came up here, and on August 10th, Blake's daily count was 36 COVID patients in the general hospital, 10 in ICU. Today, they have 17 in general hospital and 1 in ICU. And that's just as an example. I don't have Manatees right now because they had a slight problem with some reporting across the country, and I wasn't able to look today. So those are those 3 benchmarks. Next, let's quickly go to these 2 highlighted areas. Up until last Friday, we were in this yellow zone here, which was the phase 2, and now we are in the green zone, which is phase 3. And what that means for everyone is that we're shooting up towards 28% of the population in October to be tested, continuing the 75% with the re-entry of staff that are already in place, and a continued 25% co-working. Also, we have our budget already in place and started the new year, as well as we are tracking those benchmarks. Probably the most important things here is that the county outdoor facilities are going to be back at full operation. We're working with all of Parks and Natural Resources and property management to bring those all back online. They've been pretty active, but now we can put them all back with this phase 3. And then you heard from Karen Stewart this morning about the CARES Act, and we're targeting, let me take a step back there. We are currently open on the government side because that's an ongoing submission. Our community health and well-being is paused because we've reached the current first quarter max, and you heard Karen, all those have been approved, and we're trying to get all those contracts in place. Under the housing assistance and the economic recovery, you also heard Karen report that on October 13th at that meeting you're going to see some changes to the program, and hopefully that will allow us to open up on the 14th for those 2 areas. We have to catch up with the current ones that we have. And then our large venues, which is probably the most impacted by the phase 3, is that the very large venues now we can bring back online, which means even this facility as well as some of our other larger venues. And next slide. So basically that ends what I wanted to bring up. Just as a reminder, we're still under the governor's executive order for the state of Florida state of emergency, which is currently Executive Order 2213, and that lasts right now until November 3rd. The new Phase 3 is available online and was submitted again on Friday evening. And to the last slide, Diane, today we are, though, still asking to stay in the local state of emergency, as is indicated, for another 7 days based on our current status. Any questions for me before Director Sauer comes up?
Questions for Cheri at this point?
Okay.
Okay. We'll hear
Thank
from
you.
Jake.
Hang on one.
Thank you for helping us today. You're not Lori, but we're Lisa.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jake Sauer, Director of Public Safety. I'm here today again to provide you with an overview of the COVID response as well as related data and trends surrounding the situation. As with past presentations, let me remind you that the data included is produced off of information from the Florida Department of Health yesterday. The pandemic has continued to spread with 33.2 million people now infected in countries across the globe. The state of Florida has more than 690,000 total positive cases and over 14,000 deaths. In Manatee County, there has now been 11,368 unique residents to test positive for COVID-19, which unfortunately includes 291 confirmed fatalities. The percentage of tests that are positive fell to 3.5% for the past 7 days, and that's a significant drop from July 26, when the average was 9%. 9 people utilized the non-congregate shelter that the county established as part of the CARES Act funding, but we have since ceased operations due to a lack of usage. The Manatee County Emergency Operations Center remains at a level 2, partial activation for the COVID-19 response, and will continue to field any urgent requests for equipment and personnel as needed. On slide 4, the graph shows the number of cases per date as well as the 7-day average, which smooths out outliers in the data to show a trend. And if we look at data from mid-July onward, we can see a noteworthy decrease in positive cases. We had just begun to see the early signs of a decrease or plateau around the time of the resolution to approve a mask mandate. And since that date, we have continued to see a steady decline, which can be attributed to the mask mandate as well as greater awareness of diligent hygiene, social distance behaviors of our residents. When looking at fatality data by date, it's clear to see that there have been 2 distinct surges in fatalities, with the first peak occurring in mid-April, which can be largely attributed to outbreaks within our long-term care facilities, and the second beginning in mid-July, when we experienced a surge in positive cases related to our general population. While fatality data has dropped off over the recent weeks, it's important to note that the death reporting often takes several weeks or longer to make its way into the Florida Department of Health database, so that data of the most recent few weeks will likely be updated as deaths are added to the database. Slide 6 highlights some of the demographic data for COVID-19, including statistics, race, age, and sex. The county's overall median age has held the same at 39 years of age, while the state's median age is 40. The age group with the most positive cases in Manatee County continues to be people ages 25 to 34. The number of positive cases in males and females continue to be fairly similar, with females making approximately 53% of local cases. And of the positive case count where the patient's race is known, Caucasians comprise 66% of the total, African Americans comprise 13%, and all of the races 22%. This graph, as well as all following graphs, provide us with an opportunity to look at the data for the dates since the resolution regarding face coverings went into effect. The graph here on slide 7 shows the number of new positive cases per day since the end of July. Here we can see a sharp decline over the selected timeline. As of yesterday, there are 106,715 Manatee County residents that have tested positive for COVID-19, and that's over 25% of our estimated population. I'm sorry, we have tested those. In the graph on slide 8, the bars represent the percentage of local tests that are positive for COVID-19 each day since July 27th, and the line is a 7-day running average. The goal is to keep the percentage positive below 10%, and Manatee County continues to remain below this benchmark, and that's another good sign of improved conditions within the community. When looked at from an overall testing period of the past few months, we have gone from a percent positive testing rate of 9.61% at the end of June, climbed to as high as 12.4%, and by July 9th, before starting to see a steady decline beginning around July 20th. Next slide. Slide number 9 provides data surrounding COVID-19 in our local hospitals. In July, local hospitals had the number of beds available quickly dwindle down to nothing. On July 27th, there were 142 positive for COVID-19 in our hospitals. Yesterday, there were only 21. In our ICUs, there were 32 COVID-19 positive patients when the mask ordinance went into effect, and yesterday it number dwindled down to 5. That said, the signs have been trending positive in our hospitals since the end of July. The Manatee County Public Safety will continue to monitor and assist our hospitals with any unmet needs through our healthcare work group. The trend of fewer people utilizing the testing sites countywide has continued, so please remind the public that the number of testing sites remain available for residents to utilize. Some of those testing sites that remain available include from partner organizations like MCR Health, and MCR has done a tremendous job at providing testing for residents with over 25,000 people visiting their facilities in the county for COVID-19 testing. Testing continues to be available at MCR clinics for pediatrics and adults. The Florida Department of Health continues to provide additional targeted testing at mobile home parks, migrant camps within our community. And the walk-up site at Lincoln Park and Palmetto continues to operate. And this site offers antibody testing in addition to standard tests that are available. The University Town Center testing site has relocated to Cattleman Road in Sarasota, where it runs daily from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And Manatee County and all its partners should continue to advocate for individuals to get tested, specifically if they exhibit symptoms of COVID-19 or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Individuals in these categories should be tested and self-isolate to limit the spread of the virus within the community and continue to operate as we continue to operate and reach those who may be positive for COVID-19. Going forward, public safety will continue to engage with the local hospitals to monitor bed availability and COVID-19 positives in the hospitals and remains poised to assist with resources requests as necessary with the state and locally. Manatee County will continue to test 2% of our estimated population, and we will continue to work with the Manatee County Department of Health to identify where testing is needed most in local underserved areas and determine the best methods to provide testing in those areas. Just a reminder, while local conditions have improved, the public needs to remain vigilant in following all official guidance regarding proper hygiene, continue to practice social distancing, and wear face coverings when in public. And these techniques remain as the best way the public can help stop the spread of COVID-19. With that, I can take any questions you might have, and I also have Dr. Vega from the Medical Examiner's Office here, since we are having some discussions about fatalities recently, and he can help answer any questions you might have as well.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Carol?
Dr. Vega, sorry, Jake. I serve on the Medical Examiners Commission, and we changed the policy, Dr. Vega, as you know. I think you were on the call also. And can you explain, has that helped the reporting for your deaths now that you don't have to sign every death certificate now versus, especially when they're in the hospital, now the doctors actually treating the patients can? Can you explain how that's helped? And also give us an idea how many are in backlog. Did you ever get caught up?
Yeah, I can address all of that, although it might be helpful to give a little background first before answering that specific question. And thank you for having me here today. I was telling Jake earlier that because administratively I sort of interact directly with Sarasota County and not so much directly with you all, I don't get a chance to see you and speak to you as much unless we make a direct effort to do so, and I really would like to do that more often and talk to you about the issues of the day that intersect with what I do. So I would really like to very much make this kind of presentation for you a regular thing, and I'm gonna make that happen. Our involvement with COVID-19 started with the governor's emergency declaration. Just like any other emergency declaration, once that happens, it's not written in statute, but it has essentially been policy that the medical examiners throughout the state then report through the Medical Examiner Commission all deaths associated with that emergency. And so when COVID-19 emergency was ordered by the governor, we fell into the same sort of position. So initially, all deaths that were either known or suspected to be caused by COVID-19 were coming through the medical examiners in the state. And the system works really well for short-term events like hurricanes, probably the most common emergency that we have. It wasn't really a system designed to handle death reporting in a pandemic with higher numbers of deaths occurring over a prolonged period. Nevertheless, the medical examiners throughout the state were tasked with doing this, and I think did an admirable job. I think we did reasonably well in that capacity as well here. And actually through June, we did very well. And as you know, the deaths after the peak in late April, early May, really declined to very reasonable numbers in June. I actually was able to track deaths as they were occurring retrospectively, but in real time based on the date of death. And it was amazing when I looked at those numbers how on June 26th, which is 3 weeks exactly after the phase 2 reopening on June 5th, the numbers of deaths started to climb. And I'd sort of predicted that actually in my own planning that we would expect some increase, and that did happen. We were very busy throughout July, and I think July was when most medical examiners' offices in the state really began to start to feel overwhelmed with the number of deaths that they were having to investigate. For most medical examiner offices, the workload that they were seeing at that time period, and the same was true for us, was increased from 20 to 50% over their baseline workload. Miami, Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach were even more so impacted because they were more severely impacted by the disease in general. As this condition continued, it was decided at the Medical Examiner Commission meeting on August 14th, the one that Commissioner Whitmore was referencing. It was decided that there would no longer be the expectation, it was never a legal requirement per se, but the expectation and the requirement that medical examiners would be the primary and sole certifiers of COVID deaths in the state. And so at that point, the decision was made to allow the doctors who were treating these patients to sign those death certificates and certify those deaths just like they would for any of their other patients who were dying of natural disease. The implications of that for, I think, the registration certification of those deaths was that there was probably going to be a little less consistency about how the deaths were certified, because if they're all coming through my office, we know that they're going to be handled a certain way. We know we're going to certify them a certain way. We know we're going to apply the appropriate comorbidities in the death certificate on those cases. So I think there's probably a little less consistency now that there's a broader number of doctors in the community who are signing those death certificates. That being said, I think one primary benefit of doing that, besides essentially saving my office from going underwater, is that the deaths get certified more quickly, because the doctors who are treating those patients, they know all the background information of those patients. They're able to sign those death certificates essentially same day of death. When my office had to do it, we had to essentially start from scratch, get all the medical records, which sometimes takes days. It got better as the pandemic progressed, but that delay of days and the time that it would take our doctors to be able to actually review those records and then make a determination, was this a COVID-related death or not, that, I think, that built-in delay of anywhere from 2, 3, 5, sometimes 7, 10, 12 days or more even, depending on how long it took to get the records. Those delays have been eliminated in terms of the certification process. So I think those are the two major takeaways I would take away from that, Commissioner Whitmore, is that the deaths are getting certified by their primary care physicians or hospitalists more quickly, but there's probably a little less consistency, and I can't tell you because I'm not privy to all that data, but it just seems reasonable to me that there would be a little less consistency in how the deaths are being certified in that way. Are they being counted more or less? If you want to use the term undercounted or overcounted a little bit, based on how we would do it, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know.
And so the only time a medical examiner really sees a patient now, any patient, is if it's a circumstance that you don't know what happened, an accident, a family request, and there's certain other criteria. Now you're not seeing it if it's just a COVID and the patient's in ICU on a vent and all that stuff, has pneumonia and he passes away. You don't see that anymore unless the family requests autopsy, correct?
That's correct. And even so, if families are requesting autopsies in those cases, they're still generally not being done. It's still not either CDC or OSHA recommendations to autopsy in general those cases. And even though we have, thank you to all of you, a relatively new facility to be doing these cases in, it's still not the kind of biosafety equipped laboratory that's recommended for doing autopsies on known COVID cases.
So we don't have backlogs like we did when we passed this in August, right? Because I know you had to get a retired medical examiner because the state for emergencies requires a certain type of certified medical examiner to do the death certificate, correct?
Well, that's true for any death certificate,
Right.
actually, that we do. It has to be a specially trained and qualified physician. And we have had to do that. We did, I think, essentially we got past our backlog of cases 3 to 4 weeks following the resolution that changed the way the certification was done on August 14th. So we're pretty much caught up now.
And we had questions about diagnosis codes. During all this time, we've had many citizens come up and we're just saying everybody's got COVID. You as a medical examiner up until August 16th, in my other world, when we see a patient, we actually have COVID nurses because we have patients elderly with COVID. And you'll see like COVID, pneumonia, congestive heart failure, diabetes. Can you tell us on the patients that you saw, is that kind of what you looked at, the doctors that was treating the patient's history and physical, what their diagnosis codes were? A lot of people thought we were just saying everybody's dying of COVID, but that's not how it works.
It's not at all. And although I would add that because codes themselves, like the numerical codes that go into, or they get correlated with diagnoses, they're really used for insurance and other purposes. So we don't bother with codes. But in looking at every one of those cases, did we review the doctor's notes, reviewed the CT scans or chest x-rays, verified the presence of a positive test, and frequently numerous positive tests? We did all of that. And even after doing that, sometimes we decided that a case was not a COVID-related death, even in the light of a positive test. And so we certified some of those cases as not being COVID caused. But I would say of the cases that came to us with a positive test, we ended up having about 500 total COVID-reported deaths. Of those, 310 were COVID-caused deaths in our estimation. 64 of them were not COVID-caused. So we're looking at 75% in that neighborhood of the cases that were referred to us as deaths with a positive COVID test ended up being caused by COVID, but not all of them. And so we didn't make that determination until we had a chance to look at all those records.
And my last comment, when a patient, I know of an elderly lady that was in the hospital, went in, got a COVID test, and she was positive. no symptoms, but she had it. She wanted to go back to the nursing home, but they wouldn't take her because she was positive. So at the beginning, you had to have 2 negatives. So she had another test that was positive. Now, according to Jake and the state, once you're positive, you only get counted once. Is that how you understand it?
I mean, I don't have anything to do with the way the state counts those numbers, but that's my understanding of it. And you know, from our perspective, all we count is the number of individuals that we deal with. So whether that individual had 1 positive test or 12 didn't really matter for us. So that when I tell you we had 310, actually it was more than that, 400. It was 400. It was 410 deaths. They were deaths that were individual people who had died with a COVID test that we determined were caused by that. Now, all that stopped August 14th, so that data is really obsolete at this point. But we still do get occasional cases like you mentioned, either cases in which there was some suspicion that COVID could be involved but hadn't been documented yet with a test. Sometimes we do our own COVID tests on those individuals, wait for the results of the tests, and then make a determination of how to proceed from there. Maybe one other related question that could come up was, what about the occasional reports of cases in the media that were counted as COVID positive but didn't seem to be COVID deaths, like somebody who was in a car accident or somebody who had a broken hip or something of that nature. And from our perspective, the only cases like that we would count as a positive is somebody who had an injury that caused them to be hospitalized. While they were hospitalized, maybe they were seriously ill, maybe they would have gotten better, but while they were hospitalized, they got COVID-19 pneumonia, and that clearly pushed them over the edge and caused death. In those cases, the injuries also were important, so they were part of the death certification too, but so was the COVID. So we would count those as COVID-positive deaths. It's not like an asymptomatic person getting in a severe car wreck and say, getting a lacerated aorta and dies on the spot. That's not a COVID death. That's not the kind of traumatic death that we counted. And we had probably a dozen or so of those, maybe a little bit more by the time we ended up on August 14th.
Thank you.
And I'll take any other questions too, but one other thing I wanted to just address briefly was there have been questions about whether or not during this time period, because of either a direct or indirect relationship from all the things going on with either the infection or our responses to it, have there been an increase in other kinds of deaths like drug overdoses or suicides? I have to admit that I was concerned that we would see significant increases in maybe both of those types of death as a result of the whole milieu of things going on. The best way to be able to address that is sort of compare to previous years, because it's very difficult in any individual case to say this one case was especially due to the effects of COVID. We probably had a very, very small number of suicides, maybe 2 or 3, where there was a statement by the individual that related in some way to COVID or the circumstances of COVID. But indirectly, could they have been associated? Maybe very much so, as a possibility. So I did collect some numbers to share with you today that I think make me feel comfortable that maybe we didn't see a big increase in those. And we're a little hampered because we collect statistics generally by the calendar year. And of course, we're in the middle of the calendar year now. So what I did was I sort of prorated, if you will, the numbers that we were looking at. We are at day 272 today out of the 366 of the year. So basically did that to look at the relative numbers of cases that would have been maybe received by this same day in previous years. And looking at 2017 through this year, actually, the number of suicides we've seen compared to previous years is a little bit lower this year. If you look at the prorated numbers, this year we have 46 in Manatee County. Last year was 53. 2018 was 51. And 2017 was 48. So it is possible that 46 is a little bit low because there's probably a couple of cases that we're going to end up calling suicides that we haven't yet, so they're not officially included as part of this data. But it makes me feel comfortable that we haven't seen a big surge of suicides, at least in our county, that are associated with this. The drug-related deaths are even more of a challenge because there's a lot of those cases in which we haven't certified yet because it takes a while for the test results to come back. So some deaths from July and August, we don't have the test results on those back yet, so we're still waiting to certify them. And some of those are definitely going to come back as drug-related deaths. So that being said, I expect to see lower numbers here. And what we have for 2020 so far are 76 drug-related deaths. By the way, methamphetamine and fentanyl are what are killing your residents from drug overdoses. And that's true in a lot of places around the country and throughout Florida. So Manatee County is not unique in that way. We're sort of unique in that really in the past couple of years, we have seen methamphetamine become a real problem. In years prior to, say, 2017, we saw very little of it. But compare the numbers. So 76 for 2020. The prorated numbers for 2019, 90. 2018, 64. And 2017 was 105. But if you recall, 2016 and 17 is really when the opioid crisis hit Manatee County very hard with carfentanil and heroin, and then other fentanyl analogs, fentanyl-like drugs. I do think that 76 will get to a number higher than it is now, significantly higher, probably approaching 90 when all is said and done. So drug overdoses, I think we might be seeing a little bit more of them. How much of that is due to COVID? I don't know. We were actually seeing more overdoses in January, February, and March as compared to January, February, and March of previous years, too. So we were already on the uptick for drug overdose deaths. So I'm not really sure how much of what we're seeing in the total numbers for the year so far could be indirectly attributable to COVID, but that's sort of one of the things we're looking at. So that was sort of prepared information I had for you. But if there are other commissioners that have questions besides Commissioner Whitmore, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to do what I can.
I do, because we've heard so much about the comorbidity report and how so few deaths have actually been caused by COVID. And of course, I read stuff online, I read reports from other doctors trying to explain that. I hear that, and you were talking to that, but I wonder if you could speak directly to that. So when people say, well, gosh, only 6% of the deaths they're saying are COVID are not, because there are really these other comorbidities. Maybe you could just address that specifically.
Sure. And, if y'all had unlimited time, if we all had unlimited time, we'd have a chance to explore all these things in great detail. And I think one thing that would be educational would be to sit down and go through a stack of 500 death certificates randomly to see what they look like and to see how deaths are certified, either by forensic pathologists like me or just by doctors in the community. With natural deaths, most of them are certified with more than one natural disease. In other words, they've got maybe a primary disease and they've got comorbidities. Mm-hmm. It's very common. Think of the people you know. How many of them, if they have a medical disease of any kind, have only one? Now, if you're a younger person, maybe you don't have any, or maybe you have one. As we get older, we collect them, right? It's just the way it is. Our bodies slowly, I hate to say it, we slowly break down and degenerate, and we get diseases of chronic living. And those diseases aren't independent, diseases that affect one part of the body. If you get gastritis and you have pneumonia, you think maybe they're different parts of the body. They're not going to affect you the same at all once you leave those areas of the body. But your body's very interdependent, and it's very unusual to have one natural disease affect the body totally independent of other natural diseases. And COVID is exactly that way, just like other natural diseases. So I can't tell you a number of the deaths that we looked at that we certified that had no comorbidities, but I can tell you it was very low, which is good news. But the bad news is that many of us have one comorbidity or other, and especially as we get older, we tend to have more of them. So it's not surprising at all to me that, as we've looked at the COVID deaths, that most of them have comorbidities. Many of them are, well, I think if you look at like our average age, it was 75 of the average age of a person that we certified that died from COVID. Many of them were nursing home patients. Not all of them. And as the pandemic progressed, that percentage of non-nursing home patients grew and grew. But just because you have a comorbidity doesn't mean necessarily you're on death's door either. So I think, some of those patients were very sick before they got COVID, but we did not certify a death as due to COVID unless that person would have survived and lived significantly longer. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know how long, but if it was clear to us that they would have survived a significant period longer and then died earlier because they got COVID, then that's how we did it. So it's a very complex issue. I hope that addressed your question some.
Yeah, I mean, I had heard a percentage of the population that has a comorbidity, which was, I don't know, somewhere around at least 50-some%. I don't know that number. Again, I just know what I read. And it seemed to say that, only such a small percentage died of just COVID means they didn't have high blood pressure, means they weren't obese, means they didn't have any of these things that might have be considered a comorbidity. And I think everyone wants to just say, they just died of that. They didn't die of COVID. They only died of that because only 6% only had COVID or whatever the number. But that's the way I've read from other medical professionals, again, only online, so who knows what that's worth, but that in fact that's pretty standard to have a comorbidity, but you can determine whether or not they died of COVID, and that's what you've been saying.
Right. But it's complicated. I mean, there's a reason why my job is a specialty unto itself, because figuring out cause of death, sometimes it's simple, but sometimes it's not so simple. And, honestly, it's complicated enough that it's hard to adjudicate in the Twitterverse or out on the internet. And it's really, it's best left to people who have the knowledge to be able to do it. Physicians in general, and in select cases, especially forensic pathologists who specialize in that.
Okay. Other questions? All right. I did have a question for Jake.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jake, my question is that, we regularly get into the flu season down here, and we have run into problems with available hospital beds before COVID. When does that generally happen? Do we have any reason to believe that it won't happen this year? How do we prepare for such a thing, knowing that COVID is still out there, hasn't been totally eradicated? We seem to be at a really good point, better point than we've been at. But it is something that concerns me that we know regularly we've had a shortage, and shortage might not be the right word. I don't know, help me out here, but we've had problems where we've had people waiting for a hospital bed in the past.
Yeah, so let me explain how that works with our seasons. Typically, the following week after Thanksgiving, that is when we start our season of snowbirds. EMS sees a ramp up in calls for service. Hospitals see an influx of inpatients, and they also get their seasonal nurses. Because the hospital systems here are for-profit, all hospital systems want to maintain a healthy patient caseload. It's just-in-time patient care. So as a normal service during our season, we already are feeling a strain on available hospital beds and nurses able to maintain those patients that are admitted to the hospital. That involves EMS holding those patients in the hospital while we wait for beds. That involves shuffling patients that EMS is transporting to hospitals to different hospitals that have available beds. It's a very fine-tuned Rolex, per se, of we manage that every day to find the closest niche of available hospitals and nurses to care for those patients that we transport. So the system operates probably during season, I would say, at 110% capacity just normally. What we've been saying and what experts will tell you that as we get into our season, I don't know if snowbirds are going to come down or not. I hope they do. We have lots of businesses that depend on those. But we have to be very mindful of our hospital capabilities and availability when we talk about throwing the flu season and COVID into that mix.
Yeah, I mean, because it's, my husband just came from Michigan. They've already had frost up there, kind of unheard of how fast the cold is coming up north. I don't know. Hopefully it's an aberration. Maybe it's, Indian summer's yet to come. That generally pushes people to go south. That's what
Absolutely.
snowbird's all about, escaping the cold, right?
Absolutely.
So that is a concern. And we talk about shifting people around. I mean, in a COVID situation, given what we've had, I hope we have other plans.
So we do in our healthcare work group, which has spun up because of COVID. That's number one on our healthcare work group's responsibility, is to make sure that we maintain hospital capability moving into the season. Like I said, we're already, as we get into the season, and we see that season come earlier and earlier. How that affects us with this year with COVID-19, I'm not sure yet. But we do see typically around Thanksgiving, that's when our influx starts. It ramps up in January, February, and then around Easter, it starts to go back down. Going into this season, knowing COVID-19, knowing the flu, that's where I'm encouraging everybody to get a flu shot, is we have to maintain some sort of availability for an influx of COVID-19 should we see that.
And, we look at the maps and it shows where cases are going up, and they are going up throughout the United States, not here, but elsewhere in the United States. So, and many of those people may come to Florida. I don't know, I just look at the map. When it turns red on the news, that's about all I know and what I read. But right now we're in a better position, and that's why we've moved into phase 3. Right. The governor's moved us into phase 3. We don't know what will happen with that, but I want to just talk about phase 3 and the implications. I don't know. I'll just tell everyone that I felt concerned when I read the governor's order and saw that he was going to not allow any basically enforcement of a mask ordinance because, he took out the fines, and I think that was the really only enforcement you had, right? You get a ticket, you get a fine. Nobody has been fined in Manatee County. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when I looked at this and I thought, well, you can't enforce it. What good is having such a regulation? But then I want to make sure that from my personal perspective that we're clear, that masks aren't, the recommendation on masks is not being changed by any medical professional. They're still encouraging the wearing of masks. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, but I didn't want to get in this weird area where people will say, well, the governor said, that you shouldn't be enforcing this. And that's not exactly what he said. And I know the attorney can probably correct me, but that's the way I read it. You can't have a fine. You don't have any enforcement power. Why do it? So I thought, well, I want to make sure that I'm clear in the way I feel about this as a community leader, right? That's what we're elected to do. So I put together a proclamation. I took all the whereases and I threw in a couple of my own, probably one of the longest proclamations you've ever seen with the shortest action.
Yeah, it was pretty long.
And that's why I asked for it to go out. And I wrote it myself.
At least you wrote it, thank God.
I actually wrote it myself.
So I couldn't.
But I did borrow all of the whereas clauses, and I threw in a couple more about what the latest thing there that the CDC, Robert Redfield. I always wish he was Robert Redford. That's probably why it hits my mind like that. Robert Redfield, what he stated, the importance of masks. So I put that all in a proclamation and said, we think you should still wear a mask. It's not a requirement. It's not a resolution. It's not an ordinance. But I wanted to be clear. Just because we're moving into phase 3
doesn't mean you should not wear a mask. So how could I do that? A proclamation. So I struggled with this, but that was my idea. You guys may have other ideas. I've had it reviewed by the attorney. Again, it's just a proclamation. Doesn't have the power of a resolution, doesn't have the power of an ordinance, but I felt that was the best we could do. That was my idea, and at some point I also asked both Claque, what would it take to amend our resolution? The recommendation was to do a repeal. So he's prepared with that, but that was my idea. Couldn't talk to any about it. Of course, it just came up on, Friday, so this was a Sunday night while I was watching football kind of draft, but that's what it is. It is what it is. So hopefully you all got a copy of it last night. I asked for it to be sent out. Carol?
I was looking at my emails about 10 o'clock, and this got hit with me. Can you just read the last paragraph? Because all this other stuff is stuff. That's fine. Read the now, therefore be it proclaimed, so at least the people in the audience and the public know what you're talking about, and then I just wanted to make a comment about that.
Do you all have a hard copy in front of you, Karen?
We just got it.
We just got
Madam Chair.
But we had it on an email last night.
I don't have a hard copy of the latest
Somebody
version.
just passed it to us. There you go. Here it comes.
Thank you. Sorry. All right.
Because it reminds me of the city of Bradenton's in a way, but just go ahead and read it.
All right, it says, now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that in the best interest of the county and furtherance of the public health, safety, and welfare of the county, the board strongly encourages individuals who cannot social distance to wear face coverings and supports businesses displaying signs requiring face masks to be worn in business establishments to reduce the spread of COVID-19.
So this reminds me kind of the city of Bradenton's. They just require a business to have a sign out that we encourage you to wear a mask. Am I right, Bill?
I do, Madam Chair, Commissioner Whitmore, I have not looked at the City of Bradenton's resolution in quite a while, but my understanding is it is advisory. It is not a mandatory.
Yeah, well, this is no.
That is correct. So
Yeah.
in that respect, it is very similar.
And this is not mandatory. This is just that we strongly encourage.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
we can't do anything mandatory by proclamation. We have to do that in other ways.
Okay.
So hear ye, hear ye. This is my proclamation. I kept thinking about that. I had to say it. Go ahead, Commissioner Buff.
First of all, I think since you wrote this thing yourself, and it's the longest proclamation I've seen in my 8 years on this board.
She stole
I
it.
think you should have to get up and read every bit of it. But,
I will be glad to get up, and I
No.
don't need to get up. I will be glad to read the whole thing.
Actually, for the public, that might not be a bad idea, but I know you kind of touched base on this a second ago, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. Bill, with the mandate that is now in place, we have to repeal that? Is that, you mentioned it, but I didn't understand.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Ball, I'm ready to go through that analysis whenever you like. It'll take a couple of minutes to talk about it. We don't necessarily have to, but I do think that is the best course of action under the circumstances, and I can explain why if you
Yeah,
would
and
like me to do it now.
I think,
I'm
it's
happy to.
interesting because we all got an email, I think, from Pinellas County, and I printed out their executive order, face coverings, and they are still mandating face coverings in Pinellas County. And what I had been told was that under the governor's Phase 3 order, that I don't know if I'm saying that right, whatever, the executive order, the latest one from the governor, says that you can't make a fine against an individual. So they are still requiring it in businesses, but then they also talk about fining an individual. And I thought, that did not seem to make sense to me, so perhaps you could address that as well.
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, as I've stated in numerous discussions about this subject, our face coverings resolution is adopted pursuant to the board's emergency powers under Florida Statute 252 in response to COVID-19, and that same act places authority on the governor to also exercise emergency powers over the entire state, including the authority to preempt or to supersede actions of local government. His emergency orders basically supersede ours. Yeah, he is the top dog in the pecking order in emergencies, and Florida is set up that way for a reason because of many years of experience with hurricanes. So on Friday, the governor issued Executive Order 20-244, and that suspends all fines and penalties associated with COVID-19 enforced upon individuals. That's the language in the order. Our face coverings resolution, of course, imposes mandatory requirements to wear face coverings and imposes fines on individuals who don't comply. And under the executive order, that is no longer enforceable. I do want to emphasize a couple of points. One, as has been stated already, Manatee County has not issued any fines, citations, or even to my knowledge, warnings under the face coverings resolution, and we have achieved quite a bit of compliance, is my understanding. And that has been true in other cities and counties around the state. The other point is that even if our resolution is not enforceable, that doesn't prevent both public and private facility owners like us from requiring masks in our own facilities. So regardless of whether there is or is not a resolution, businesses and, in our case, the county can still require that, as well as social distancing, as managers of our own properties. So turning to the options that the board has because of the executive order, you could do as some other counties have done, and you could amend your current face coverings resolution to enforce it against businesses instead of individuals. But I do have to remind you that I expressed some concern about that at the outset of this whole process, because we've seen in other jurisdictions where that has led to some pretty significant problems, imposing the responsibility on employees to act in that capacity. And that's been reported again as recently as Sunday in the Tampa Bay Times, that there have been numerous problems associated with that. You could leave this resolution on the books the way it is, knowing that it's not enforceable, or even amend it and just remove the enforcement provision. But I do not believe that is the best practice, and I'll readily acknowledge I am a more conservative lawyer about this maybe than some other local government lawyers. But my view is where you're stating to the public, this is mandatory and you must do this, but you have no enforcement provision, you're really not speaking as clearly as you should when you're exercising police powers. So the cleanest and most legally defensible way to handle this now is to repeal the resolution. I recognize that may not be what some people want to do from a policy standpoint, but it is the cleanest, best practice way to handle it, and then replace it with something advisory. And Madam Chair, the proclamation that you've drafted from a legal standpoint is fine. There are other options if the board wants to pursue them, of course, but I have no objection to it from a legal standpoint.
Okay. Questions? Comments? I'll be glad to read my proclamation at the appropriate time. Carol?
I'm glad Dr. Vega's here. I received an unsolicited call yesterday afternoon from a pretty big business, large business owner in Manatee County, and he was given grief Friday night, actually, because some citizens wanted to sit at a specific table at one of his businesses, and he said, and they said no, we're still keeping him spaced out, and he got grief from it. But he said it's his right as a business owner, and he knows his customer clientele won't come in unless he continues to do what he's doing, so he's not going to go to 100%. And also a risk to his employees, because throughout all this, he's had a few employees that did test positive. I also went last week and saw a pulmonologist, and this pulmonologist treated almost all of the COVID patients in the ICUs at Manatee, and actually worked on a couple of our friends that didn't make it. And I went in his office, and it's like, totally like you were in the middle of the pandemic right then and there. But he said there's going to be another wave coming, and I saw that chart spike up. I said, well, Labor Day was a few weeks ago, and he says, you're going to see something in the next week or two. And from my professional opinion, you are. So he says, I've given up talking to people about this. They just won't listen. They just don't understand I'm on the front lines and I've seen it. He started treating doctors with COVID, nurses, respiratory therapists at the hospitals, because he said, people were getting a little lax. They'd peek their head in the COVID unit and, ask a question. And those very people ended up in the hospital. So, and then we also got a letter, and I didn't see this until I got to work this morning. I was too busy reading Betsy's very long resolution. Too long, but you got your message across. And I guess this came from Medical Society, and it said, "Good evening," and it was sent last night sometime. In light of the governor's executive order on Friday, the Manatee County Medical Society would like the commission to know that it still supports the mask mandate. COVID cases are down because the mandate required masks in certain situations. It was successful in reducing cases. It would be nice if everyone would be good, caring citizens by wearing a mask and keeping their distance. However, we know that will not be the case unless there continues to be some type of mask ordinance in place. We encourage you to stay the course and keep a mask ordinance until we have a vaccine widely available. And this was from the medical executive director at the Medical Society, which represents, I think, on the Medical Society, 350 doctors, and there's about 900 physicians in Manatee County. Not all belong to the Medical Society. I just wanted to bring that up because, we need to, and I said this with the churches, we need to move somewhere. We've gotten the percentages down to 5%. And I'm so proud of everybody. And it's because of the masks. I'm a person of science. I'm actually an expert in infectious disease. I've taken care of HIV patients in the hospitals, TB patients, MRSA. That's bacteria, sorry. But I know my infectious disease. My husband's been a surgeon for 45 years, and he just can't understand why people don't understand that masks do work. And no, he doesn't work now because he has Parkinson's. So, I am torn on what to do. I don't think that we can do a straight-out mask. I don't think we can continue with the same ordinance that we have today. But I am going to represent the medical community somehow on this, the people that are actually taking care of these patients. I got 2 calls this week from people that I know indirectly through social media that were tested positive, freaking out and wanted to know, can they go get an antibody test, and they just got diagnosed. So I told them to call their doctor because you kind of got to wait till you build up antibodies, So we are seeing people that we know that are still testing positive. I want to listen to everybody else, but I did want you to know what I've heard in the past 72 hours and where my thoughts are coming from a medical professional that actually does know infectious disease, that has to take the courses, that has practices, that helped my husband in surgery. I do know infectious disease, and I know infection control. So I don't know what to do on this issue. We knew it was all coming up. I'm so proud that the numbers are coming down. That number that I saw this week spike up. I don't know why. Maybe the stock that I talked to last week is right. I don't know, but it spiked up pretty high in one day, and I don't know. So I'm going to listen to everybody and then decide what to do, including the public comment.
Okay. I also wanted to clarify something because we got a lot of requests. People saying, please eliminate this from the school board.
We don't have any.
We have no authority in the schools. The schools have total authority. The governor's not telling them they can't wear masks in the schools. That can't happen from what I've understood. The schools have the authority to require masks if the school board says so.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you. So please don't ask us to get rid of them in the schools. Not our deal, not our job. So I'll go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and read this, and then I got to get a motion, then we'll go to public comment. And we have 2 motions that would be appropriate if you all want to go that way. One to approve the proclamation, and the second one is to approve the resolution.
Yeah, I would need to hand out a revised resolution. We had one in the agenda item today to separate masks from the state of emergency. And I've come up with a revised draft of that resolution that would simply repeal the mask resolution. Okay. And Karen has kindly agreed to pass that around to the board and the clerk. And I'll explain the differences if and when the board decides to move forward with it so that it's clear to the public.
All right, okay. Proclamation, Board of County Commissioners, Manatee County, Florida. Whereas a new strain of, and I will just disclaimer before I read it, all these whereas clauses came from
Other stuff.
our other resolutions. I didn't make these up, so just before I start reading it. Whereas a new strain of coronavirus has caused an infectious disease, COVID-19, that has not been previously identified in humans. And whereas the World Health Organization raised its assessment of the COVID-19 threat from high to very high and declared a public health emergency of international concern related to COVID-19 on January 30th, 2020. And whereas the WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic on March 11th, 2020. And whereas on March 1st, 2020, Governor Ron DeSantis issued Executive Order 20-51, declaring that appropriate measures to control the spread of COVID-19 in the state of Florida are necessary, and therefore directed that a public health emergency be declared in the state of Florida. And whereas, as of September 27th, 2020, at least 11,436 people in Manatee County have tested positive for COVID-19, with at least 291 deaths. And additional confirmed cases have been reported in neighboring counties, including Sarasota, Hillsborough, and Pinellas. And whereas it is the duty of Manatee County to take protective measures, including but not limited to development of incident action response plans, procurement of personal protective equipment, pandemic preventive training and exercise coordination, and similar activities to protect the public health and safety of the community. And whereas on March 2nd, 2020, Manatee County began to take proactive measures in response to the imminent threat to the public health, safety, and welfare presented by COVID-19. And whereas Section 252.38 Florida statutes prescribes the establishment of a local emergency management agency, the appointment of a director thereof, the power and authority thereof, and the power and authority of the Board of County Commissioners in emergency situations. And whereas Manatee County initially declared a state of local emergency on March 16, 2020, pursuant to Resolution Number 20-041, and on March 24, 2020, pursuant to Resolution Number 20-045. And whereas COVID-19 is spread through airborne transmission from individuals sneezing, speaking, and coughing, and infectious droplet nuclei can spread for a great distance. And whereas, since April of 2020, the board has proactively directed the implementation of numerous efforts, including an aggressive communications campaign to encourage persons in the county to practice social distancing, wash and sanitize their hands, clean high-touch surfaces, and wear face coverings as community mitigation strategies to increase containment of COVID-19. And whereas the continued operation of businesses providing goods and services is necessary to provide essential goods and services to the public and visitors and to support the local economy. And whereas federal and state health officials have indicated that they expect additional cases of COVID-19 to be identified in the coming days and months, and based on the highly contagious nature of COVID-19, additional person-to-person transmission is likely. And whereas the use of face coverings has been identified as a measure to assist in preventing individuals who may be spreading COVID-19 from spreading it to other individuals in public settings when other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain. And whereas, to reduce the spread of the disease, the Centers for Disease Control, CDC, recommends the use of cloth face coverings in public settings where other social distancing measures are difficult to maintain, such as grocery stores and pharmacies, since many individuals with no symptoms can spread the virus, and even individuals who develop symptoms can transmit the virus to others before showing symptoms. And whereas Florida Medical Association President Ronald L. Giffler, MD, JD, MBA, has issued a statement urging Floridians to use face coverings to prevent the further spread of COVID-19, and further calling on local officials to adopt regulations requiring the use of face coverings in public places, specifically stating, the science is clear. Asymptomatic infected individuals can release aerosol particles by breathing and speaking. Not wearing a mask or face covering increases exposure, whereas universal masking greatly reduces the spread of viral particles. The message is simple. For the sake of your health and the health of everyone around you, Florida doctors want you to wear a mask. And whereas on June 22nd, 2020, after Florida reported more than 4,000 new cases of COVID-19 in a single day, State Surgeon General Scott Rivkees issued an additional public health advisory recommending people wear face coverings in any setting where social distancing is not possible. And whereas, as of September 27th, 2020, Florida reported a total of 700,504 cases of COVID-19 and 14,032 deaths, representing a significant increase since the state Surgeon General issued his June 20th, 2020 advisory. And whereas the CDC recommends only simple face coverings for the general population and not surgical masks or N95 respirators because these are critical supplies that must continue to be reserved for healthcare workers and other medical first responders. And whereas cloth face coverings are relatively inexpensive and readily available, as the CDC states that they can be made from household items and provides online guidance for making do-it-yourself coverings for people who cannot or do not want to buy one. And whereas the county, through its Mask Up Manatee promotion, has made face coverings available to the public. And whereas the CDC does not recommend wearing a cloth face covering for children under the age of 2 or anyone who has breathing trouble or is unconscious, incapacitated, or otherwise unable to remove a mask without assistance. And whereas the board was provided with information regarding the need to wear face coverings to prevent the spread of COVID-19, including CDC guidelines and recommendations of health officials, and whereas the CDC director, Dr. Robert R. Redfield, stated, "We are not defenseless against COVID-19. Cloth face coverings are one of the most powerful weapons we have to slow and stop the spread of the virus, particularly when used universally within a community setting. All Americans have a responsibility to protect themselves, their families, and their communities." And whereas earlier this month, Dr. Redfield went even further to state, "I might even go so far as to say that this face mask is more guaranteed to protect me against COVID than when I take a COVID vaccine because the immunogenicity may be 70%. And if I don't get an immune response, the vaccine is not going to protect me. The face mask will." And whereas the board finds it in the best interest of public health, safety, and welfare of the residents and workers and visitors of Manatee County to wear suitable face coverings in certain public locations to slow the spread of COVID-19, therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County, Florida, that in the best interest of the county and furtherance of the public health, safety, and welfare of the county, the board strongly encourages individuals who cannot social distance to wear face coverings and supports businesses displaying signs requiring face masks to be worn in business establishments to reduce the spread of COVID-19, adopted with a quorum present, voting this 29th of September 2020. That is the draft as I present it to you.
12.
Priscilla, you were up.
Yeah, it seems to me the first thing we have to do is repeal what we have before we decide what we want to have. So I make a motion that we repeal the resolution that's on the books right now.
Second.
All right, and you can tell us exactly if that's a proper motion?
It is fine, but what I would like to do before you take public comment is just explain the changes so that everybody understands what the differences are between this and what was in the record and the agenda today. And there aren't very many differences, but they are substantive. So the last recital has been replaced.
And that was assuming that we have removed the face mask from the general state of emergency, which we did last week.
No, you did not yet. That was going to happen today. You don't need to. If you just repeal it today, then it's done. And it doesn't matter. You don't have to. I've replaced the last recital with a recital that states that the governor issued Executive Order 2244, limiting our ability to levy fines. I've replaced the second finding with a finding that says that that order prohibits the county from enforcing the provisions of the mask resolution. And in Section 2, instead of the amendment that you saw in the agenda item, it simply says the emergency resolution, which is the mask resolution as amended, is hereby repealed in its entirety and shall be of no further force and effect, which means that when the board adopts this resolution, assuming the motion passes, that is the end of the mask resolution. It is repealed and it is no longer effective in Manatee County.
That is what I wanted to accomplish, yes.
So your motion is for approval of resolution number R 20-154?
Was that the number you just said?
Yes, and it would be in the form entered into the record by the county attorney's office at the meeting.
Yes.
All right, we have a motion.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Carol?
I need you to answer a few questions. So in this motion, do we repeal the state of emergency?
No, because that
That's
was
separate.
done by a separate resolution.
Okay,
That
so-
is unaffected by this decision.
This is, okay, so if we vote on this, then do we possibly look at what Betsy's resolution was or whatever?
Then you do something.
No, I just want to hear from the attorney.
You most certainly can take up her proclamation after the resolution passes. Yes.
And if we repeal this, well, we kind of have to because that part's the law because the governor said you can't fine anyone, which we never did anyway.
And as I said, you don't necessarily have to, but in my view, it is the best practice under the circumstances because the resolution that we have for face coverings is not enforceable. So I do think that is the best choice here.
Because again, where I live, my mass ordinance is until January, and they have a fine. I haven't heard what they're going to do, but it's still in effect till January. I think Anna Maria also, and Lombok Key just extended it for 2 weeks. You know anything about that? I mean,
No, I'm sorry. I mean, I know that I've been paying attention to the Florida politics summary of all of the mask face coverings requirements. There are a lot of them. I mean, it's just impossible to keep up on the details of every single one because this is a very fluid situation. They keep coming back for vote after vote by county and city governing boards, so it's very difficult to stay on top of everything.
so we could just vote nay for this, and just say if it passed, which it won't, but if it did pass, I mean, if the majority voted nay, we just, even though this has a fine in it, we couldn't enforce it. It would be kind of like it is today, as of Friday, we just can't enforce it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay. All right. We have a motion on the floor. I will ask for public comment. This is to repeal the mask ordinance. I have people that are signed up to speak to the mask ordinance.
How about lining up?
All right. I will go ahead and call you in the order these were handed to me. Michelle Martin. Is Michelle still in the... Okay. Michelle, come forward. State your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Please come to the microphone, state your name for the record, and then make your comments.
I have a feeling.
Michelle Martin. The last time I was here, I reminded all of you that you're participating in medical fraud. All of you, particularly you, Jake Sauer, because you're the one who supplies all this information to them. You're tracking cases of healthy people who receive a positive reading on a test with a cycle threshold of 40. Dr. Mina, a Harvard epidemiologist, says that the cycle threshold should be less than 30 to represent a true positive. In other words, these people aren't sick. You tried to silence me, dismiss me, and discredit me because I'm not a doctor or an epidemiologist. So I'm going to remind you that neither are any of you, and that means that we're all equal. We have to find our information. And the information shows that COVID has about the comparable mortality rate of the flu. Now that we know this, we have nothing to fear. The curve that shows the COVID curve follows the exact same line as the seasonal flu. Now that we know this, we have nothing to fear. The number of Americans who died in 2018 was 2.83 million. In 2019, it was 2.85 million. And in 2020, we're on track. It's at 2 million now. We may even have fewer deaths this year. And do you know what that means? We know more about COVID, and we have nothing to fear. For the past 4 months, commissioners have forced residents of Manatee to participate in a social experiment to see if the government can control a virus, even though at the beginning we all agreed that the goal was simply to flatten the curve. At this point, I have no idea why commissioners would want to keep Manatee muzzled when COVID numbers have flatlined, and we know we have nothing to fear. What reason would you possibly have to legislate that the people of Manatee continue to follow the recommendations of a vaccine company, the CDC, instead of trusting us that we have the intellect to gather facts, connect the dots, assess our risk, and manage our own health? Commissioners of Manatee, this is what's important. We, the people of Manatee, still believe in self-government. We still believe in ourselves over the edicts of elected officials. You might not think that we're smart enough to govern ourselves, but we do. You might think that we need politicians to control our lives, our families, our businesses, and our freedoms, but we don't think that. So today you have an opportunity, rather than to mandate to the people of Manatee, rather than parent the people of Manatee, rather than usurp the autonomy of the people of Manatee, I ask that you show respect to the people of Manatee and rescind the resolution. I urge you to rescind the resolution and humbly acknowledge that you recognize that the people of Manatee are your equals. We can be equally informed, equally as intelligent, equally capable, and as such, we don't need a symbolic resolution. We don't need a symbolic opinion. We don't need anything symbolic so that we know what you think we ought to do. We are able to keep ourselves and our families healthy.
Thank you. Next up, I have Andrew Griffin.
My name's Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I'm here to oppose the mask mandate. So I think it does need to be repealed for several reasons. I think you guys have relied improperly on statistics and information provided without doing your own due diligence. Yes. And another thing is we come here week after week. You guys have smirks on your face. You guys dismiss us. You disrespect us. And then we hear lectures about how we need to be coming here with honey and sweet and how we can get so much more done with that. We tried that. It doesn't work with you guys. It just doesn't. You guys have your minds made up before you come here. The bottom line is this has been going on for 6 months. Our numbers are down. Why keep doing this to your county residents? Why? I told you guys back on April 7th and April 10th that you guys should all be fired and removed. But we can't do that until election time. Well, guess what? The elections have come, the primaries. Okay? Many of you guys are losing your jobs. In 2 more years, many more will lose your jobs. So, I mean, you guys have to represent your residents. You taking it upon yourself to make decisions despite your residents is costing you guys your time on this board. And we have seen it. We will continue to see it until you start listening to us. We can govern ourselves. I don't need somebody telling me what is right for my family when you're not even in my family to tell me what's right for it. So with that being said, I think it's very important that we remove this mask mandate. If you guys want to put a proposal together and say, hey, we recommend this, recommend that, it's fine. I haven't worn a mask before. I will not wear a mask going forward. Didn't wear a mask coming in here. I refuse to wear a mask because it's not your decision on what I should be doing with my body. This is my body. This is not a privilege. Driving a car, getting a license, putting your seatbelt on, getting auto insurance, that is a privilege. And I'm sick of people coming here and comparing auto requirements to health requirements. Completely opposite. So I hope that you guys finally do the right thing. I know it took the governor shaking his finger at all these counties to say, hey, quit doing this stuff to your people. He did it in a very nonchalant way to you guys to say, hey, wake up. You need to stop this. He removed those enforcement orders for a reason. He didn't want to call you guys out by name. Not you're just this county, but other counties around Florida. He wants you guys to wake up. I mean, 6 months of this. It's time to start getting back to normal. It's time to start living life again, getting out of the box, getting out of the cave. Let the residents breathe. Let them live. Let them be freaking happy for a change. That's all I'm going to say on this one. I will be back up. Thank you.
All right. Next up, I have Kevin Caldwell.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Caldwell, a Manatee County resident for 35 years. Earlier this month, the CDC updated their estimated survival rate for the COVID-19 for ages 0 to 69 to be over 99% and ages 70 and up to be 96%. Our Governor, Ron DeSantis, announced that Florida would be moving into phase 3 of the reopening plan in a recent press conference. And as you know, along with the phase 3 news, he announced that all penalties and fines for refusing to wear a face mask would be suspended. On July 27, 2020, when the face covering resolution was brought up again for a vote, it passed 4-3 based upon the data that was given at the time. The evidence was clear, though, before the resolution was passed that we were on a downward trend. Now that we know more about COVID-19, let's move forward as a community and let's focus on the future, not on what we have done, but what we're going to do from this point forward. With an updated CDC numbers and the governor suspending all penalties and fines for refusing to wear a face mask, I support the repeal. Let's revisit the face covering resolution in Manatee County and how we can end the unnecessary divide between both sides of the argument. As an elected commissioner, you represent both sides of the issue. Allow us to make decisions as adults on whether we want to wear a mask in public. Let Americans be American and exercise the freedoms that God has given us to the greatest country that has ever existed. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Tillis to be followed by Rick Zimmerman.
My name is Joel Tillis. I'm a citizen of Manatee County and the pastor of Suncoast Baptist Church. Honorable Commissioners, I realize that the last person you probably want to see is me. I understand that. But I'm not here to argue or re-argue whether or not you made the right decision regarding the mask mandate. I believe that you intended the best for our community. Right or wrong, agree or disagree, I believe you did what you thought was best for the physical healing of our community at the time. Now, I am here asking you for the emotional healing of our community. This issue of the mask mandate has divided us. It has hurt us and caused our cherished community to be filled with anger and confusion. Today, you have the power to heal. You have the power to begin to restore to us normalcy, unity, and liberty. I'm not asking you to change your mind about the decisions that you made yesterday. I'm asking you to comfort the minds of our community about tomorrow. I'm asking you to begin to heal a divided county, because masks may help, but mandates have hurt. Repealing this mandate begins to heal the division in our land. You did what you thought was best for our county yesterday. Now do what is best for our county tomorrow. Lead the people to freedom. Trust your constituents to decide for themselves. Follow the governor's lead. Release businesses from the awkward position they have been placed in. Allow cities to decide for themselves and citizens to decide for themselves, and unite our county once again. You can lead the way. You can show that government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. You passed your resolution. Now I'm humbly asking you to lead in consolation. You have the power to unite, because a house divided cannot stand. It is not the mask, but the mandate that has divided us. You can unite. And I wholeheartedly support your motion to repeal. And I thank you for your wisdom to address this. And we trust in your good wisdom to make the right decision to heal the division in our county this day. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Zimmerman.
Rich Zimmerman, Manatee County. I'm here today to ask for a reflection of what happened because of this mandate. For many years, I was a retail manager, and for many of those years, one of my things was always to have meetings directly after we had a promotional season or something like that. And we always had a line of our communication of an area of concern and opportunities, what we did wrong and what we did good. And so I would like to share with you, as a concerned citizen of this community, some of the things that this mandate has brought. As Jesus was brought up earlier, I would like to say that Jesus also said, "He that is without sin cast the first stone." So all of us here know that we're not perfect. So in no ways are these stones directed towards anybody. The first thing that I see because of this mandate Not a mask, not whether a mask works or doesn't work, but the mandate. The mandate brought forth a statement that was made that this mandate would not have to be made if people were wearing masks. To me, that is casting a stone at somebody. Second of all, the mandate causes this boogeyman that is spreading the virus to those who disagree with the mandate or wearing a mask. To me, that is casting a stone at someone to say to them, it's your fault that people are dying. And I don't think that that's right. The mandate has left our future generation with government overreach instead of educating and the free will to make personal health decisions, all in the name of safety. We hear a lot about science, but I looked it up myself, and I can't find any scientific fact that masks stop the spread. It just stops spit. And that's what I found. And if anybody can find anything else, I would be free to look at that. But I found that a mask stops spit. I can do that scientific research with my 8-year-old son. We all know that stops it. But there's a lot of science out there that says that if you don't have an N95 mask, it's not going to work. So there's a lot of things running up in the air. But the only scientific conclusion that we can come to is that a mask stops spit. When we as people look at rules, laws, just life in general, we deal with those who don't agree with us. They don't follow the norm, or as we like to say, they live on the edge or on the fringe. They're not going to wear a mask just because they don't want you to tell them what to do. Well, everywhere that I went in this community, from store to store to store, almost everybody was wearing a mask. And then we get belittled as citizens saying that we don't want to be a part of stopping the spread of COVID-19. And I'm asking you here today to realize and understand that we as community people that live next to our neighbors, we don't want to get people sick. We don't want people to get sick. We don't want people to die. So I'd like for it to be put back in our hands to make these decisions upon ourselves and deal with the consequences of people that live on the edge, live on the fringe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? That was the last person I had signed
We
up.
have 2 on the phone, Madam Chair.
We have 2 people on the phone. If you'd like to go ahead and announce them so they can speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have quite a few. We'll start at the top with the last 3 digits of the top caller, 347. If your phone number, last 3 digits are 347, we'll allow you to talk. Please hit *6 to unmute. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please. Go ahead, caller. And we'll come back to 347. The next one is 333. We'll allow you to talk. Please hit *6. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please. *6.
Maybe it's not working.
All right, we'll move on to the next one. Caller with last 3 digits of 189. 189 will allow you to talk. Please hit *6 to unmute. Yeah. All right, the next one is 212. Caller.
Bob Slicker.
Oh.
Bob Slicker.
All right, this is 333. We'll move back to them. Hi, caller. Go ahead, please. Excuse me.
What's your last 4 numbers?
My name is Bob Slicker, and I am General Manager of the Swordfish Grill and Tiki Bar and the Flippin' Mullet Sports Bar. I'm also on the Board of Trustees for the Blessing Bags Project. I have 70 employees, and I just want to thank the Commission for the mask mandate. I know that you have to change the way you're wording it, but I appreciate that you are still keeping it going. These people that talked before, you have the right not to wear a mask. Please don't come to my restaurant. You need to wear a mask in my restaurant because we care about everybody. Scientific studies have shown all across the board that masks work. Not wearing a mask is not kind. Not wearing a mask is not patriotic. Our parents would wear masks. Future past generations would wear masks. This is about taking care of people. Unfortunately, without the mandate, unfortunately, without you pushing something forward, I have 16-year-old hostesses and 18 and 19-year-old servers that are harassed daily by people that don't want to wear a mask. Once you made the mandate, my business picked up. We are still socially distanced. We are still wearing masks, but my business picked up because you passed that mandate and made it easier for us all to do our job. Thank you for following science and listening to business owners. This makes it easier for all of us, and we all want to provide society with a great place to eat, a clean restaurant, a safe place, and having a mandate really helps us with that. So thank you for what you did in the past, and I hope you can consider that in the future.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, caller.
We'll keep moving. Next caller is 212. 212 will allow you to talk. Please hit star 6 to unmute. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Dana Lewis. I am a Manatee County resident, and I am also a business owner. I am a self-employed massage therapist who did get COVID back in July. I was unaware of it because my only symptom was a headache. And I did see some patients during that time. Most of them were age 60 and up. And these are just really cool people who did not want to wear a mask. And I said, that's completely fine. They did not want me to wear a mask. And when I informed everybody that I had tested positive, first off, everybody got tested. I was doing my diligence and informed anybody I came into contact with. And of the 10 people I saw, not one got infected. And in addition to that, my husband, in addition, did not get infected, as well as my child. So I have my antibodies and I'm rocking it and I'm good to go. However, everybody else should be working on those antibodies as well. And on the second point was about the schools. You guys said that this has nothing to do with schools. However, in the mandate at the end, you say that private schools as well as charter schools do have to follow Manatee County ordinances. So by the way, my children do attend a charter school who is mandated under this mask ordinance. So our children are not allowed to wear a shield, even though they are behind a barrier. They have to wear a mask. So if you guys can't wear a mask for 10 minutes in a grocery store, we're asking children to wear a mask all day long at school. Sure, that has to do with the school board, but the school board will follow in line with what the county does. And again, you are directly affecting charter schools as well as private schools. Quick reminder, my child is going to a charter school, had some major health issues because of the mask. He started getting dizzy, he got lightheaded, he almost fainted in school. I talked to his pediatrician who would not give us a doctor's note, talked to the ENT who would not give us a doctor's note. We had to, our last resort, take him to a psychiatrist who ended up giving us a doctor's note due to anxiety. Now I have a very embarrassed 10-year-old who apparently has anxiety because of a mask. And all the other children in school who would like to wear a mask, they would like to wear a shield. They can't because their parents aren't aware that they have to go through all of these hoops to allow their child to at least wear a shield at school. And I'm talking just a shield. So I really want you guys to repeal this. If you come up with something else, please make it to where individuals can decide as well as parents can decide, and businesses can at least be a little bit more lenient when somebody has to be in a business for longer than 10, 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there callers that are still on the line?
Yes, there are a couple more. We'll go to caller with last 3 digits 638. 638 will allow you to talk. Please hit star 6 to unmute. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes, please.
Commissioners and staff, this is Charlie Kennedy. Thanks for the opportunity to join the meeting via phone. I also, from my perspective as a resident of the county, want to thank you and speak in support of a continued mask mandate, or at least an action of the board to recommend masks. Speaking from my school board position, I think as a member of a public agency in this county like you are, I think this is one of those moments where we have to be the bad guy and take the heat for people in the community, like restaurant owners and business owners, because there's a lot of peer pressure, as we all know, around masks. And when a business owner has a customer come into their establishment, or a school principal has a parent walk onto their school campus, that person can just say, I am mandated to do this because this is what my local government is telling me that I have to do. So it just takes a lot of pressure off of our community, and I think it sends a signal to our community that we believe in science, we believe in data. The vast majority of us know that masks are a positive step in the direction of suppressing COVID and eventually overcoming COVID. So I know you've got a kind of a tricky decision to make today, but I thank you for the strength that you've shown previously, and I hope you will continue to do so. Have a great day.
Thank you. Anyone else?
A couple more. We'll go to caller last three numbers 134. 134 will allow you to talk. Please hit star 6 to unmute. State your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, please. Go ahead, caller 134.
Star 6.
I believe that's all we have, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for calling in. You do such a great job. We were saying that you sound like a radio announcer. Your calm voice. You could.
Yeah, I know.
Nighttime DJ.
He didn't realize he
sound
was
like a DJ over there.
He's getting
So
this
thank you.
job.
All right. Well, did we have a motion in a second? We did. All right. Comments, Commissioner Both.
I just want to thank everyone.
Uh-oh.
Somebody got through.
Someone got through. Go ahead. Sorry, we'll hold off, Commissioner Boff. You'd wait a
That's okay,
second.
go ahead.
Please state your name for the record, caller.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Dawn Kitterman calling you.
Okay.
Thank you once again for allowing this avenue for participation in your meeting and discussion. I sent you all an email last night. I don't know if any of you had a chance to see it. I know you get a lot of emails. But I just wanted to share with you that yesterday our governor had posted to his public Facebook page several video sound bites with doctors who are advising him, within our Florida task force. And some of the expert opinions that were being given gave me pause because they are directly in conflict to what the CDC recommends and is saying in their guidelines. One particular doctor who, his name is Coldroff, and he spoke specifically about masks in schools. The governor had asked him if he felt that there was any reason to have masks in schools, whether or not they were effective at slowing the spread. This doctor is a PhD from Harvard. And so I reached out to Harvard Chan School of Public Health and Immunology, Infectious Disease Department, and sent an email expressing my confusion and asking if they could get clarification on this particular doctor's expertise in this area, on this topic. And I just want to read to you the reply that I received. Dear Dawn, I am an academic administrator for the Immunology and Infectious Diseases Department here at Harvard Chan School of Public Health. I completely appreciate your concern and your interest in public health aspects of policymaking, which is happening in your state. As an administrator, there are a few things that I can say to you. First of all, the guidelines from CDC are still what is necessary for compliance in order to keep the pandemic from growing. Clearly, that is not what your governor is doing. Number two, the best experts that are making recommendations from our school to policymakers are from our Centers of Communicable Diseases, the CCDD. The expertise that is appropriate for understanding the pandemic is infectious disease epidemiology. Most of the experts within the CCDD at Harvard are either PhDs or MDs or MD PhDs. It definitely looks as though Dr. Coldroff has a required expertise, but it also sounds as if he is alone in his assessment that mask wearing is not protective. I am sorry to hear that you are struggling with what is clearly a disinformation campaign in your state. Please stay safe. All the best, Andrea. And then she gives me her full name and her contact information. I want to let you know that I went back and looked at this doctor's bio. He, in fact, is not with the CCDD. He works within the Department of Cancer Research, and his epidemiology certifications have to do with data and surveillance in tracking cancer clusters. So for whatever that's worth, none of the doctors that I looked up, there are two others from Stanford. One of it is a Nobel Prize, like he's a chemist.
Thank you,
None of
ma'am.
them are
You're-
infectious disease.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. I did read your email. I assume others here read your email. I appreciate you sending that information. Thank you so much for researching this.
Madam Chair, Dawn, can you resend it? Because I don't remember reading that.
Yeah, if you could resend your email. I know I got it. I know I read it yesterday. So
I don't remember. I may have, but I can't remember.
Okay. Is there anyone else on the phone?
That's all, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you. Isn't America great? Isn't it great that we all get to disagree with each other?
And
Don't
still
forget that.
live to tell
Don't
the day.
forget that we are not all the same. And it is within our rights as Americans to disagree with each other.
Right.
So we hear it every day. So thank you, all the callers. Thank you, all the people that came forward today. Vanessa.
Yeah. I thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that took time out of their day to be here with us for most of the day, to just, as Betsy said, to try and speak and make a difference in your county in which you live, in the state in which you live. I can tell you it was very moving listening to all of you. It was for me. I can tell you it was very moving, and I so agree with so much of what you said. It is truly more about not the wearing of masks, but the mandate itself that was the issue. So I do agree. To the gentleman from the restaurant, and Commissioner Whitmore, I know you know who it is.
You know
What was the
him. Bob Slicker.
What's the name of the restaurant? I don't know him. I'm sorry.
Swordfish?
Swordfish
Swordfish.
Grill,
Okay,
Cortez Kitchen, all that.
Okay, I couldn't think of it. I couldn't help but feel, in listening to him, I'll be honest, I live out east. I haven't been to his restaurant, I don't think. I know, I've heard that. I've heard it's very good. But at the same time, I know what it's like to own a business, and you worry about people coming in and being around others, and you worry about the mask issue. Some like it, some don't. But at the same time, I got to tell you, the majority of people wear a mask, and not because of the mandate, but because they know it's the right thing to do. And so I can tell you, I don't think the mandate really made a big difference, because people were already starting to wear the mask, and they were starting to, come to grips with it. It's really up to each individual business as to whether or not they want to enforce wearing of mask in their business or not. That's what it boils down to. So I appreciate Bob calling in. I am going to go there just to introduce myself. Hopefully I'll get to meet him, and Bob, I will be wearing a mask. So thank you for your input. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Carol.
And I respectfully don't agree. I know masks make a difference. I'm looking at this graph here, and this comes from the Department of Health on our rates. I keep going back to this September 27th when our rates went up to almost the Labor Day weekend, and I just don't get it. Understand why there has to be some kind of correlation, and maybe this pulmonologist is right. Who knows? Bob Slicker, longtime business owner. Thank you for making those comments, but that actually wasn't, and I apologize because you are a big business owner too. I had been talking to John Horn yesterday, and he's been recognized by the state as the most compliant in the state when all this first happened. And he is still going to maintain that Sandbar, the Ed Childs group, Sandbar Beach House, Mar Vista, 10 feet apart, their tables. They're still doing Beach Bistro closed. He's not going to reopen it. He's redoing his whole ventilation, and he doesn't even know if he's going to open because it is so small. So there are some people taking this seriously because they know people with dispendable money that can go out to eat and stuff are wanting to do it safely with their families. So that's all I had to say. But Bob, I didn't expect you to hang in there all day and say something. And I know I watch your social media and your passion about protecting your employees and from day one, and you say it like it is, and like most people do in Cortez. So I appreciate it. Jake, sorry about comments made about you. You're just doing your job. You've been a paramedic, a public EMS paramedic. I think you did the SARS when that came out, the policies and procedures for that, so I apologize, but when we get in this job, we have to take it sometimes, and it's not meant, because if anybody actually knew you, they'd realize that you're not this evil person. And you do give us recommendations, and you and I sit down and we don't agree a lot, and you know that. So we have no problems telling each other that. So I'm just looking, I'd like to know what the motion is on the table and move forward with this, because we have a lot on our agenda.
The motion is for Resolution R-20-154, I believe, which
In the form entered into the record by the county attorney's
is
office.
entered into the record by the county attorney. Basically, it rescinds the mask resolution.
Well, I'd like to call the question to get things moving.
Second.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and just take a vote on the issue, which I assume is the same thing. Unless, Steve, you have anything you had to say?
I called the
All right,
question
well,
and it
there's
got seconded.
I'm going to go ahead and call
Well,
the...
I haven't, nothing's changed with me, but I appreciate everybody's public comments. Those are well treasured, you know. I wish we got more of them.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I got to hear you guys. I didn't hear anybody.
Said aye.
All those in favor of the motion to rescind the mask ordinance, can you say aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All those who oppose it, nay?
Nay.
Carol?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay.
So what was the vote?
4-3.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I probably should have done it with a roll call, just so everybody knows. So I will do it as a roll call.
Thank you.
The motion to rescind the resolution, which is R-20-154, is entered into the record by the attorney. How did you vote, Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Johnson?
I'm sorry, you mean the motion to adopt the resolution that was entered into the record that rescinds the face coverings resolution? That's what you're saying, correct?
Thank you for clarifying
Yes,
that.
I'm sorry to
Thank you.
interrupt, but I
It's
just
been a
want
long
to make
day
sure it's clear
already.
on the
Thank you
record.
for clarifying that. Commissioner Johnson, how do you vote?
Yay.
Yay.
Commissioner Bellamy, how do you vote?
Nay.
Nay. Commissioner Baugh?
Yahoo.
Commissioner Whitmore?
Nay.
Nay, you said?
I said nay.
All I heard was the A part. Commissioner Serbia?
Nay.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So motion passes 4-3.
Okay, so just to clarify, it was.
We're not done.
I'm sorry, I was trying to clarify. The motion, it was Commissioners Bellamy, Whitmore, and Servia voting nay.
Correct.
Correct.
3-4.
They
4 to
sound so
3.
much alike.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now we
that's
have
what I thought too. So it's just a little bit hard. Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Make a motion to extend the state of emergency.
All right, we have a motion to extend the state of emergency.
Second.
All right, we have a motion. I heard Commissioner Trace and I heard Commissioner Bellamy. Second. All those in favor of extending the state of emergency?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. All right.
Madam Chair, are we going to discuss this
Would anyone like to?
too many page resolution?
It's a proclamation. Does anyone want to?
No, it isn't. It's a resolution.
No, it's a
Oh, proclamation. Sorry. Wrong.
What I handed out is a draft proclamation.
I got it.
Can I have a motion to approve the proclamation?
I make that motion.
Oh, gosh, Steve
Do
did.
we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Serbia. Commissioner Trace.
I think it's a wonderful proclamation, but I think it's a little wordy. I just would think we could just recommend that we say we should follow CDC rules.
That's the last paragraph.
I mean, yeah,
Just
I
read
mean, hey, you did a wonderful job.
And
but
let her take credit for it.
Well, and I'll tell you, it was an extremely tough decision for me, but I wanted to make it clear that my position has not changed. My interpretation of what we've heard, my interpretation of the science. I mean, let's face it, we all are faced with tons of information, and we have to make a decision. And I was trying to be as clear as I possibly could. I believe staff's recommendation, that's why I incorporated all of this, all of the words, the CDC, the WHO, everybody is saying you need to keep wearing a mask to be able to slow the transmission. So I didn't want to put it in my own words. I wanted to put it in the words of the experts.
So that's what I did.
I just
So
know
that's what I
if you're
did.
reading this, so you don't get to the actual part that means anything.
We
till
know, we know how you are, Pris.
It's a
1,500 words
proclamation.
later. I know. And
Just
it's
read the last
wonderful.
paragraph.
That's what I did.
I mean, it's wonderful.
Yeah, me
but,
too.
You know, whereas I can't really get to the part until we get to the now therefore. Just saying, I'm fine
I'll
with
just
it.
say, how many other proclamations do you read on a daily basis that have been approved by this board?
My guess is I'll never read another one my whole life. My personal opinion, but
Okay. Commissioner Whitmore?
I wasn't going to prove this, but I've already lost the other battle, and at least from hearing from the citizens and the business people over the last 2 days that are saying that they're still going to do their thing to keep their employees and the public safe. To me, that's all this means, is that we're encouraging individuals and to wear a mask and to support the businesses displaying signs. Now, we had a sign that's been all the businesses that, so are the businesses going to have another sign, or can they?
No, they can keep their signs.
Okay.
If they want signs in their business.
They say they want a
I'm
mask.
answering this, maybe I shouldn't.
Yeah, because actually
Okay.
it's cited the previous ordinance, I think, in it. Because
Well, they can-
where I
well-
work, they have it on the door, and it has the my
If
other
somebody wants to
nursing
argue with them, I
job.
suppose they can. But if they have signs that say masks are required in this business, they're perfectly within their rights to do that.
Okay.
To have.
Exactly, within their rights.
Yeah.
You hit it right on the nose.
Well,
That's
it always
that's
has.
my interpretation. Is that correct, Mr. County Attorney?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't think that we should be trying to tell them what to say in their signs in
No.
this context.
Well, we
So
have
that'll be up
been.
to them.
Our Nick Zera on the website, you could print it for businesses, because I have
He may have
my
done that
business
as a
has it.
suggestion, but that wasn't, the specific wording was not mandated in the face coverings resolution. And we just said they needed to post some signage to let the public know when they walked into a business establishment that they were subject to the resolution. That's what the resolution said.
All right, we have a motion, and a motion by Commissioner, who
Wasn't
made
me.
the motion?
I did not.
Commissioner Johnson.
Johnson made the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes.
seconded
First
by
time. I forgot.
Misty, I believe. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
And because this is a proclamation, we don't take public comment typically on proclamations.
Correct.
So I'm going to
Correct.
go, so I'm going to
that's
go ahead and call for the vote. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for indulging
Daggone
me
time.
and doing what is right for Manatee County. Thank you.
Should have done it 6 weeks ago.
Isn't that the truth?
That's your
Oh,
opinion, and
well,
we
as I said,
respect
we
it.
all live in a community where we get to speak for many, many different people. All right, we're going to go ahead and keep moving. We have a few items left still on our agenda, and appreciate everybody hanging in here.
What one are we on?
49, I think we're on, right? Resolution regarding
Yes.
the naming of public facilities. Mr. Palmer, you wanted to bring this one forward?
Yes, Madam Chair. But before we do, I have a brief introduction to make to the board. And so, Sarah Warren, if you could meet me at the podium.
Oh, our new attorney. Oh, okay, good.
Cheri, what about wearing masks in our buildings? Are we going to fire everybody? Should I?
Commissioners, I just want to introduce you to our newest Assistant County Attorney, Sarah Warren, to my immediate left here. She comes to us with a wealth of local government experience over the years. You may recall Assistant County Attorney Kate Zamboni, who recently departed our employment. Well, Sarah is her replacement. She's been with us since April 27, but because of the COVID situation, we just haven't had a good opportunity to introduce her to the board as yet. But let me tell you a little bit about her. Sarah graduated cum laude from Stetson University College of Law in 1994. Before coming on with us, she was an assistant city attorney for the city of Sarasota for 15 years, working with the Fournier Connolly law firm. But the firm was sort of a captive firm. Their entire book of business, if you will, was the city of Sarasota. So Sarah spent 15 years with that firm. She did labor and employment law, which is one of the subject areas that we had a void on when Kate left our employment. So Sarah picked right up on that subject matter. She's dealt a lot with contracts, procurement, general government law over the years. Some pretty significant real estate deals that she has worked with since she's been advising the city of Sarasota. She was actually a sole practitioner for 4 years. That was from 2001 to 2005. She was also an assistant county attorney in the Sarasota County Attorney's Office for a 5-year period from 1995 to 2000. Sarah also has a journalism background. She was a writer and editor from 87 to 91 for both the Sarasota Herald Tribune and the Braden and Herald. So doesn't she have an interesting background? Yeah. So I'm telling you, we have not lost a beat since Kate Zamboni's departure and Sarah's arrival. And we're just, we're just so very pleased to have her on board. She will be one of our presenters at tomorrow's local government law seminar, and so you'll be seeing and hearing her commentary. What subject are you speaking on tomorrow? Sunshine Law. Sunshine Law. Okay. Oh, yeah. If you haven't had an opportunity yet to see any of Sarah's work product, her written work product, it is outstanding. She's an excellent writer. And so I'm just, granted, I'm out the door here pretty soon, but I'm taking credit for having hired Sarah. I actually announced my forthcoming retirement, maybe 3 or 4 weeks after you started with us, and I felt really bad. I mean, I hire her, she wants to work with me, and then I announce that I'm leaving. But Sarah, you're going to be with an excellent group of people, and I think you've already determined that. Even when I depart. And so, anyway, if you would like to say a few words. Okay.
I just want to say how grateful I am to work for Manatee County. I've lived in Manatee County for almost 25 years, and I actually always wanted to work here. But I've been a lawyer for about 25 years and really enjoyed the work and have really enjoyed being at the county attorney's office. Everybody's been very kind, and I'm just really happy to be here. So I look forward to working with all of you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes,
Thank
Sarah,
you so
thanks
much.
for making the point. She lives in Commissioner Servia's district in Whitfield, I believe. And we've got 2 Sarahs now, obviously, but you will have no trouble in distinguishing them.
Just initial. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Okay. Great. Well, you want to go ahead and go on to the item that you're bringing forward
yes.
about the naming
Yes.
of public facilities?
Okay. This subject has come up on several recent occasions. I think it was spurred on initially by Commissioner Ball's suggestion that we might want to name a portion of 44th Avenue after Senator Galvano, who was instrumental in getting us some money to build that project. And so it caused us to take a look at a very old resolution that is on the books and continues to govern the naming of public facilities to this day. It's Resolution 93-156. There are aspects of that 93 resolution that are very outdated. It makes reference to several references to the recommendations of the Manatee County Commission on Human Relations, which is a body that was disbanded literally decades ago. Oddly enough, it talks about the naming of schools, which I thought was just extremely unorthodox. The Board of County Commissioners, to my knowledge, has no ability to name schools. So that was odd. The provisions regarding the naming of streets and county roads was rather burdensome. It requires a petition containing the names of at least 2/3 of affected property owners. That would be an insurmountable burden when it comes to naming a thoroughfare such as 44th Avenue. So there are a number of aspects of the 93 resolution that are simply unworkable as of today. So you have before you a proposed resolution 20-153 that I personally authored within the last week. Simplifies things dramatically. It does still require an advertised public hearing. But there is specific mention of parks, buildings, monuments, statues, highways, streets, or other public facilities. And it does retain the prior requirement for the county administrator to develop a fiscal impact statement, prior to the board taking action. Requires a resolution, a simple resolution to name a facility after a distinguished individual, and that would be someone who has demonstrated integrity, contributions to the community, patriotism, or such other criteria as may from time to time be established by the BCC. So it's a much simplified process, and so I recommend it for your consideration.
All right, any questions for the county attorney? Okay. We have
I'll move the recommended motion.
Second.
all right, we have a motion. I heard Commissioner Trace make the motion, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We'll go ahead and open this up for public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this motion? Okay, nobody on the phone? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Thank you, Steve. All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. All right, next we're going to do number 50, approval of the indigent health care. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, we still have to do 41, and Mr. Palmer is here to cover that now.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I
the
forgot.
one.
We pulled that off
We
the
go ahead and
consent.
do that.
Madam Chair, point of order. We need to fit this in somehow. Island's son brought up that businesses need to remove signs that reference the county ordinance, because remember, Bradenton Beach and Palmetto was using our resolution before, and the county provided you go on their site and you could print their thing that referenced that resolution. That's what I was trying to state. So think about it, and we can talk about it later. And also, we also need to talk about whether we're going to mandate wearing masks in county properties and county buildings. We didn't talk about that, but let's do that at the end.
Okay. I knew what you were talking about, that if they had the resolution referenced, it wasn't an ordinance, it was a resolution.
And they all did, because businesses were copying them from our site.
Does it too.
Yeah.
Take it down.
And we could possibly, Cheri, I don't know.
We can make revisions.
Yeah, we could make a
Very
revision.
generic option.
You can also say the Board of County Commissioners has proclaimed that
Correct.
people should wear masks.
We can handle
Because we
that.
proclaimed that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
We'll talk
Where
about it.
we're going to go do item number 41, which was
Proclaimed it,
the
we were
PS
asked
Public Safety
Coordinating
Council.
Right.
And there was a question about the concern that the attorney had that was sent out in an email that maybe you could clarify what the
Today.
concern about the positions on the Public Safety Coordinating Council were.
Okay.
Am I saying this correctly?
I don't have a concern, but I'll be happy to talk with you about the subject. The memorandum that was quoted this morning, I wrote in May of 2017. It was an assignment that was given to me by the board to address in a very, very broad way all of the various aspects of the Public Safety Coordinating Council. And it was addressed to former Commissioner Charles Smith, and all commissioners were copied on that memorandum on May 19 of 2017. First of all, I would direct commissioners to the first of the 4 attachments to this agenda item, and I would strongly recommend that you pull it up and look at it on your screen, if you could, please. This is the first of the 4 attachments.
The one that shows in blue the membership
That's
of
correct.
the Public Safety.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got it.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. And Ms. Remy will correct me if I misstate anything. I see her there in the back. All right. If you're looking at that particular matrix, if you will, this is the matrix that you are essentially being asked to approve for the next 4 years, 2020 to 2024. It gives not only the position, but the name of each person. Mm-hmm. All right? Now, there is only one category that is to be appointed by the Board of County, by the chair of the board. So let me back up. There is nothing within the statutory framework that talks about the Board of County Commissioners as a body making appointments. Okay? Most of these appointments, or most of these membership categories, are permanent in nature. The state attorney has always been a member of this body and always will be. The public defender has always been a member of this body and always will be. A circuit judge appointed by the chief judge of the circuit has always been a member and always will be. A county judge appointed by the chief judge has always been a member and always will be. The chief correctional officer, in this instance, it happens to be the sheriff by ordinance. The sheriff is the chief correctional officer. So if you move one block down, you will see the sheriff, Rick Wells, has always been a member and always will be until he's no longer sheriff, and then his successor will be on this board. So it would make no sense, practically speaking, for the Board of County Commissioners to appoint these people when it is a permanent seat. The same is true for the State Probation Circuit Administrator, Stephanie DeTroya. And so I gave an example in my memorandum. Let's say that Stephanie serves in her position for a 20-year period. She would wind up serving 5 rolling terms of 4 years each without action by the Board of County Commissioners. Okay? We move on. The current chair is Commissioner Bellamy. He is appointed he is appointed by the chair of this board. He is not appointed by a vote of this board, but by the chair of this board. Okay? County Probation, Jennifer Berg. Again, that's by statute. Centerstone is Melissa Larkin Skinner falls under the category of a local substance abuse treatment program. And then finally, the last two categories, or the last category, and we have 2 folks serving in that category, are Alfred James, representing the drug court, and Chief Melanie Bevan, representing the Bradenton Police Department. Again, that last category is to be appointed by the chairperson of the board. So it is conceivable as to that last category that the chairperson of the board might say, I'd like to appoint somebody other than Melanie Bevan. Or I'd like to appoint somebody other than Alfred James. It is my observation, however, that those 2 individuals have been serving honorably on this body for quite some time. They fit the criteria of that final position, and therefore it would be quite appropriate for them to continue to serve. So, I would suggest that the only motion you need to make today is a motion to approve the membership of the PSCC as set forth in the first of the 4 attachments to the agenda item.
So moved.
Second. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Whitmore, seconded by Commissioner Trace. And the time frame, I just wanted to ask, the time frame this happens, you're appointed on October 1st, always. So appointed by the chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners, 4-year terms, October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2024. So if it's appointed by chair, which is me, unbeknownst to whoever sent this letter, who sent it to Priscilla, that this is confirming something that I'm doing as of October 1st. It just seems a little weird, the timing. I'm just trying to figure out the timing.
I mean, first of all, Renice, can you confirm that these appointments are always commence on October 1? Okay.
The order just allows them to, their term ends September 30th. So that's the
Okay. Now, so as a practical matter, Madam Chair, you will recall, you should recall, that every December, the chairperson makes a series of appointments.
Correct. That's why I was asking.
And my memory is that includes, that list of appointments that the chair is empowered to make, includes the BCC representative on the PSCC. And by statute, by default, it is that county commission representative who is the chair of the PSCC. Now, interestingly, the membership of the PSCC could vote to install a different chair by statute, and I discussed that in my memo from 2017. I've never known that to happen. By default, the BCC representative is always the chair of the body, and that's just the way it's always worked.
Okay. All right, so even though there's a motion to approve this as is, it's actually up to the chairperson of the Board of County Commissioners to decide 3 positions here, from what I've read, and what you pointed out. The representative of either the chair or the person that was appointed, and I think Reggie was appointed back last January.
And every year.
Yeah, and, or whenever, honestly, I don't remember. How long have you been on this PSCC?
Priscilla put them on, and then you.
Ever since I've been on.
Okay, okay. And then, all right, and then the other 2. So I'm fine with it. It just is, it's pretty convoluted.
It's a bit convoluted. I would recommend my erudite memo from 2017 for your reading, and that should answer all of your questions.
I just don't see why we have to add those last 2. We never have. And now, even though you did this in 17, obviously we missed it, or we would have done this in 18, 19, and 20. So why are we appointing those extra 2?
Again, Commissioner, when you say we, it's not we. It's the chair.
No, I know that.
It's the chair. That's why this has never come before this board before.
Well, this all of a sudden got attached today, and I read it, and I don't recall it from the past, and that's why I pulled it. So didn't even realize it was written until 17 until you just now said it. So I just read the memo, not the date.
I mean, I'm not necessarily faulting staff for bringing this forward for a look by the board, but in point of fact, the vast majority of these seats are positions that you don't appoint.
Yeah, I think.
Let's vote.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and vote. I agree. The attorney says there's no harm, but I'm not so sure it's necessary, so it is kind of crazy.
I think there's a question from
Go
the
ahead.
clerk.
I'm sorry, the agenda memo had 5 separate motions, so would the motion encompass the separate motions?
I am suggesting to my client that you can ignore the 5 separate motions that appear within the body of the agenda item and simply vote to approve the matrix that appears in the first attachment. And that will accomplish what staff is wanting to accomplish. Isn't that correct, Ms. Remy?
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
The seconder agrees with that.
Okay, let's
Wow,
vote.
that's clear as mud. Okay, who made the motion? Carol, you made the motion?
Did I?
Yeah, Commissioner Whitmore made the motion, and Commissioner
You
Trey
said so
seconded the
moved.
motion.
Okay. Is there any public comment on this appointment?
If they understand what.
All right. Go ahead and close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Only thing I'll say is maybe a discussion, maybe you guys want to send a RLS or something to get this cleared up, because it's still not making any sense.
Yeah, and we're too tired to deal with it.
Right. It just doesn't make any
Please.
sense at this point, so.
We've never had to do it in 13 years I've been here, and now it's changed.
My 2017 memo answers all of these questions.
Well, there's been thousands of memos since then, in all fairness. I'm sorry, I thought that was today's memo.
Yeah, I'm not, no, it was in 2017. I don't, the memorandum is exhaustive. It is lengthy. It covers all aspects of the PSCC. It covers membership.
But it was not included originally, and still is
Until this
not
morning.
in the agenda. It's not in the agenda package.
No, it is.
It is
No,
not.
not the one I have up in front of me.
It's
It
in
is
the
not an
updated
attachment.
package.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
in the
But
updated
not till
package.
this
This is the
morning.
revised one
The
that came
update that was sent out this morning. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't
I
have
got
the
it.
update. I just have
Sent
the
out
agenda.
yesterday.
I had the
Covers
same-
terms of office, chairmanship, voting, member designations, rules of procedure, Sunshine Law and Public Records Act, and other related statutes.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's an exhaustive memorandum.
It's all good. Thank you, girls. Thank you, ladies.
Thank
for
you.
being
Sorry you
here.
had to sit here
Appreciate it.
all day.
I appreciate it. And no one is saying anybody did anything wrong. It's just a little confusing.
Thank you, Mickey.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to keep moving right along. The next item is, what is it?
It's the indigent, I think.
Yes, indigent healthcare. So
Item number 50, Madam Chairman.
number 50, approval of the indigent healthcare recommendations. I think we were all briefed on this.
I'll move to approve the recommended action. Sorry, guys. I know you've been here all day.
Second.
All right. We have an motion and a second for the recommended actions. We were all briefed on this. Any questions or comments from the board?
Good job.
Very good.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open this motion up to public comment for item number 50.
Madam Chair, will you just read briefly what it was, the action, so I'm not cheating the public,
All
but
right, well,
not,
this is
no
approval of the
discussion.
indigent healthcare recommendations. These were discussed before. If you want to just go ahead and summarize real quick.
Real quick.
Yes, Madam Chair. Joshua Barnett, Healthcare Services Manager. The revised recommendations following the original presentation provided to this commission on August 23rd are as follows. Of 3, 1, reimbursement of advanced practice registered nurses and physician assistants in non-hospital-based settings at the respective Medicare reimbursement rate, provided a Florida licensed physician, a medical doctor, or a doctor of osteopathic medicine is on site during the episode of care. Number 2, expand radiology and laboratory reimbursement to include non-hospital-based agencies. And third, an alternating weekly reimbursement schedule of hospital-employed and or hospital-contracted providers' service claims, then hospital-affiliated service claims in the order claims are received.
Okay. That's what we were briefed on before, and there were some questions, and you went back and clarified, so I certainly appreciate that. I think Dr. Connard had signed up to speak to this issue. I assume Dr. Connard is no longer, I don't see him unless he's sitting in a different room. Is there anybody else out there? Thank you, Sheriff and Deputy, for letting us know that there doesn't appear to be anyone out there. So we'll go ahead and no one on the phone. Is that correct? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Thank you, Steve. All those opposed? Nay. Chair votes aye. Motion passes. 51, adoption of
Good job.
Thank you. Adoption of Resolution R-2129, supporting the designation of the State Road 64 and Pope Road, Greyhawk Boulevard Roundabout as the Chase Connor and Matthew Powers Memorial Roundabout. Go ahead, staff.
Good afternoon. For the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Traffic Management. This item is in some ways a formality, but a fitting one in some ways. So what happens is each year the Florida legislature will consider several honorary namings of state highways. You talked a few minutes ago about your own process. Well, for state transportation facilities, it literally takes an act of the legislature. They do this in a single bill every year, and once that's adopted, before they can actually post the facility in memoriam, they need a resolution of support from the local government where that facility lies. So in this case, it relates to the roundabout of Pope Road and Greyhawk Boulevard at State Road 64. Therefore, it's in an unincorporated Manatee County, and a resolution is prepared for you to consider for the naming of the facility. In this case, the naming of the facility is for 2 young men that died in a car crash there in September of 2018, and it was passed in this past legislative session. The roundabout should be under construction now. I think they started within the last couple of months and should be finished about a year from now. When it's finished, along with the other final pavement marking and signage, they would erect the appropriate markers if the board passes the resolution of support today.
I'll move the recommended motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'll just let you know, I did talk to Mr. Powers to let him know that this was on our agenda today. He sent me back and he said, do you think it'll be approved? And I said, oh, yes, I do believe it will be approved. We do reach out to the families. He promised me he would reach out to the Coiner family and let them know that this was also on the agenda. And I think they know that this is just a formality, that we have to do this. Their real work was through the delegation and working with DOT. So I want to say thank you to those that took this forward. We know how important it is for these families to have these young men remembered, unfortunately, who lost their lives in a terrible accident at this interchange. So, and I know there's been other action as well. I know at the ballpark at Lakewood Ranch, they had the field named after them as well. So just want to again tell them thank you for working with us. It's not easy to work through the bureaucracy, but they've certainly made it their goal to do that, and they've done a great job. And I really did enjoy speaking with Mr. Powers. It's a very, very, it's every
Hard
mother's
situation.
nightmare, right? Every parent's
Right,
nightmare.
exactly.
So, Vanessa.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just to add a little bit to what you were just saying, and you were so on target with those comments. I think Representative Tommy Gregory is the one that pushed this forward with DOT up in Tallahassee. And just to mention to the board, I'm going to be contacting Representative Gregory. It sounds so funny to say that. Because actually, back in 2012, the problems on State Road 64 really started from Rye Road up to Greyhawk. It seemed like every time, and I know Priscilla is aware of this, seems like every time we turned around there was a bad accident, either there or on State Road 70 near Verna Bethany. And there were two young men, that were seniors, I believe they were seniors at Liquid Ranch High School, who were killed in a similar situation there at Rye Road and 64. And I actually contacted the state police when I was running for office initially, back in, I think it was 2011 or early 2012, to try and get DOT to start working on State Road 64. So I'm going to be speaking with Representative Gregory about this coming year moving forward for these other two young men and their parents to do the same there at Rye Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, lots of changes out there. Lots of roundabouts.
I was out there yesterday, and it was amazing to see the roundabout that is there. It's just fantastic.
How's it working?
It's working great. We were
Good.
in our RV.
We heard so many
And
negatives.
No, we were in the RV. It's 42 feet, and we made that roundabout with no problem.
No problem.
Perfect.
So it works very well. Works
Okay,
very well.
that's
And it
great.
definitely slows you down,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
the
what it's
purpose.
for. So it was great.
Okay, all right, we voted on that, right?
Yep, I
Okay.
think.
Clark, anything else?
Good
no,
job.
Thank you very much.
I don't think we voted on it.
Did we vote?
on this one? No.
All right,
Oops.
we had, I remember we had a motion, we had a second. I'll go ahead and, I'll open up to public
That's 'cause we
comments. I
haven't
don't
had a
think I did
break.
that. Any public comments on this? No, I don't, again, I thought maybe the powers might be here, but, anybody on the phone? All right, I'll go ahead and close public comment. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, moving right along. 52, dashboard report. Anything for?
No, I just, normally, we would go through some, but given the late day, I think there's just one to point out again is in the Building and Development Services Department for your residential building permits, up still around 34% over last year at this time, 60% up from the previous month. So in that category where things are moving, and all the others seem to be fairly flat. Thank you.
Okay, we're rocking and rolling. No surprise. All right, we'll go on to 53, report of the board on the Planning Commission Advisory Board. I see Miss Bobby Roy back here.
Madam Chair, all of a sudden I don't have their names. I know I did when I was going over it the weekend on our slide.
Well, they will introduce themselves.
No, I meant, never mind.
Oh,
You
I'm
know what I
sorry.
meant.
The nominations.
The nomination.
Oh, that's
Oh,
not on
that's
today's
for Thursday.
agenda. You know, Carol,
I got my agendas all mixed up,
I
sorry.
did the same thing.
Did you?
I'm like, oh my gosh, did we already do that? And then no, that's on
Got
Thursday.
it, sorry.
Okay.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Board,
afternoon.
Madam Chair, Mr. Clague, and Mr. Palmer. My name is Natalie Chapuzio, and I'm here with Bobby Roy representing Building and Development Services. Today, we are here to present the qualifications for the Planning Commission members as you begin the selection process for the two available positions that will be presented to you at Thursday's land use meeting. Both the incumbents are seeking reappointment. So the following requirements for serving on the Planning Commission Board include that they must be a registered voter in Manatee County. While no particular expertise is required, persons with experience or training in the substantive areas of planning, engineering, environmental science, and the development industry shall be considered. Members cannot be employed by the county or serve as members of another land development-related advisory serving unincorporated Manatee County per Section 301.2.b of the Land Development Code.
Good job.
The Planning Commission was established to act as a local agency under Section 163.3174 of the Florida statute. The Planning Commission meets the second Thursday of each month or as needed. And this completes our presentation.
Thank you. And your name again, for the record?
Natalie Chapuzio.
And your title?
I am a planning tech.
Planning tech. And how long have you been with the planning department?
Since March.
Since March. All right. Well, welcome.
Lockdown.
Thank
Can
you.
you say your last name again?
Chapuzio.
Chapuzio?
Chapuzio.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Miss Bobby, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. Everybody knows Bobby Roy, right? She handles all the agendas.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tough job, but she's up for it. She does a great job. All right. Misty.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Natalie. It's nice to meet you officially this way. Welcome. And Bobby, you do such a great job for us. So I think this is on the agenda because I had brought it up a couple of times. And I want to start by saying we're voting on Thursday on 2 members, or I think it's 2 reappointments. And those guys have done a fabulous job. So the comments that I'm going to make aren't necessarily anything to do with Thursday's vote. So I just want to make that really clear. But I have always believed, and I learned in school, that the Planning Commission should be diversified. It should represent the community in terms of age and race and gender and income and occupation and all of those things. Because if you think about the role of the Planning Commission, if you think about the public hearing land use process, you have an applicant who represents the developer. You have staff who represents the professional recommendation. You have the Planning Commission who represents the community. And you have the Board of County Commissioners who represents the elected or the political side. So that is a very balanced approach to approving or denying projects that come forward in the best interests of Manatee County. And so the issue that I have, I don't necessarily think that we need to emphasize that we're looking for people who are already represented in the process. I don't think that you need an engineering background, of developer background, or real estate background. Instead, I'd kind of like to have a single mom on the board. I'd like to have a business owner who, is in business in Manatee County. I'd like to have something that more closely represents our community. That's all. Because I think that is the community's voice. And if they had an interest in planning, I think that would be extra special. Just like for historic preservation, we ask for people that have an interest in historic preservation. So I think it's important to have a good cross-section represented on the Planning Commission, not just those that understand the industry. Now, the flip side of that is they do a really good job when they understand the industry, right? They can say, oh, don't worry about that because that's covered by this. But we've got staff to do that. I think all those roles are already very full and represented. And again, I'm not saying that our current Planning Commission has not done a great job, because they have. They have. I just watched the last Planning Commission meeting. They do a great job, and I support them. But I would like to see some changes to our land development code that brings in more diversity to that group, because I think that's how it should be. Those are my comments.
Carol.
I've been doing this a long time, and until I came to Manatee County, I was 16 years on the island, and everything's built up on the island. So when we did Griffith and Klein Funeral Home into an office building, people didn't support me because I didn't make it into a park. That was about the biggest thing we'd done in years. So I didn't know a lot about land use and stuff until I came here into the county. This is very, very complicated. We've had planning commissioners where our legal counsel has had to talk to them. This is not the realm of your job as a planning commissioner. Your job is to see and assure that what's presented before us complies with the comprehensive plan. Well, me on the island, at that point, I wasn't even qualified, and and it took years and years for me to get updated and current. this is also, and I don't know, Bill, I've never heard of Planning Commission ever getting any litigious issues with their decisions because they're only a recommending body. I understand what you're saying. I think that I agree with what our procedure or what we look for, but I agree it's not diversified. I agree with that. And unfortunately, people that are qualified aren't applying. But I don't think it can be just a mom and pop, just to have a mom and pop. I'm the one more about equal rights than anybody else, but if I'm not qualified, do not put me there. I like what we presented to us today. I just don't, I think we don't have diversification, and maybe we're not getting it out that people should apply. If they got the qualifications, anybody should do it. We have realtors up there. We have retired realtors. We have retired appraisers. We got Deluxe Line Plumbing. I mean, we've got everything, but I still think it needs to be in that world just from personal experience. And I'm all about, making sure that we have equal representation, but I think they got to be qualified.
Other thoughts? All right, I think people are tired. I think this is a discussion that will probably be ongoing. It's pretty clear. It says, while no particular expertise is required, persons with experience or training shall be considered. It doesn't say anybody else shall not be considered, but I guess the point is, it is open to everyone. It's just, you shouldn't be afraid to apply. And from the list of people that have applied, I don't think they are afraid to apply. So I don't know if we need to clean this up, clarify it, whatever, but I don't think anyone wants to take this on. I see no motions. I don't see anybody wanting to take this on, but at this time. So thank you, ladies, for your presentation. Thank you for bringing this information forward, and keep on keeping on. Appreciate
Thanks
what
for
you're doing.
hanging in.
Okay. I think that's the last item of business we had on our agenda. So I'm going to go to commissioner comments. Commissioner Whitmore.
A few things. First of all, we all got an email from someone about, I think it was Lorraine Road, the speed limit. We turned it down to 35, and we've gotten concerns about they think it's too slow. So if we could look at that in the future, or see if you're getting any other complaints. We just got it, I think, this weekend. Somebody sent us an email. So 35 is awful slow. I mean, even on the island, that's the slow speed. It's we don't go over up to 40, but the island, the fastest speed is 35. So except when you're on Gulf Drive, and then it's 40. So if we could look at that in the future, or if there continues to be a problem or people complain, we should bring it up.
Can I interact, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Commissioner Barr.
I think the problem, no, it's not the island. But the problem is right now, it's a main drag, and there's a lot of construction going on, and the trucks, whether the residents like it, and trust me, they don't, a lot of them are going down Lorraine, down to University, and then turning up University to get up to 75. So that is just a way of life at this point. Instead of going down to State Road 70 and cutting through the neighborhood, which they could do, instead they're using University and Lorraine. So the problem comes in with the truck traffic and the noise. The higher the speed limit, the faster the vehicles are going, the more noise they're making. So I've had a lot of residents, particularly in Country Club East. Now, it used to be just in Country Club West that people in there were complaining. But now it's people in Country Club East because of all the construction vehicles there at Masters and on to Lorraine and University. So I think maybe, and maybe a year from now, maybe some of the construction will be quieting down. I don't know. I think a lot of it might end up going over to the other side, over to Waterside, which I would love for that to happen at this point. But I think for right now, I live off of Lorraine, so I'm on that road every single day. And 35 miles an hour from University to State Road 70 is hard to do. Because if you're up on the Sarasota side, it's 45, and then you go over, past 70 over to 64. So it is slow, but at the same time, a lot of it, the noise is because of construction vehicles. The faster traffic goes, the more noise they make. That's the issue.
And if we all got it, can somebody respond? Because I didn't. I was going to bring it up.
I'm responding.
I did respond. I actually
Okay.
responded, and I just said, yeah, staff recommended a higher speed limit. I would say that you probably need to speak to your district commissioner if there's going to be a
They
change. That's kind of what I figured. That, and honestly, I don't remember the vote, but clearly we supported the district commissioner, so I would imagine y'all did the same.
Well, and it wasn't so much, guys, that y'all supported me as it was there were numerous emails from residents who did not want to see the speed limit go up on Lorraine from residents in Lakewood Ranch. It wasn't so much me as it was the residents.
And that's another issue. Us at-large commissioners, Cheri, I've brought this up before, we don't get those. So somehow if our assistants can make sure, because we hear from district commissioners are getting all these emails, and we get some, but we don't get all.
Y'all got those back when this came up.
But
And plus, there were a lot of residents that came to the meeting and spoke.
There's others that, we had talked about that, somehow figuring out how the district, the at-large. Somebody mentioned the charter school during all this mask stuff. I thought our attorney said that our mask ordinance didn't include the charter schools at that time, right?
No.
I remember you got in the middle of it somehow, Bill. But what was the answer?
As usual. So if you recall, we had a discussion about it, and I reminded you that the resolution, the face covering resolution, which is now repealed, said the most they would have to do is post a sign, a conspicuous sign, because we said very clearly that we're not going to make proprietors enforce the mask resolution. So, we didn't address specifically whether they are or are not subject to it. I think you could argue they were because they are providing a service, and the reason the public schools are not subject to it is because they belong to the school board, and Florida statutes very clearly says that we are hands-off when it comes to running the schools. Even the governor and the legislature have limited powers when it comes to running the schools. There was recently a court case on that. So that's how that shook out.
And my last thing on my public comments would be, as we know, Palmetto and Bradenton Beach were under us because they didn't have their own ordinances. All the other cities did. So we need to, I guess they'll do whatever. But I still think that if you're in a public building on public property, that we require face masks. And so I think we should set a good example. It's not a lot. If you don't want to come into our buildings, you can go online and do whatever you want. You don't have to come into our buildings. But I don't feel comfortable with all the employees that we have. We still don't have all our employees back to work because they're at a certain age group. And I think we need to set an example. I don't think our numbers are still where we got to just go free willy on everything. So I would ask the county administrator what her thoughts are on this. I know we set policy, but you are over 1,800 employees, and we have masks on all the transit to give the public. Our employees wear them, and I think we just need to set an example yet because this isn't over yet.
Cheri, you want to address the situation in our buildings?
Thank you. Well, given that you just recently made this change, the first thoughts that I have are, as was mentioned on a couple other spots, and that is in our transit vehicles as well as our libraries, where we have a constant flow in and out of people close in proximity. What we've done in the libraries, I think, is we're able to space them out, but they are in close proximity. With transit, that's a different story. We did in the beginning have them entering from the back portion of the bus, but as as businesses start to come back, those buses will be fuller, and that may not be possible. So I think staff would like to continue to follow as much of a precaution and protection as they can, and that's lawful. And I would recommend that we allow that to continue.
Madam Chair, could I just ask a question of Cheri, please?
Sure.
So, Cheri, it's my understanding we were doing those things before the board adopted the face coverings resolution.
Yeah.
And so I did not understand the repeal of that resolution as in any way affecting the current policies and practices that are in place for our own facilities. Am I missing something, or I'm...
No, you're not missing anything, but I think as it was said earlier by some, even the business owners, it's hard to enforce something that's not, that's changed, that's not a requirement. And so we want to make sure our employees have the support of the board if we're going to continue to go back to what we did just prior to the mandate.
Yeah, building department.
Yeah, I think it's
We got
really
the building
important.
department. We've got, they're all in close proximity. Building department, the library, in here. You can't make them, and those who are here refuse to wear them. But I think we need to protect our employees. And I'd love to protect the public, but that's not the way it is. I can't take care of everybody, and they're going to take their own responsibility. But, our businesses still, this would set a good example for the businesses that don't want us. I just had Joe Harris from Whitfield. Do you all know him? He owns bars on Whitfield and a couple other places. He just sent me a message. He's going to continue requiring masks and distancing, and he owns a bar. So I just think that would be good for now to see what happens.
Yeah, and I had this discussion with Cheri a little bit. Clearly what the governor says is you can't issue fines. Well, we have not fined anyone.
No.
If they're in the building and perhaps not wearing a mask, you could ask them, please put on a mask. We can give them a mask. We can ask them if they refuse to leave. I was in the elevator with a guy that didn't wear a mask. Made me a little uncomfortable, but, I didn't say anything because I didn't know I didn't really want to take him on, tell you the truth.
Not in the elevator.
But we have a lot of construction going on in the building, and so that's we have lots of people coming in and out, and as you indicated, everybody's been very, very helpful by wearing those. But again, I think it goes back to what is the result if someone will not? Are we going to try to make other arrangements to deal with them for what services they're trying to access?
Well, I'm certainly supportive of us still requiring masks in public places. Makes sense to me.
2 cities are following our direction, so that's why I thought I should bring that up, because Palmetto was following ours and Bradenton Beach was. It's not comfortable right now to sit next to each other at a board meeting yet. I think we're going to start working on going back to our main building, but we're going to have distancing and protective barriers, and I think we need to set a good example until all this craziness goes away, or never will go away, but we get a vaccine or something. And again, my city's January 12th is when their mask ordinance goes away. No fines, but you're still mandatory.
Oh, they got rid of the fines?
They have to, the governor.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they're giving it up.
They only gave one ticket, $250, but they gave one ticket before that.
Okay. Anything else, Carol?
So do we have to have a policy, or do we need to set something in stone?
No, I think that
to protect our employees and the county
we already
administrator?
have that. We didn't adopt it before. I'm not saying we need to adopt it now.
You don't have to adopt anything. It's up to
Well, I was just asking, just to make sure, so we protect our employees once they...
We do have signage that we can, same kind of signage we had in the beginning upon entering buildings, and provide direction to staff.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Serbia. You were holding your green. You have some
I just,
commissioner
before
comments?
I have commissioner comments,
Okay.
but I didn't want to go out of order, but
That's all right.
sometimes you just go wherever.
That's what I'm doing.
I know.
You were raising you touched your green, so then I'll go to Reggie next. Go ahead.
So I have just 3 quick items. Cheri, my first one is for you. So now that we're in phase 3 of the governor's plan for reopening, can we still do Zoom meetings?
Yes.
We can. So we don't have to.
I'm sorry, you want to clarify for your individual, for your commissioner?
Yes, for commission meetings. Can we still
You
do?
have to have a quorum at present.
Well-
County attorney will also advise. He wants to chime in.
Okay.
As of Thursday, October 1, the governor's order that allows us to meet quorum electronically will expire. So at that point, unless the governor takes additional steps, we will need to have a physical quorum. You all have been doing that anyway
Right.
for the great majority of meetings. I would be surprised, quite honestly, if he extends it, given what he did on Friday, but maybe he will. But if he doesn't, then, and the board should know that for Thursday's meeting, we will need a physical quorum for Thursday's land use meeting. I did promised Ms. Schenk I would let you all know that
For this
this
Thursday?
evening. Yeah,
Oh,
Better make sure Steve heard.
yeah.
Bill
Well,
and commissioners
he-
do
he
recall
doesn't
that the board's procedures were recently amended to allow you to obtain a quorum by attending virtually.
oh, right.
So,
That's true.
so just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, I'm not sure Florida law would let us do it without the governor's order, quite
So
honestly.
we're going to probably have to.
I mean, I went
assuming
over
that-
this morning in the Government of the Sunshine Manual, getting ready for tomorrow. You do need to have a physical quorum until we get some relief from the legislature, in my view.
Okay, so
particularly for
October
me.
1st.
So I better call Mr. DeSantis the next day or so and have a little conversation with him about his stage 3 order.
Get a whole pass.
It's not a problem if a couple of commissioners call in. We just need to have 4 here physically.
Yeah,
You know,
just
it's a
like the old
majority
days.
that makes quorum.
That works.
So
We
we
have
need to
that
have
anyway.
4 here
Steve would
physically.
still work as
He
long
can
as
still
the
do
quorum
that.
physically.
Steve
Yes,
can
ma'am.
still work from home.
Oh, you're good, Steve. I'll be here.
Okay.
And we have not, I mean, for land use meetings, we don't allow people to call in. We allow
Right.
some commissioners to be here, to be remote, but we don't allow,
Quasi judicial testimony has to be here in the building,
Correct.
in the room, physically present.
but yes, so will we have to amend our procedures then?
I don't know. We'll have to go back and look at it. But I mean,
Virtual attendance of commissioners has been allowed for years, but, and there are AG opinions on the subject, but, I want you to take your advice from the county attorney designate, which is Mr. Claque, okay?
So,
What did he just say? I missed it.
I think that was called a punt.
Did he say
yeah, but
That's why it is never a great idea for the two of us to be sitting at the same meeting.
the only statement that allows a physical quorum, that allows a quorum electronically is for state agencies. And so right now, the AGO that have looked at it, all the opinions that have looked at it have said
good.
for county commissions, you have to have a physically
Like
present
state medical
quorum
examiners?
to have a valid meeting.
Perfect.
We amended our procedures to accommodate the governor's order so we weren't violating our own procedures when we did Zoom meetings. That's why we did it. We needed to do it. But now that he's going back, or it appears he's going back, we'll have to revisit that.
Well, looks like we'll be fine, but we should revisit our
At some point,
procedures.
we'll need to.
Okay.
As I
Okay.
said earlier, this has been a very fluid
Misty's got
situation. It's been hard to keep track of where we are.
I'm making sure.
So-
Go
Okay.
ahead, Misty,
This-
ask another softball.
Yeah.
Hopefully this one, I don't know if this is easier or not. So I was at the Affordable Housing Committee meeting yesterday, which if you remember, the board asked me to be I'm a non-voting member. I'm just there to observe. And we were talking about the challenges to affordable housing. And one of the affordable housing developers, Mr. Reinhardt, brought up that one of the challenges he has is that while he's building a house, they use water. They use water to wash their hands, paintbrushes, materials, stucco, whatever. And when they're done building the house and about to turn it over to the new owner, they have to pay a $600 water bill. And it's a flat fee. It's the same if you have an estate home in Lakewood Ranch or if you have a mobile home lot. It's $600, $600, $600. And he was explaining that becomes a big burden to affordable housing. So there were some suggestions at the committee meeting. Some of them were, maybe we could have different ranges for different amounts. I know there's a temporary water meter. I'm guessing we have those.
Is it a FIF fee?
No, it's not the
Oh.
FIF fee. It's just for the gallons of water, potable water.
Would you like to make a motion to bring this issue back?
I
to a work session?
would. Thank you. I was just about to go there. So my motion is to ask staff to bring back that issue with some discussion about, if our current procedures are working or if we should look at it differently and how we can do that to promote affordable housing. Did I say it correctly?
Sounds good. I'll second it.
I'll second that, yeah.
All right, we have a motion, and I'm going to ask the clerk if you could read back that motion because.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's a lot.
Can we ask staff, I'd like to ask staff to bring forward the current policy on payment of potable water usage during construction.
All right, is the seconder in agreement with that revised motion?
Steve?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I think the goal should be affordable housing is what our eyes should be on.
Yeah, not on everybody.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this motion? All right, seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public comment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Okay, last and item number 3. I have 2 buildings in my district on North Tamiami Trail, which is near the county boundary down at University Parkway, that have been hit by vehicles. Well, you've heard me talk about the number of accidents that we have in that area recently. It's a very dangerous segment of roadway. And vehicles have hit these buildings. And these buildings have both been taped off. So I don't know what the proper term is, but I don't know that they were structurally compromised or, I don't know exactly what the term is, but they had to be repaired before they could be occupied again. I think that's a true statement. And so I've had residents from Whitfield contact me about these 2 buildings because the truth is they are adding to blight in the area. And one of them, I'm told, is built within the right-of-way. So I don't know if right-of-way was taken afterwards, but now part of the building is in the right-of-way. And the question is, when do these, because both are non-conforming buildings, when do these non-conformities go away? Because the goal with non-conformities is that eventually non-conformities go away. And there are triggers in different situations when they go away. And the Whitfield community is asking me, and I think it's a very good question, because instead of repairing them, which one is under repair right now, instead of repairing them to reoccupy, when is the correct time to demolish and meet the current code standards? So,
I got an idea. Why don't you just, the state, if it's in this right away, why don't we have bollards put there? So when they hit it, they're not going to that building. They're getting pretty much smashed. I mean, that's a safety issue.
Okay, sounds like we're getting past a policy question, and maybe it's a specific thing. Misty, have you put this in writing to tell us, and have you gotten a response from anyone at the staff to explain what the procedure is?
I have not got a response yet on the nonconformity and how it could go away. But and maybe we need to have a discussion as a board at a policy level. Do we want these to go away eventually? Because I think that's what a true nonconformity is.
Have you spoken to the owner of the property?
I know the owner, and I have not spoken to the owner about this, no.
Just put a barricade.
The reason I ask is if there is already a policy, if there's a rule, then you need to know what that is. Do we want to change that rule? I don't want to make an assumption that there's no rule in our code or code of ordinances to address this. I think if you've gotten an answer and this is the rule and you don't like it, you want to change that, then I think that's appropriate. But I'm not sure. You're talking about a situation. I don't know what our code says to address that. So that's what I would ask, maybe, Misty, if you could get an answer to that question and then bring it back and say, I think we need to change this policy.
If you'd like to make a motion on that, we can put it on the green sheet and then we can establish a response and bring it back.
Oh, yes. Okay. So
and would that be about, is there a policy on when non-conforming goes away, or how we address it?
That could be my motion, yes.
I've actually had this kind of, and the way I was told that if it's 50% or greater, then it has to be knocked down, built up, and conform. So say if a hurricane comes through and knocks, does over 50%, then they won't give you the permits or stuff. You'll have to conform.
Well, there is a policy. That's why I said this.
For flood proofing, there is.
For non-conformities.
I was told for getting a bid, if you were out of conformity, which basically means you were grandfathered in for whatever reason, And most of it is these older buildings, they don't have proper parking, they don't have proper bathroom,
Setbacks.
they don't have, all kinds of things.
Right.
That basically, if the big hurricane comes through and knocks them down, then they're, or, 50% or greater, then they're going to have to conform, which is going to put a lot of them out of business. But, so that's one of the reasons they do little bit at a time, because they don't want to redo their building anytime that puts them under 50%.
Right.
At least that's what I was told that the policy is today.
Okay, well,
Because most of them are, there's a lot of things that they're out of
Conformity.
they don't conform to, a lot of things.
Okay, so if that's true, then I'd like to hear our policy on that. I know that that's true when it comes to FEMA buildings
FEMA,
that are
right.
non-conforming.
That's right.
But I did not know that was true for all non-conformities. But Betsy's shaking her head like it is, so.
Well, I don't know the exact rule, but I do know that our land development code addresses nonconformities and not just floodplain, but all nonconformities, because we have a ton of rules and regulations. So there is language both in the land development code as well as the comp plan at one time, that might have changed, to address nonconformities. Remember, special exceptions,
Yep.
all that was in the comp plan. So all of that, I think there is a policy. That's why I said, let's get the policy.
Okay.
If you don't like it, then you can make a motion to change it. But I think it's important. Maybe your motion should be just to bring that policy back before discussion.
Yes. So moved.
All right. The motion is bring the policy on nonconformities back to the board for discussion. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. There's a motion and a second. Any public comment? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Chair votes
Nay.
aye. Motion. Oh, okay.
I don't think we should be, we're doing it, we're tired, I don't think that's what we should be doing. Conformities are homes or whatever, buildings have been there way before our rules started, and I don't think we should be messing with them. I think there's an easier way to take care of that property.
Well, it's probably comes with public safety.
I agree with Carol 100%.
Whoa,
Well, we're not,
write that
we're not
down.
saying whoever decides to vote on it can decide whether to change
Yeah.
it. We're just
We
saying
just
what
wanted-
is the policy.
Yeah,
All right.
what is
Well,
the
just make it
policy?
clear, the policy,
If there is
the
a
motion
policy.
is to bring the policy back, because there is one, guys. There is a policy. To bring the policy back that's in our codes for discussion by the board. So we have a vote. The vote, Steve voted nay. Reggie votes
Correct.
Yay.
aye. Vanessa?
Go wild.
God, I swear I'm not tired. You know what? Nay.
Nay. Carol?
Nay.
Misty?
Aye.
Priscilla?
Aye.
Benac, aye. So motion passes 4-3.
I just wanted her to feel okay.
Okay, it'll come back at
Madam
some
Chair.
point in the future. Yes.
If I may, I'd like to cut out of here and leave this fun to you guys. I
See you at 8:30.
just wanted to let you know that at 3:19 this afternoon, 7 bound copies of the seminar materials were delivered to VITA for distribution to you all.
How do we get 'em?
I have no idea. You might want to swing by the office when you leave here. I don't know what
Oh
else
my
to
God.
tell you.
Okay, so the package for tomorrow's training is at our
Maybe she
office.
can meet us in the tunnel.
You
We
know,
do it electronically also, am I correct?
you should have it electronically,
Right,
yes.
okay.
Oh,
We go the
Yeah,
extra
but-
mile for commissioners. We do it for you electronically as well as a bound copy. So
But
in
if you're
terms
on
of
your
how you
Zoom,
get
you
the
can't
bound copy,
follow.
I'll leave that up to you.
If you're on your Zoom, you can't follow.
sounds like we have to
What
go
I did
by.
is saved it
Could,
until past our-
Cheri, could you perhaps get somebody to confirm that this is at our office to pick up if I'm going to swing by? I'd like to know.
Yes.
In the
Perfect.
in the tunnel.
It's just been confirmed. They're
Okay.
there, and I will
efficient.
ask, yes, you can swing by and pick yours up,
Thank you.
please.
For tomorrow morning's,
Yes.
I just
just
don't
so
feel
everybody
good
knows what we're
enough to
talking about,
walk
this is for
upstairs.
tomorrow
I'm going
morning's
home.
training
Yeah.
on
Ethics.
ethics and sunshine and whatever else.
Mandatory.
All right, let's see. Are you done, Misty?
Yep.
Reggie?
All right, I got a couple questions, just so we can know where we are with that light at Canal and 301 concerning Detweiler's. I got a couple questions on that, so if we can just get an update on that, as well as the traffic study for State Road 64 and 27th Street, the collaboration with the city of Bradenton and FDOT. If we can just, I'm sure, I don't know, not city of Bradenton was doing that traffic study, because I was out. I called in, but I was, whether the city of Bradenton or our staff or FDOT, but if we can get some information, because they're looking for us to support a right turn signal there, and where the discussion was when Commissioner
Saunders, and they wanted us to pay for it, just so you know, I was sitting here.
Okay, I didn't catch that part.
Oh, yeah, I did.
I didn't catch that part when I called. But
Yeah.
well, I'm sure that's what you all are going to do, bring it up. But we still need to look at and see if there are any options there from our standpoint. There's a recent email that came out about a script from the Canal Road, 17th Street, east of that, as well as to Ellerton Gillette. And back in 80, I think Flip died in I think 86, 87. There was one of my friends that got killed in a car accident. That's a very dangerous area back there between Canal Road and Ellerton Gillette. And there's a lot of traffic. And I concur with the individual that sent the email, and I responded back to them and stated that I would communicate and ask to see what our options are to kind of look at that road a little bit differently. Now, because of the growth, because that road connects to 301, 41, Canal Road going to Detweiler's, as well as Ellerton Gillette, coming and going north and south, there's a lot of traffic on that road right now, and more traffic, the more vulnerable we are to accidents, which has become a public safety concern. So if we can kind of look at that and see what our options are, it would be greatly appreciated.
There are planned improvements at the intersection that are being worked on. And so I think what you're asking is to get a report back to the board on what the status of those improvements, what's going to be done and when. Is that what you're asking for?
It's a difference, yes. When we're talking about 301 and Canal, we're talking with Detweiler's, and when we're talking about State Road 64 and 27th Street.
Right.
But when I'm referring to that piece of road from the Canal Road to Ellerton Gillette, that is 17th Street, what I want is for us to look at on how we could potentially upgrade that road and look at some of the issues that are there because of how the traffic has increased. And I'm sure with CIP now, I'm sure we just need to put it in the conversation, see how we can deal with it.
Can I converse with him? That 17th from Ellington Gillette to Canal is bad. I mean, it's got big ditches on the side. There's no shoulder. There's no bike paths. There's no sidewalks. If you're doing more than 25, 30 miles an hour over one racetrack, you're making Dukes of Hazzard look like nothing. I mean, because you're up in the air, and there's getting to be a lot of traffic because 301 is getting so congested. I know that I personally use that a lot to go all the way around and go all the way down to Anna Maria Oyster Bar just to skip Ellington and Palmetto. So it is something, and it will be very expensive because there's no way to buy right away. The houses are right there on the road. Right. I mean, it's going to be a very costly problem, but it's a very, very dangerous, and it's going to get more dangerous.
Blah.
I referred it to tell us at mymanatee.org.
No, I'm saying you're right. I don't know what we can do about it, but we need to.
Well, you'd like a report to come back.
Yes.
Do we need a motion for that, or do you think you've
No,
got it? Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Bellamy? Okay,
No,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Any other commissioner comments?
I think we have to wait for Vita. She's coming here to bring us our books, or the tunnel, I'm not
No,
sure.
I told her the meeting was going to be over in 2 minutes, so if
So
you
we'll
want
do
your
the
book,
tunnel.
just swing by, she's got them there.
Okay.
Okay, my phone keeps lighting up, but I have not read
Me
them.
too.
So we are going to swing by the office to pick up our books for tomorrow. Anything else from the county attorney?
No, ma'am.
Anything else from county administrator?
Nope, I'm going to call Vita real quick, though, because before you walk out the door, I want to make sure she didn't already leave.
That's good.
Thank you.
Good plan. Yes, Carol.
I am not feeling good enough to go upstairs. I had my surgery. I feel terrible. I was just going to go to the tunnel. So if somebody could bring it, or I'll just wait. Maybe you guys could bring it down. I got to go home.
Okay, well.
Maybe she could Uber it to you.
Yeah, I'll pay. I'd have my Uber.
It has to wear a mask while it's in the Uber, we know
Yeah.
that. They report you if you don't have a mask on in the Uber.
Uber?
Yeah, you have some
good.
sort of a
I didn't know that.
program that checks to see if you have a mask on in Uber, I read.
Hit that gavel.
I'm ready to hit the
Absolutely.
gavel, but I think we're just waiting to get confirmation. Well, you guys, we can do it off record, I guess. Okay, no more further business. We are adjourned.
Long day.
All right. Good morning, and welcome everyone to our March 3rd, 2020 work session of the Board of County Commissioners. The topic today is all things transportation. Looking forward to our discussion. There will be opportunity for the public to speak. I'll make sure we take public comment before we break for lunch so that folks that didn't plan to stay here all day don't have to stay here all day. But at first, we're going to have a report from Jake Sauer, our Public Safety Director. Yesterday, Vanessa and I, along with many staff, attended the governor's press conference where he talked about the coronavirus. And then we had kind of a lengthy meeting in the afternoon to talk about it as staff. So, Jake, why don't you bring us up to date with where we are today?